Yeah, of course, for me, it was like I'm such a part-time fan. Like if they're winning, which they never have, in my tenure there, it's fun to go to a couple of games and watch them. We watched Game 7 from the Crest Theater downtown. If you watched from the arena, the Crest opened up and put on their huge screen. It's like 800 seat historic theater, and it was super fun. It was super fun.
It's an interesting little area there in the stadium. It's bizarre seeing. I mean, coming in on this level and then going
Yeah,
down. It's
yeah,
like, huh,
yeah.
sometimes you
So enter, enter.
It looks like we're basically ready to get going. Are my colleagues all ready?
Recording in progress.
Yes, okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the May 9th City Council study session. I'm going to call the meeting to order and have our city clerk take the roll call.
Councilmember Daly?
Here.
Councilmember Lee Yang?
Here.
Councilmember Flagger?
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Here.
Mayor Meadows?
Here. And I'm going to remind my colleagues that we're using the red buttons controlled through the monitor. That way Fabian doesn't have to jump up and come out and remind us of that. So, okay.
Do the ginger snap.
So on our agenda, it doesn't have specified when we're going to take public comment. I think it might make sense to take it after the presentation and when council has had a chance. So we're going to invite you all up to update us on the feasibility study.
Thank you very much, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, Council Members Daly, Flagger, and Ling. I'm Vicki Reeder. I'm the President of the Board of Directors of Los Altos Stage Company and convener of the New Theater Working Group. Oh, we're on.
There you go. Yeah.
Shall I greet you again?
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, Council Members Daly, Flagger, and Lee Ing. I am Vicki Reeder. I'm the President of the Board of Directors of Los Altos Stage Company and the convener of the New Theater Working Group. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to meet and discuss the New Theater Feasibility Study and for the honor of leading the working group. The theater here has been a city partner for over 50 years if you count the first theater that went in there in the 70s, and even longer if you count Los Altos Youth Theater, which goes back to the 50s. So this has been a theatrical place for a long time. And the idea of a new theater is not new. You probably recall that in 2014, former Mayor King Lear made a presentation to that council and had drawings and plans, and That went on the shelf. And then in 2018, as you well know, the downtown vision was adopted by that council, which called for a downtown theater. And then in 2021, the new theater working group was formed at the direction of that council. And I was pleased to form the group and see it through its 2 years of meetings, which we did pretty much monthly, and we met lots of interesting people. We met with the consultants who prepared the downtown vision. We met with other theater consultants. We met with theater managers of the Mountain View Center, theater company in Menlo Park, and so on and so on. We had a lot of great input. And we met with you to propose a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, in 2021, which was adopted, and that was, there it is. Then, the new theater working group found great value in all that past work. And we especially used the downtown vision. We did not see any purpose in starting from zero. We had done a lot of work, we wanted to use it. The starting point then was the recommendation that the downtown vision that a new theater be sited on a downtown parking plaza, and the possibility that could also include housing and parking as other structures on that plaza. And that this theater would be we're not trying to replicate something that's Flint Center or Smithwick Theater or Mountain View Center. We're trying to have a right-sized theater for our city. We posted a call for proposals from theater consultants, and we received 4. And we chose AMS Research of Sacramento. Bill Blake, who's here, is the principal of AMS, and he'll present a summary of their work. And also present is Los Altos Stage Executive Artistic Director Gary Landis, who's been with us for 12 years here. And he also has an extensive background working with large and small cultural organizations in the Bay Area. So we made quite a bit of progress in that time period. And we think that you will, these two guys will go into the details, but I'm just going to, the overview is that we feel that a new, larger downtown theater is feasible, and that the next stage of that process is to have a capital campaign analysis, which really will dive into the financing, the funding, the costing, looking at something that's possibly 5 to more years out is very hard to be very precise about what the actual numbers of any of that will be. But we do have those numbers. We have the large numbers. And we really need to study the viability of the funding process to see if this really can actually be built. And then we want this to be a multi-use facility that will accommodate various cultural and community activities, as well as primarily house Los Altos Stage Company, which would manage the building, which would be donated back to the city when it was done being built. And then it would also house the city's Los Altos Youth Theater program, which is currently managed by Los Altos Stage. So we think this new theater should contain state-of-the-art equipment to facilitate presenting an expanded youth program, indie movies, video projects, music and dance events, meeting space for teens and nonprofits, all while using the available downtown parking, mostly not at peak use times, but in the evenings and in the weekend afternoons is the typical times we have performances. And we think 160 seats is about the right size. In the bus barn right now, we have 100. And no lobby and no restrooms, you know, you've been there, you know. And the estimated construction cost is $23 million. And we think that construction funds can be raised from grants and from private individuals that we live among us. And we hope to get to know a lot better in the next couple years. And we forecast an operating first-year budget in the year 2028 of $1 million. This level of city participation is really unknown. It could vary greatly from leasing us the part of the parking plaza to having a fuller role in the development of the project. But we do assume that the city will be a partner, as it has always been since there's been theater here, and that the city will own the building, and then it would be operated by us as a nonprofit. And with that, I will introduce Gary Landis, who is going to say more words.
I'll say more words. I'm just going to briefly talk to you about the vision of the project and the vision of the building. And then I'm going to pass it off to Bill, who's going to talk about the scope and the findings of the feasibility study. So we envision a new theater for Los Altos as a neighborhood playhouse, located at the heart of Los Altos with a robust schedule of arts programs and activities that are centered on and for the community of Los Altos. It would consist of 3 programmatic pillars, each of which interwoven will create a vibrant cultural gathering place for residents of all ages. Now, the first pillar, intergenerational, multicultural, and multidisciplinary performing arts programming aimed to entertain, enlighten, and enrich community connections among local residents. West Coast premiere of a play that explores the challenges faced in college admissions. An intimate concert by a quartet of saxophones that break down the boundaries of hip-hop, jazz, and chamber music. A film series illuminating the importance of place building across diverse regions and cultures. Second pillar, youth education, engagement, and empowerment placed at the front and center of the physical space, the programming philosophy, and the operational model. Professionally produced youth-driven productions on the main stage. Year-round creative play and skill-based arts workshops for all ages. High school and college internships and mentorships with professional artists, with professional designers, and with arts administrators. And a dedicated youth lounge located prominently in the theater lobby where kids can hang out with each other, watch a rehearsal or a show live streamed on a flat screen TV, or sit and chat with a visiting artist or designer about their life in the arts. Third pillar, dedicated and subsidized community access opportunities that expand the public's interaction with the building and investment in the facility. A ballet recital on the main stage by students of Los Altos Dance Academy. A youth poetry slam on the main stage showcasing students from Los Altos Mountain View High School. Cultural festivals, celebration, dance performances of all kinds. We believe that a new theater for Los Altos, a neighborhood playhouse built upon these 3 pillars, will truly advance the city's vision for a vibrant downtown, greatly expanding and elevating opportunities for community connectivity, youth engagement, and public participation in the cultural life of Los Altos. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Bill, who's going to give you an idea of the scope of the feasibility study and the general findings.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, council members, for having us here tonight. It's a pleasure to be here. We've been working with the stage company for about a year, getting to know them, getting to know this community, getting to know the market, and developing this plan to this point. I think what we'll find tonight is that there are still some open questions about the real estate development, where, how much, who. Those are big questions, but we needed to start with a study to both test the thesis that Gary just laid out with the 3 pillars to see if that resonated with others, if we felt that there was a market that would receive that, and also to refine that vision both in terms of operations and what kind of impact it would have on the stage company's budget and their operation, but also the size and shape of the box, the space that they need. How many square feet would it be? How many seats would be ideal? How often would it be utilized? None of that was known until this process has concluded. So that's where we are, and still I think planning processes like this is a bit like peeling an onion. So we're a couple layers into the onion, but there are many layers to go. And our work as consultants was grounded in a number of questions. There's 6 of them on the screen. Our client, to be clear, was the stage company, not the city. So our questions are very much centered on the questions that they should be asking at this stage. And here's some of them. The needs, what are the needs and opportunities for the building? What are the programmatic interests of our patrons and our community? What are the market conditions? How do we balance community use versus our own use as a stage company? And what would be the best configuration, size, capacity, And then what the heck is going to happen to us if we start operating a building like this? It's a really different equation than operating the bus barn that they're in. So we needed to have a deep understanding of that before anyone would go forward. So we've given them that. Most of those are pretty well answered, I think, in those questions. Our approach: quickly, supply, demand, aspiration, doing the research up front to analyze the market, analyze the stage company's operations, their numbers, their finances, their attendance, meeting with stakeholders in the community individually and together to understand what the goals ought to be, where the areas of deeper service might be. Looking at the market, both its demographics, its economics, and then peeling a little deeper with some survey work that no doubt we'll talk about tonight. But all of that is the research that goes into then shaping what is the building, how busy would it be, and what would its operating numbers be. All critical to have defined at a certain level at this stage of planning. So we did it over 2 phases. So what did we find? The overview, and I think you all have seen or have access to our full report, that can go on and on. I can certainly talk on and on about all of these things, but we'll kind of tiptoe around here. The first thing, of course, to us, how is this theater company doing? They've survived a pandemic, so that's a good sign that they're still here after a mandated closure for a couple of years. Before that time, they were actually seeing some increase in their participation, a 53% growth in their attendance leading up to COVID. Since they've been able to reopen, they have also experienced strong audience support and participation in their classes. This tells us a lot of things about them. The most important thing a theater company can have is an audience and a market that is resonating with what they're trying to do. And we see that in their numbers and what they did. That also reflected in their revenue growth leading up to COVID. And we have some confidence there that a facility can keep that growth going and progressing. Earned revenue as well as contributed revenue. I think contributors may be waiting for a sign that the company will get out of the bus barn facility. It's hard to imagine going out for an improvement campaign for that building. No disrespect, I ran a theater company in a Butler Steel building for a number of years as well. They can be beloved, but they are very difficult to grow in, and what audiences expect in this day and age with amenities and comforts, what parents expect the experience their children to have when they're participating in a program is a little different than what you see over there now. And certainly the future will require some kind of facility upgrade for this company to continue to serve the community. So thumbs up on the state of the company. It's not always what we find when we do these studies, but we found it here. Then we looked at the overall market conditions, and we looked at that in a number of ways. We did a whole analysis of the stage company's patron database. We also looked at the demographics of residents in different radii around the area. And what we see are really strong market conditions for growth. As you see here, there are a number of wealthy households that also have high education values. That is typically a good indicator of arts participation. There's also a high number of family households in your market. So having something that programs and product that resonate with families is a great place to be offering. And we see that there's great potential for increased participation and growth for this company, given the market conditions. So check that box. I was using a farming analogy with a colleague about this slide the other day, which was, we're analyzing soil and wind and rain levels, and we know that we can't grow coconuts here, but we can grow wheat and sorghum really well here, and that's certainly what we think the stage company can grow. Yeah, I don't know. But the conditions are good for a little more growth for this company to serve this community. We also circulated a community survey to see what the patrons and the community in general would be thinking about a new theater in their community. It was a lot about what a building should be, what its programs could be, how it might serve them. It was a little bit about how it gets done and where funding might come from. It was not a lot about that, but we did probe on that a bit. We had a good response rate, 445 responses to the survey in pretty short order. We see that there is high interest in a variety of content types, a mixture. So people do actually want to see more than just live theater that the stage company puts on, but they certainly want to see that as well. But the idea of a multi-genre, multi-use space that is neighborhood in scale, is Los Altos in scale, not a regional serving center like Mountain View or what the Flint was or other things that would be much larger, but something that is very tightly focused on serving this neighborhood, these neighborhoods, and the folks who live and participate right here in Los Altos. Really resonated a lot with respondents. So good news there. That in some ways proves out what Gary and Vicky's thesis was coming into it. Something that serves our community in these ways really did bear out in what we found in the survey, which was a good thing. We then took all of that input, we interviewed people, those themes that we've reported on, and we worked with Gary extensively to understand his current programs, the level of activity they are, and how that growth might incrementally develop with more space, with more and better space, and how that would work. We mapped out in great detail how all these things could fit into a building, and find that it would be a very busy place with classes, rehearsals, performances, community events, and rentals, many of them able to happen simultaneously. So we did work with Schuler Shook, a theater designer, to plot that out to make sure that a building would be able to have simultaneous use, because there's a lot of demand on the space to keep it busy. So there you see 725 activities annually with all these great things happening. Gary and Vicki are very determined to carve out dedicated space for young people to participate and have an artistic home in this space, which we think is awesome, and I think the market is here to support that. Very busy. So what would a space be? We just, basically we took a spreadsheet of spaces in square feet that Schuler Shook theater designers did, and we made a little graphic for you and threw some pictures in here so you can see. But 160 seat theater, so growth in the auditorium for sure, but still a small theater space, an intimate theater space, if you will, but in a traditional design, but 160 seats. With the necessary back of house, we call it, support spaces to store things, build things, and have green rooms and dressing rooms for actors. You kind of have to have that. It needs to be, a lot of that needs to be on the same grade as the stage, on the same level as the stage, so you can roll things easily on back and forth, including actors. We have a nice lobby that would really serve as a public gathering space. I think the vision is this building will be busy enough with its own programs that a front of house lobby can be open and invite community in to gather and hang out in that space at many times of day and evening. And then of course this idea of a dedicated youth lounge, rehearsal spaces and teaching spaces that can work interchangeably and simultaneously, and then necessary offices, and there's never enough storage. Gary will run out of storage on day one, without a doubt. All of that totals up to about 23,000 square feet. It requires a site no less than 13,000 square feet to fit that on, because so many things have to be on the same level. You can stack certain things, but some things you can't. But we need about a 13,000 square foot footprint to build that on. The cost analysis from Schuler and Shook puts the order of magnitude cost about $1,000 a foot project cost. So that's around a $25 million project if we round. And as Vicki noted at the top, the assumption now, whether you like it, you don't have to like it, but we assumed going in that this would ultimately be a city-owned building and operated by the stage company, and fully operated by the stage company. And we'll talk about that next. To help us frame the operating forecast, we looked at a number of comparable theaters, small theaters that are operated by producing theater companies, which is what the Los Altos Stage Company is. This helped shape some of our economic assumptions and make sure we're grounded in reality when it comes to per square foot heating, cooling, insuring costs, and things like that, but also how much contributed revenue we might expect to have and what that ratio of earned to contributed revenue would be. The average of the 7 comparable theaters on that earned and contributed revenue is about 50-50, which really comports with the national standards of what that is. So that means roughly half of the money comes from ticket sales, camp and class tuitions, concessions, rents, and the other half from donors, members, grants, foundation support, all kinds of kind of given support, if you will, make up that contributed revenue stream. We've not been able to do a detailed stack of what the stage company's contributed revenue would be. We're not that far, and those things change rapidly year to year, but we know we'll need to do more of it. And a capital campaign can actually help to lift the stage company's ability to steward and maintain that kind of contributed support. So that happens to be a way of lifting. So we did plot this out a bit and did some forecasting. This is not a budget. This is a financial forecast. There's a whole big spreadsheet that goes with goes with this to kind of say how it grows from here, because it doesn't happen all at once. Certainly you can see in the pre-opening in year 1 there's a big bump up. There's new revenue that can come because we have a building that has rentable space. So we actually have some new revenue streams that are created by the building itself. That helps bump our budget up. Our capital campaign is concluded at that point, so our contributor revenue, if we steward our donors right, our contributor revenue can maintain the operation of this building, growing all the way up to about a $1.6 million budget. I would note, after the base year, it doesn't just keep growing at that trajectory. After the base year, it kind of levels off and normalizes after base. It would grow with cost of living and inflation and those things, and then 10 years later, there'll be a new idea to do some new things, and you'll have to do another capital campaign and do more things later. But for now, this is where we think it's going to land, about $1.5 million operating budget. Most of that is the stage company's programs and revenue. So to summarize, these are my check marks. The stage company is on a firm foundation. They're a strong, healthy company as they go. The market conditions are great for growth of contributed and earned revenue and participation. And we believe the community is supportive generally of this notion of a better and slightly larger facility to support neighborhood and Los Altos serving theater programs with a strong emphasis on young people. So we devised a building that is very active and busy, that would have 20,000 attendances per year there, 160 seats. We believe the best structure would likely be a city-owned but stage company-operated building. It does fit on the Parking Plaza 2 site. It does not fit on the current bus barn site as we know it. And it is something that supports what is described in the Downtown Vision document. I'll just touch on too, the economic impact of these facilities can be very positive, particularly on the neighboring businesses can see some lift here. So we think that a new building will bring more growth to the stage company. There'll be growth of sales, growth of attendance that translates into more people in restaurants and feet on streets, I think we call it. And that economic impact on your downtown, if you decide to locate it there, could be quite positive, to have more variety of things for people to do downtown and more reasons to get out of their house and spend some money downtown on other businesses. So where do we go from here? Well, we follow the Yellow Brick Road, of course. There's a couple critical things to talk about. One is about the preferred development approach for a project like this. Where to do it, how to do it all alone as a standalone project, integrate it with a housing and mixed use project. All of that certainly can be on the table. We now know what the stage company needs. We need 23,000 square feet of whatever, however that fits into any project like that. But what that other project might be needs to be explored by folks who know about those things. and would have some stake in that too. But certainly there's an open hand here for partnership in a mixed-use development if that's a preferred approach by the city. Once that is defined, then the stage company really has what they need to go do an effective feasibility study for a capital campaign, a campaign feasibility study. The more definition we have about the project, the better result they're going to get when they go sit down and talk with donors about interest and ability to support a project like this. It would be difficult. We have part of the answer now. We need 23,000 square feet. It's going to operate thus and so. But where is it going to be? Is it standalone or mixed use? What is the city's role in that? Are all things that are on the table to discuss, which would be good to know before they go out and do the next piece of a capital fundraising analysis. And I need a sip of water, so that's a good place for me to stop, and I can go back to any slide you like.
Is that, that's your presentation?
That
Now
concludes
you're
our
available
presentation,
For questions, okay. My colleagues, do any of you want to ask some questions?
I have a bunch of questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm one of the council members that did not meet with the group, so I just want to be clear about that. So you did allude to the importance of numbers. So tell me, how did you derive to the annual attendance of 20,500?
Good question. We looked at both attendance in classes. So we mapped out all of the classes that they would offer for young people. And then we looked at the production schedule that Gary would have of all the productions and looked at both their historic attendance and how that might grow a little bit in a new building and tried to normalize that. So we've looked at about a 80% capacity sold as the number that we've used to peg that. We've not assumed that every performance is sold out. We've not assumed every performance is in need either, but we've used an 80%. It's a little high, but it's a small capacity room. So we think 80% is reasonable, given whatever 80% is of 160. I can't remember off the top of my head. But we try to be pretty conservative when it comes to attendance, because attendance revenue is very attached to that, and we don't want to overstate their revenue and be too pie in the sky and be too kind of rosy about that. There are some years that they'll do better than that. There'll be some years where they'll do about that or a little worse too, but we try to put it optimistic but conservative.
So I asked about the numbers as well and how you came to that, because this would help me understand, why wasn't the Mountain View Performing Arts, why were they absent from this analysis, and Sunnyvale Performing Arts? Because I looked at their attendance and their numbers have declined as well, so that's why I needed to understand that. So can you help me understand why neighboring performing arts programs were absent from this analysis?
Sure. They were part of an inventory of basically competitive spaces that we did, so they were included in that way. They were not thought to be users of this space, so we didn't talk to them in that way. We documented them. We know generally what their programming has been historically. Oh, do you mean the size of their spaces?
And numbers, and it was, yes, the size of their spaces and numbers as well.
Yeah, so those spaces are pretty tailored for what those programs are.
Okay.
Mountain View was built entirely by the city, funded by the city, staffed by the city. It's a very, very different operating model than what this is being contemplated. That is a city-operated building with resident companies who rent it, basically, and so the health of their attendance is really the health of those resident companies, which is why on this analysis we start with the health of this user, this key user, to see what their trajectory has been.
Thank you, and health is very important. So Can you tell me why your proposal doesn't address the plan for contingencies when and if there is a shortfall?
That's a level of detailed planning that would come down the road, certainly, about any contingency and a shortfall. Right now, the contingency would be they have to raise or earn more money. The point of the study was really to forecast what would a normalized year of operations look like for this company, so that they can prepare now to sustain that level of growth.
So we're looking at the feasibility of such a program to utilize our city land. What is your business plan to quadruple your income to support the new theater? You did talk about like the numbers and programs, but I still don't understand the need or a clear understanding of how we're going to get that 1.7 million to keep it sustained. Because if it's going to require the city to subsidize the programs, we need to understand that.
Sure. You want to speak to that, or I can try too.
I mean, the business model is projected primarily on, as we talked about, on a 50-50 earned and contributed. The contributed income is projected at an 80% of 160 attendance. Prior to the pandemic, we were at an 85% average attendance with a growth of the theater itself. We are anticipating as the new amenities and the new space and the new engagement around the youth, that slight increase from the 100 to 160 will be able to be possible. That also with the classes, the earned income number is all within those. The contributed income is the number that's going to be looked at for increasing to the other 50%. After we'll be able to do the capital campaign analysis, we'll have a better idea of what the community's interest and capacity is for sustaining the capital campaign. And across nationally, capital campaigns then convert individual donors from capital campaigns as well as foundation donors from capital campaigns then into operating donors for the upkeep of the building. So when we do the capital campaign analysis, we'll have a better idea about the capital campaign viability and the contributed viability going forward with the building.
So thank you for mentioning that. So what is the backup plan to cover any shortfall for the community-wide capital campaign? And what is the project time frame to raise that money?
We won't know that until we do the capital campaign analysis. That's the primary questions that will come out of the capital campaign analysis.
So how many retail and corporate donors do you have lined up to support this?
The capital campaign analysis.
So everything will be hinged on this capital campaign analysis, you're saying?
That's what a capital campaign analysis is.
Okay, so that's what I thought the feasibility study would also provide.
We can't do a feasibility study until we actually know where the building is, how the building is going to function, as
Wait,
well as the
you said
standalone.
you can't do a feasibility study,
We
but
can't do
that's
a capital campaign analysis.
Okay, because
until
I thought
actually-
that's what we were getting here, a feasibility study.
But you can't ask a donor whether or not they're going to give money to a building if you don't know where the building is. And since this is a question for the city to address where the building is, once we have that answer and the commitment from the city moving forward, then we can go out and ask the funding community. But if we ask them a vague question, we'll get a vague answer, and we won't be able to provide
So
level.
let me see if I can move, it's a layered, it's a step-by-step and layered approach is what they're saying, so.
I understand that. So why would you not want to expand on the current bus barn location?
So the location, I mean, that is certainly something the council could take up, and I think the team here is happy to explore that. What we know from the result of this study is that the current footprint that we believe is available there without taking over soccer fields does not support the footprint of the building. But if that wants to change, or if staff are directed to look at that site, I think that is possible.
Point of order, please.
Yes, Councilman.
My if I speak really loud, maybe another mic will pick me up. My understanding was the decision to move forward with a parking plaza was already taken, and that's why we have the MOU. So to ask questions about doing an analysis of the current space, to me, seems like it's not top.
Well, we're all supposed to get a feasibility study and to better understand this. So to understand if that site is the best site for it will be also a clear understanding, and without asking the questions, we won't get the
Okay,
determination. And
wait, so let me just say, as a study session, I think it's okay to ask it, but I think we've belabored the question, so you asked it.
I asked
That's
it,
up
yeah,
to
and I was just
council.
gonna move
Yeah,
on.
okay,
Thank
good.
you.
That's
And I
perfect.
still have
Perfect.
questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my next question is for the city manager. Aren't we short-staffed, city manager, and what projects would be delayed should any actions, if we were to take action to move forward on this? I'd like to better understand that because that helps me to understand what this will affect.
So Councilmember Liang, I think we would need to understand the proposed project a little bit better. Anything that required staff time or resources would be in the coming year budget, and council would have to prioritize that. So I'd say it'd be premature at this point to say which specific projects would be delayed. I would say if it's a council priority, then that is what staff would be working on, but it would be determined as part of the budget process.
Okay, and then thank you for answering that. And then my question back to you is, so you talked about time and resources. What is the plan to attract the entertainment dollars that are currently being spent in cities like Mountain View, Sunnyvale, performing arts centers, and to have them spent here in Los Altos?
Good question. The scale, I first want to point to the scale of this operation is to be local serving, and local meaning primarily Los Altos. The stage company already has a patron base that is heavily centered here, but it also includes patrons from some of the surrounding zip codes. So we certainly believe that those patrons will continue to come here, especially to an improved facility, and that there's plenty of entertainment dollars to go around without really negatively impacting anybody.
Okay, thank you for answering these questions. And then another question I would have is, you talked about the facilities being used multi-purpose. So will the stage be a permanent fixture, or will it be something that is easily, flexibly be taken down to allow for more flexible usage of the facility?
Oh, good question. There will be a number of flexible items and components about this space that we've talked a lot about and would still be yet to be unpacked in a real design process. But certainly a stage with a lot of capability to move scenery and pieces up and down and out of the way so that stage can be used in different ways. We have not contemplated taking the stage completely out. It will be a fixed item, but with a lot of flexible components to it. So you could do dance, music, film, certainly a lot of theater, lecture, council meetings, whatever needs to happen on that stage can be made to happen that fits on that size. But it's a good size stage for production and a multitude of events. It's also sized to allow for things to drop in front of a set. If the stage company has a set back there, you can drop a curtain or a screen in front of it and still have some room for a music ensemble or a lecture or whatever, what have you, so that it can be used all the time.
I'm going to stop you there. I think we're getting into a level of detail that doesn't actually
Okay,
aid
thank you for
our
answering
discussion.
all my questions.
Yes.
My pleasure.
Did you have more? Because
No, it's
questions,
okay.
it's okay. So
I'll
let me,
save it for my comments.
no. Oh, yes, we'll have to, we'll get to comments. I want to give a little context because I maybe should have done that up front. So what's being presented to us is the feasibility study, not the campaign feasibility study, but the feasibility of what a new theater would look like for our existing stage company with some growth projections. So what they're hoping to get, and I believe, and staff, I'm going to ask you for clarification, is what the direction that will come out of this study session is not about, okay, the city's going to pay for a theater. That's not what we're here to do tonight. We're here to flesh out an option that can go into a campaign feasibility study if council supports that, and then what staff needs to work with and to understand how they might resource it so they can tell us what that looks like in the budget process. So it's again, it's a step-by-step approach, and if a campaign feasibility study is done and they come back to us and they present those results, we can still say, no way. So it's staged information gathering because you can't do it all at once without developing the information they developed in this first study to inform the second study. So we're really trying to answer questions to help staff, if we give them direction, to understand what option we want them to explore and what staff resources they'll need to do in order for these folks to go and say, okay, how much money do we need to raise? So there's the context. I should have provided that. Which of my colleagues, staff, do you want to add anything to that before we move to further council questions?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Uh-oh.
I wonder if it's this side. It's okay. I think you're
Okay.
okay.
Okay, before I ask my questions, I do want to disclose that at their request, I met with representatives of the theater group and their consultant. Met with them for about an hour or so. The information that was presented is nothing different than what we've seen at the presentation to the public today, and the ex-parte meeting that I had with them has not in any way influenced, I think, where I'm going to go during these deliberations. I would like to follow up, Mayor, actually on your comment. So would you mind putting up the last slide that you had in your presentation?
No problem.
And while you're pulling that up, we might as well do ex parte and make use of the, so actually, Councilmember and I both met, we're invited to have a discussion, same that the Vice Mayor said applies. Councilmember Liang already said she didn't, and Councilmember Daly, do you have a disclosure?
I do. I met with the consultant and with the working group, and prior to my election, I was part of the working group.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. City staff, in looking at the questions of where we go from here, my understanding with respect to number one is assuming that the council wants to move forward with a capital fundraising analysis, you could have a standalone theater or a theater that is part of a mixed-use project. Assuming that those two choices are the most logical choices that we're looking at, are you asking the council to say we want to look at one or the other, or are you looking for council to say, take a look at both of these?
I think the preference would be if council can come to a direction tonight on a project, that would be helpful. The idea of trying to look at both simultaneously, I think would be difficult. We could, of course, look at one, and as information comes back, council could decide they no longer want to go down that road, and then we could pivot. But for staff tonight, making that determination would be helpful.
Thank you. And if the council decided to move forward with one of those choices, do you have an estimate of how much it would cost the city in terms of dollars to work with the stage company on a capital fundraising analysis?
So I think, Vice Mayor, in cost of dollars, I think it would be easier for us to estimate the standalone theater, because I think that would be a financial request. If it was mixed-use theater, I think that would probably be less financially, but more intensive on staff time. So from a resource standpoint, they would both be intensive, but I think defining a standalone theater as a financial request would be easier for us to do tonight. I would defer to the theater, but I think in earlier conversations we thought a $50,000 contribution to a capital campaign analysis would be sufficient.
Thank you.
Clarifying question in addition to that question, Mayor?
Let me see if the Vice Mayor wants to give you that chance, because it is his question. It is his question time now. Vice Mayor, did you want to allow a clarifying question?
Clarify away.
So, City Manager, you're saying 50,000 does that include all the staff time as well as needed, or please clarify that 50,000?
So, Councilmember Liang, no, I think either option will require staff time and resources. I think the specific question of what a financial contribution would look like, we can determine At this point, for a standalone theater, we wouldn't be able to determine the financial component for a mixed-use theater. We do know that the staff time would be more in-depth on that option.
So when we say 50,000, that's not a financial contribution. It'll be in totality, finance as well as staff time will equate to more.
I apologize, Councilmember Lang. I don't think so. I think it would be $50,000 financial contribution for a standalone theater, and that is exclusive of staff time, which would also be necessary.
All right, so the Vice Mayor has another request for clarification, or do you want to hold it, Councilmember?
Vice Mayor?
No.
Okay.
During your presentation, or during the questions that Councilmember Lee Eng was asking, at one point you said you didn't have the resources or the information necessary to go forward with a feasibility study. I think you meant capital campaign analysis. So you've already done the feasibility study to which the city has contributed.
Right.
Just wanted to clear that up. Okay, and then at the end of the slides that were not presented today live, but that was presented to the community online, there's reference to a number of appendices. Are those appendices available to view by the public?
You get that one.
We've consulted with the city staff, and this material was paid for by the Los Altos Stage Company. We gathered grants from Packard Foundation and individuals, and but the material belongs to us, and I think that would be a decision of the theater board before I would agree that they should become public documents. If there's a specific question about something in the appendix that someone wants to know, I'd be happy to look it up and find an answer for someone, but just publicly posting the entire, all those appendices, I forget how many pages.
Many.
I think I need the approval of my board before I would want to take action on making that available, but I'd be happy to respond to a specific question about it, about an item.
Okay, I think you've got the answer to that at least twice. So, wait a minute, council member is still the vice mayor's floor. Do you have a clarification? Oh, you're done?
I'm done.
Just
All
a
right,
clarification.
go ahead. You can clarify.
I believe the appendices are 25 pages and they're part of the packet, because I have them and I printed them off the public link.
Well, I don't think that, anyway, okay. Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you. I will remember this, Vice Mayor. So let me start off by thanking the presenters. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. Thanks for your presentation. I appreciate the Vice Mayor clarifying that a feasibility study was done and the areas that were covered. Obviously, it wasn't a comprehensive feasibility study, but it covered certain areas, correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
Thank you.
that is correct. It is really a market feasibility study. There are other flavors like fundraising, but I think we're calling that a capital fundraising analysis to try to clear the air.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, and I may jump around. I will start with the contributed revenue versus the earned revenue, and the projection you have over that 5-year period. What is that based on? Is it based on what we currently see at Bus Barn, or is it based on the comparisons you made to comparable theaters?
Oh, that's a good question. A bit of both. We sort of start with activity, like what is the activity going to be in here and what are the revenue streams? That's where the market data helps us understand how much you can expect to charge for ticket prices and class tuitions and all of those things. The comparables also help us inform those bits of revenue. Then we worked pretty closely with Gary to understand what does it take to deliver those programs in terms of cost, number of people. We looked at per square foot costs for the building. So you pile up the costs and you see how much of that cost is recovered through the earned revenue. And there will be a gap, and that's where we've pegged the gap. Will just be that way. to however you think about it. Once you know you're going to need to raise money, you then have to have some staff to go raise that money. So
Right.
your cost goes up, and that becomes another kind of line of business, essentially, as a contributed revenue line of business that will have to be more developed by this organization to be successful in this building.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then looking at you don't have to go to the slides, but the proposed 23,000 plus square footage layout that you have for the current design, do you have the breakdown for each of those rooms of the 160-seat theater versus the lounge area? Do you have that breakdown of those different rooms?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay.
Both in terms of net square feet and gross square feet and all
Oh,
of
no,
the
you're getting
like.
complicated.
Yeah, okay.
And you know, we'll have a discussion later. Depending on where we go, there may be support to say, do we really need all of that? Should we just have a theater and a lounge, for example? Or I wrote it down, I think you called it the back of house support space.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard that term before. So that would be very helpful if you have that information, especially as we get to the discussion. I would appreciate seeing that breakdown from the 23,400 for each room.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it is in the kind of the full report, and I think that might be the 25 pages you're thinking
And
of.
I don't need to,
Yeah, but there's a piece, we have it, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then for the actual lot that this theater would sit on, obviously the square footage that you're projecting is much smaller than the total square footage. Can you talk more about what the design therefore would look like? How many floors, because it's sitting on the minimum of 13, but it's really projected to be 23,000.
Yeah, so good question. There are things that can stack on a second floor, so it doesn't take more footprint to build on. Offices, some storage. There's some technical spaces for lighting control and sound control that just go up. Depending on the actual design of the house, if you're getting to an upper level of seating, if it might be a small mezzanine or something, and so that all of that can go up, which helps reduce the size of footprint you need to build on. We try to be pretty aggressive to kind of say, let's stack what we can reasonably stack. But again, as I noted, there's a lot of things that want to be on the same level. Lobby, to your seat, to the stage, to the backstage, all want to be on the same plane to make access and operations efficient. And when they're not efficient, that ends up costing more on the operating side, and you just want to avoid that. So that's kind of how we did it. If there is what's called a fly tower to move scenery up and off the stage, to make that stage highly flexible, that piece can stick up, what did we say, 50, 60 feet, depending on how it's designed. But we've done a building program, not a design, and so that is all downstream. If it were going to be part of a mixed-use development, your fly tower might look a lot different than if it were standalone.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I'm using nerdy theater speak.
No, we don't
Yes.
have a lot of time,
Yes.
actually.
And
So,
two more
yes,
questions.
Go ahead, please.
Do you have an estimate? I understand council has to give direction, and we have to have a more defined project before you can move forward with your capital fundraising campaign. But do you have an estimate of how long such campaigns, based on your experience, a range, 6 months to a year to 2 years, how long these campaigns may take?
The analysis or the campaign?
The campaign, the fundraising.
So
go ahead.
The analysis itself will be kind of, you could call it a pre-campaign.
Okay.
And they overlap with one another. So in the analysis itself, you are surveying the people who ultimately will be the people that you are finalizing the asks. So the capital campaign analysis takes about 12 months to do, give or take. That then will give you a kind of go or no-go with the current number. From there, you should be having an understanding of, yes, 23 million can be raised, and here's where it potentially could be raised from. Then you kick into the capital campaign itself, and you go back to the people that you said, if we do this, would you? Now you go back and say, okay, we are. Can you pledge right now?
And that's an additional,
That
depends.
campaign itself, there's an overlap traditionally with these projects as far as where you're going to get to at the point at which you can have a go with project, at a point where you can hire engineers and architects and move forward, and that's typically about 80% of the pledged amount of the campaign. About typically, nationally, 80% of these campaigns come from the major gifts, and about 20% come from the broader community. That 80% typically happens in the first parts of it. So within the first kind of 6 to 12 months of a campaign, those major ones are locked. The 20% is the one that takes the longest time. The $1,000 gifts, the $5,000 gifts, bundling those together will take. But you can have a good understanding of going forward with the project at the 80% and then stretch that over time and even overlap that with the opening of the building.
Great, thanks, Gary. And then my last question, just touching on the 23 million. Is that total solely construction cost? Could you give a quick breakdown of what that $23 million is?
Hard costs, soft costs, it's kind of project cost. Let's see, what doesn't it include? It doesn't include campaign costs. It doesn't include land acquisition or whatever's under the land stuff. So there's some other things there that would be added onto that, but it's kind of it's pretty close to an all-in number.
Interior, accoutrements, hard, soft costs, everything.
Fixtures,
okay.
furniture, equipment,
okay.
all of that stuff. Paint, carpet,
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Daley.
Oh, one quick clarification. I think I was mistaken about the appendices. What I have in my packet are some cover sheets that say appendices and then some other backup material. So I apologize for being mistaken in that regard. My quick question is, where do you come up with the $1,000 per square foot as your metric or your cost?
Sure, yeah, that breakdown. So our partners on this are Schuler and Shook theater planners. They work on theaters all across the country and certainly a lot in the Bay Area. So they source data from all of their Bay Area theater projects over the last 15, 16 years, updated them for current dollar values. That got us pretty close to $1,000 a foot. Then, because you had recently completed your community center, we could get that number, which was, I think, above $1,000 a foot. We didn't want to use the lowest number that we could from Bay Area theater construction, so we pegged it at about 1,000. That is an order of magnitude number. So as anyone who's doing construction work knows, once you get down into exact numbers, it's about timing as much as anything.
Okay, I'm just going to ask one quick question. So you're at 100 very old seats now in Bus Barn, and you're hoping for 160 new seats in a theater. So what does, surely you have a range, at least internally in your minds. 120 seats is probably not enough. What's your minimum? 140 seats, or just 160 is it? So 160, you've said that about all the questions, Bill. So 160, are we talking 140? Or, just out of curiosity, or it is 160?
I think it's less about the stage company can produce at 100 seats, it could produce at 300 seats. Mm-hmm. It's really about the community access, at what number is appropriate for the community to participate in it with the new space, both on the youth theater side and engagement in that, and on the general public side. We anticipate right now being able to get to 80-85% average attendance in the Bus Barn. And you've been in the Bus Barn, right? Yes. In the amenities of the Bus Barn. The Bus Barn's great, and it's been great for the community. But as far as amenities for the community, they aren't there. It doesn't have a lobby. It's not exciting. So it's really about community access to that.
Yeah.
Go back to we build a building that more of the community wants to access, but we don't really provide the flexibility for more of the community access. Then I think we're creating a project that will be under-resourced as far as the number used. That's why 160 also is not used. I'm sorry.
Right.
That isn't used within the community. There are spaces that are larger. There are spaces that are smaller. This is a space that's not currently
And
occupied.
Bus Barn is 13,000 square foot footprint is about a third of an acre. Bus Barn is probably not even a quarter? Is it a quarter of an acre? No, it's not very big.
tiny.
Okay, that's enough of my questions then. Thank you for your, and staff, okay, by the way, public, I got some speaker cards here, and if you're gonna speak online, please raise your hands while I ask. So staff, do you have any clarifications you wanna make on what you've heard so far before
No,
we go
ma'am.
to public comment? No. Okay, city attorney, did you have any clarification? No, everyone's good. So we're gonna move to public comment. And we're going to run out of time quickly, I think. So I'm going to, we'll give 2 minutes, and please, if you don't need to take 2 minutes, don't go. So I'm going to call for public comment here in chambers first. We're going to start with Terry Couture, Teresa Morris, and then Scott Hunter. So Ms. Couture.
And where's the timer?
And the timer is 2 minutes, and the city clerk is pulling that up. There we go.
I won't need 2 minutes. I'm speaking for myself and my husband and people who are afraid to speak, and not as a city commissioner for the Arts Commission. Dear City Council, regarding the theater proposal, our City Council should safeguard our finances for the core operations to keep our city safe and viable. The city is in dire need of many capital improvements and repairs. We also have financial obligations that must be paid and must be taken in priority over any entertainment investments with our taxpayer dollars and resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Couture. All right, great. Ms. Morris, let me just say Scott Hunter and then Mark Rogie. So go ahead, Ms.
Good
Morris.
evening. It's lovely to see all of you in person. It's been a while. I really want to support a theater in Los Altos. I simply cannot. This is even after meeting with King Lear and hearing the pitch about why we need a theater. I have a number of reasons why I can't support it. However, if there were private funds and private lands donated to put the theater on and fund the theater, I'd be all for it, and I would attend it and be very happy to have a theater in Los Altos. But to have taxpayers pay for it and to give a parking lot away, I have issues with it. Some of the issues are that we are in a housing crunch. We are responsible as a city to come up with housing. Taking a parking lot and putting a theater on it is irresponsible, in my opinion. It can open our city up to lawsuits, and that's a grave concern for me, and I would imagine for other residents. It seems to me before doing the next step in this of deciding which piece of land to work with, that we ought to be doing research, an actual scientific study where we find out whether or not the residents want a theater, and it needs to be an unbiased study, again, scientifically done. If you look at the downtown visioning survey, only 20% of residents that responded were in desire of a live theater. That's a very small amount of respondents wanting to have a live theater, so I have concerns about that. Oh, before I forget, I am a Park and Rec Commissioner. I'm not speaking as a Park and Rec Commissioner tonight. I would also add that other theaters are closing at rapid rates. So I would say that we need to be looking at that and making an adjustment to our thinking about whether a live theater would work within the city or not. Lastly, I have a text from someone who said that the question should be, why will the theater succeed while most others are struggling to survive? Projections are great, but they are a guess. They should do comparables. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, and council members. My name is Scott Hunter. My day job is as the Executive Director of the Los Altos Village Association, but full disclosure, I also moonlight as a member of the Board of Directors of this Los Altos Stage Company, as well as a member of the Downtown Theater Working Group. So based on the findings of the recent theater feasibility study, as well as the approved outline drawn up in the Downtown Vision Plan, a new downtown theater would enhance the economic and cultural activity of the area, leading new customers from around the Bay Area to discover the wonders of our downtown. But before we get there, we need to take the next steps needed to determine if it's economically feasible to privately fund the construction of the project. I encourage you to support the process of moving towards the Downtown Vision Plan and building a new live theater, and ask that you approve moving forward with a capital campaign analysis and approval of involvement of the city staff in the planning process, and well as provide guidance on whether that project is to be a standalone theater or the larger project you've discussed. In conclusion, a new theater in downtown would be a wonderful resource that would serve the downtown area and the wider Los Altos community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Rogi, and then Ms. Valadez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I love the stage company, not so much in love with the bus barn. It's not really up to snuff for the city. I read with interest the report because I too wanted to know, can we really do this? Can we support a larger theater? Would it fit in a downtown location? And apparently, yes, all the demographics and everything show that we can in fact support a larger theater, and we need one. And the question about whether it should be downtown, the downtown plan thought it would revitalize downtown and be supportive of downtown. But now the question is would the downtown be good for the theater? And that turns out to also be yes. So far, so good. All the existing and all the new residences downtown and offices downtown can just walk right to the theater. You get to park once, dine, shop, and go to theater. It's ideal. So it fits in the downtown. And what makes a city great? And I've always looked at this as a former city engineer. A great downtown, beautiful parks, library, public art, and performing arts. And of course the people. And the performing arts bring the people together. Will everyone attend the theater? Well, not necessarily, but that is not requisite for a theater to be successful. We already know that the community supports the theater. The Los Altos Stage Company has provided wonderful opportunities for young and old in a makeshift headquarters that's the bus barn, lacking in many respects, including indoor plumbing. Now the question is does Los Altos deserve indoor plumbing? Well, I think so. I think they deserve a new theater with indoor plumbing and normally appropriate accoutrements, and they deserve the properly sized and appointed theater. Just imagine what we can all share when the Youth Theater and the Los Altos Stage Company have a modest but appropriate theater downtown. We have the proven resources, and we need to let them have the appropriate foundation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Valadez.
Hello, I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I'm speaking as a member of the public, and sorry I still have Kathleen Turner voice. I have more questions right now than I do commentary. I'm a theater lover, opera lover, film lover. So that's not an issue for me. I believe that a theater should meet the needs of a significant demographic in your city. It doesn't have to meet the needs of everybody. One of my questions in the survey that was conducted was, it was curious to me that price elasticity of tickets was not explored. For me personally, as I head towards retirement, in fact, as my wife heads towards retirement, we become a no-income family. The cost of the ticket might influence my willingness to go here versus spending more and going to a larger theater. So that's a curiosity for me. Also, as we build the buildings, should we do it? The modularity of the building, the mixed use of the building, the flexibility of the building, and its nesting within an urban plan around it is very critical to me. I don't want piecemeal development in our downtown. I believe a parking structure should be under it. I believe that it should be equivalent in functionality and capability to not only be a live theater, but to be a film house where we can show art films, because it increases your demographics, it expands your market capability. And yeah, that might even make it a little bit more expensive, but I think it would return in terms of expanding your market share. So I do have a lot of questions, but I'm not in favor at this time. I just want to see that a very comprehensive process is followed. I do, in finality, believe that you can spend money strategically today for things that aren't going to happen for quite a while. You shouldn't only spend them when they're urgently needed. But it is true that we have some very urgent needs in our community right now that we need to spend money on. So it's a balance, and that's your job, not my job. So I appreciate for the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. All right, we're going to go to the online speakers.
Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening. This is Roberta. So the city told the community that it wasn't going to cost us any money, and then turned around and gave the bus barn or the stage company $38,000. Now they're coming and saying they want $50,000, and I object to that strongly. I want you to know that I am a big supporter of the arts. I have my master's in art education, but I cannot support this process and giving money, more money and more money and more money in phases to the Los Altos Stage Company. The downtown visioning goal was to get more feet on the street, and we're going to have more feet on the street. We've accomplished that with our arena numbers and all the buildings that are going up on First Street, et cetera, et cetera. So, and then of course, the big question of parking. Are you going to come to us and ask us to pay for a parking garage or underground parking? There's a lot of creep that seems to be happening here, and I think you should stop this now. If the Los Altos Stage Company can raise the funds and they can find land to put it on, fine. But don't come to the residents. Many of them, at least 25% or so, are on fixed incomes. You say you want to have a diverse community, you want to have affordable housing, and we are short-staffed. We know we're short-staffed to spend staff time on this and not spend it on a housing element or on Grant Park, which is in desperate need, or putting in the EOC, which is important. There's so many projects that are waiting for you to approve. Please do not move forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Joe Beninado.
And this is the last public speaker. Okay, thank you.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thanks for the time. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. I've noticed over the last few years the energy downtown during events that LAVA and other organizations have with First Fridays or the beer stroll or the bubbly stroll. It's such a welcome relief after a couple of years of COVID. And I think putting a theater downtown could help to perpetuate that feeling on days other than, when Scott and company are able to organize an event. I know for our family, we make a point to try and attend many of the events, whether it's the farmer's market or other things, and we will more frequently go to restaurants or shops on those evenings. And so I really would love to see it. I share the concerns, the fiscal concerns raised by a number of members of the public, and I would love to see, a project that is largely donor focused as opposed to money coming from the city, especially, if given the choice between, police and fire facilities that are not substandard, I would certainly, support those first. But I don't see why we can't try and, take another step in poker terms, see another card, and find out if this is economically feasible. We've seen with the Guild in Menlo Park and the Los Gatos Theater, successful, private entities coming in and refurbishing or starting programs. And we've had amazing artists, from Jerry Garcia groups to the Chainsmokers recently at the Guild. Would love to see some of that coming our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to council. I think the main ask for us in terms of direction is, can we pick one option tonight? And if not, what do we need in order to pick one option for staff to study? And then I need to ask the theater group, I did not hear you ask us for money. Are you asking us for money?
Not without a microphone. Our intention is to standalone theater, our intention is to go out to the funding community and raise money to do a capital campaign analysis.
Right, so you're not asking for $50,000, $20,000, whatever, for that capital.
We're not
Okay.
asking for resources.
So what you need tonight, as I understand it, is if we support looking at an option for staff to help flesh out for your capital campaign analysis, and if so, what that is, and if not, what we need in order to decide between the options. So I will open that up to which colleague would like to go first. Yes, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And I'm glad you had you asked that clarifying question. Mayor, it was on my list. So I do want to start off by saying, we already have a city-owned theater building on city land. This is not something that doesn't exist today. That's being proposed. It's improving on it and putting it in a different location. So I want to make sure that for those who don't know that they're fully aware that the Bus Barn Theater is a city-owned building and it's sitting on city-owned land. Mayor, I know we don't have a lot of time. I have so much to say, but I know we need to give direction to staff, and I'll look to our city attorney after I'm finished with my comments to respond to my question on how we move forward with the legal piece of this, because I know there's a legal piece when we think of the Surplus Lands Act and how this may be impacted. So between the standalone theater, Mayor, and the mixed use, I am definitely more inclined to support the mixed use development for different reasons. One, as one or two members of the public already stated, we are in a housing crisis, and so to the extent that we can have a mixed use development where we combine a theater with a housing development, that would be my preference. I don't know if it's feasible. I don't know how we would proceed doing that under the law, and so I'd look to the city attorney to help us there. As a council and a community, we've also talked about having a parking structure. We've approved and we've had built on First Street a few different housing developments, and in our housing element update, we've identified 2 downtown plazas to also have affordable housing developments. And based on those projections, I know as a council we have talked about possibly having a parking structure. So when I envision this mixed use development with a theater, my preference would be to have the theater with housing and a parking structure, and then, why not have a park somewhere as part of that bigger development? And I don't know if Parking Plaza 2 would be big enough to accommodate that. So my direction would be to actually give staff some flexibility tonight, Mayor, so that they can figure out which plazas are best suited to accommodate these different features. With regards to the timeline, and I'm very specific in how I ask my questions because I wanted to understand what a capital fundraising campaign would look like, because currently the MOU that as a council we approved, I know that expires next year, and I want to make sure that we give staff and the theater group and the consultants sufficient time to, based on what and other members of the public have said, to get it right. And so I would also be open, Mayor, to having us extend the MOU for another year. I think that would give us some breathing room and time to actually see this project through fully. There are many reasons I will, based on the time, there are many reasons why I know that a theater would be wonderful for the community. We do have to be fiscally responsible. We have to make sure we're making the right decision and we're using our property, the city property, wisely. I have a long list here, Mayor, but I will stop. But that's my thinking. I am in favor of the mixed-use development.
I have.
And then the legal question. So if we circle
so
back.
You're writing down the
And I can
questions.
help frame it for the city
Okay.
attorney if
All right.
that helps.
Councilmember Liang. And then
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to register that I'm concerned regarding the direction we're taking today. We're talking about a $50,000 contribution of staff time being decided on during a study session. This is a study session where decisions such as this are not supposed to be made. Such decisions should be agendized and discussed at a council meeting. Mixed-use decision and parking was really not part of this study session. So I don't know where this is coming, but I know that we have to discuss it. Like Councilmember Flygor, I do have a lot of things I have to say, but I'm keeping it concise. We need to have a plan. As a city, we have a responsibility to look at every project that is being proposed for city land. We should spend time and money to commission other feasibility studies to see what other things could be built on that land that would benefit the city and community as a whole if we are committed to build something on that parking lot. We should not take the first proposal that comes before us, and we should do due diligence and look at what else could be better before we commit to something based on such a vague presentation. I feel that our job is to analyze the maximum benefit for the most people. This was stated as well by other community members. If we intend to give up our city land, and we are doing a disservice to the community if we proceed on an ad hoc basis. If our land is gone forever, we better be sure it is the right thing. We as council are trustees of our land. We can and must do better. We have other priorities that would be jeopardized if we moved in that direction. There is a lot of significant data that is not been included in the presentation tonight, and it makes me wonder what other information is being left out. We want to be sure we receive an objective study. I'm displeased with the critical information that is being left out, and therefore I felt the report was deficient. So I really believe that moving forward tonight on the decisions such as that we're making is very concerning, and it should be brought back at a council meeting and agendized for
Thank you. Thank
discussion.
you, council member. City attorney, did you want to address any of that, or should I just move on to other council?
No, when you come up with some sort of option, of course, I will review it under surplus land, because does it apply? Are there exemptions? It's more, as I has mentioned to some of you, it is a process statute, so we just need to figure out what we're going to process.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could
yes,
ask
go
one
ahead. Yes.
clarifying question from
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger's statement. So you had talked about a theater, a park, and housing. So when you say mixed use, you're talking about a simultaneous development, but not necessarily a theater with housing included? Or are you talking about a theater with housing included as such a mixed-use building, not a mixed-use development?
Thanks for that clarifying question, and I'll defer to the experts. I intended a mixed-use building where you'd have theater and housing as part of the same building.
So can I ask a clarifying question to the attorney?
Okay, go ahead.
If we were talking about mixed-use sites at the mixed-use building at the site, why was that not included in how we were posing the agenda?
I don't see anything wrong with this agenda. We were looking at a downtown theater, and that is very broad, and it could be a standalone theater and mixed use. And I want someone to correct about the 50,000, because I don't believe that was a request tonight either. So
that's what we already clarified. There is no request. So that was
no,
wrong.
it's staff time. I'm sorry, it's staff time.
Yes, but the city manager already clarified that was not. He said the 50,000 was exclusive, which means not including staff time. He didn't estimate staff time. The vice mayor wants to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we have one vote for a mixed-use building and one vote for stop it right now, I think. I'll make it a 1-1-1 tie. Like my colleagues, there's an awful lot that I wanted to talk about, but in the interest of brevity and the shortness of time, I'll get right to the chase. So by the end of the year, we need to put out an RFP for the construction of housing on one of our parking plazas. Now is the time, I think, to really look at everything that we're going to build over the next couple of years. So we have that housing development that is almost hopefully going to go up, assuming that we get favorable responses to the RFP. There's talk about a parking structure, and I think that a park can be incorporated with it. There are a lot of ways of doing it. So if we're going to be doing both of those, or if we're thinking of doing both of those, now is the time to also look at doing a theater at the same time. Let's do our planning the way one of the public commenters said. Let's do it all at once. This is the time to get that all done. I think we're at a point though where city staff really needs to be involved in the process if we're going to be trying to align or develop some kind of a synergy between a housing development and a parking structure / park and a theater. Staff really needs to jump in, and we need to staff needs to allocate the time that's necessary to make sure that the campaign contribution analysis is looking at options that make sense with everything else that we want to do downtown. I think that a standalone theater will be a better building for the community. I do share Council Member Flygor's desire to have as much housing as we can. But I think we're going to be getting a lot of housing, I believe, on that standalone on just one of the plazas, 7 or 8. So I'm comfortable with having staff look at just the standalone theater right now. I know that the stage company is optimistic about being able to raise the funds. I don't know if I'm quite as optimistic, but you know your market better than I do. Let's find out. The point of the feasibility study, and if we choose to go forward with it, the campaign contribution analysis is going to be to give the council and the community the information it knows to decide whether or not it's good policy to move forward with a theater downtown. A standalone theater, I think, is better for the community and ultimately will be a better facility for the city to have.
Councilmember Flagger, I think you have a clarification from some of the discussion. Did you say park? That's what...
Well, no, I won't go.
Okay.
But he invoked my name. I just wanted to clarify, Vice Mayor, and it follows up on the city manager's question about building versus development. One of the reasons why, and I can support either, but one of the reasons why I'm more inclined to support the mixed use, it's because there may be a financial benefit. And as you said, we hope that the stage company has a very, very successful campaign and they're able to raise the funds. But one of the benefits or the potential benefits of doing a mixed use with housing, depending on how we structure the RFP, and I know staff would work on that, we may be able to put together a package that includes some funding from the market rate developer for the theater. And that's another way to possibly fund or partially fund the construction of a theater. And so if you do a standalone theater, you would not get this potential benefit of funds from a market rate developer. The sites we've identified downtown for housing on the 2 plazas, those are for affordable housing, which we 100% all supported. This mixed use would be from market rate and the theater. That's one of the primary reasons why I support a mixed use theater housing building over a standalone. Thank you,
All
Mayor.
right, Councilmember Daley.
I support a single-use building. I sympathize with the interests expressed by Councilmember Flagger, but in my assessment of our current situation, which involved talking to people I know in the housing sector, affordable housing people, as well as looking at a comparable mixed-use facility that was recently built in Santa Cruz, which involves a public amenity. I believe it's either a dental or a medical clinic for low-income people in the community. I like the analogy of a Swiss Army knife. I keep one in my glove box because when you don't have a screwdriver or a corkscrew, it's great to have one. But you know what? It's not a very good corkscrew compared to a purpose-built corkscrew. And then from the funding perspective, supporters of the arts aren't necessarily in the same bubble on the Venn diagram for people who are housing advocates. And so I believe strongly that our capital campaign would suffer.
No, I think you're
112.
two.
No, I would like to
I do
clarify
believe-
my
Uh,
position.
Go ahead and clarify, please.
I think if I had better information on how this discussion was going, I would be able to give a better decision on how we were going to talk about parking and whether it would be mixed use. But if I knew that, I would have prepared different questions. And unfortunately, that's not what I was led to believe this study session was about.
The packet gives the mixed use option.
Yeah, the packet
Well,
does, and
it was
actually.
very vague.
Okay, and actually you have two council members supporting single use, so that's exactly what your understanding was. So, although I like the mixed use scenario, I think it's very complex. I do think the advantage of mixed use would be that it helps us probably leverage parking in some way or another. But I really think the most useful way to do the capital campaign would be to look at the standalone option, because presumably if a fallback were to be mixed use, it's going to be less attractive in a campaign scenario, I would guess. And so sort of the top. So imagine you get a number that says you can raise, I'm just going to say 15,000 for the point of being, 15 million. Sorry, 15 million, which is short of your 23, right? But 15 million, if you get that, may not even support mixed use if you were thinking of that. So I think we're going to get the best information if you just study the clean standalone option. I do think we're going to be doing a lot of work in the downtown. We're going to be addressing all the issues that all of us have brought up. But to me, I would support studying for the capital campaign analysis, studying a standalone. That doesn't mean we're going to improve it, because it can come and we can say, well, now we've studied all these developments downtown and a parking structure and whatever, and we just can't support a theater. We're asking for more information, which you go on risk doing all the work for capital campaign analysis, but that's how it is. I do support extending the MOU by a year, because I think that's probably prudent given the timelines. So I would support taking the standalone option forward, staff supporting that to some extent, and us extending the MOU by a year.
Can I have one clarification on
Yes,
that?
Vice Mayor.
But with respect to the
We should bring that back.
Okay. So we're not to, yes, that's a different agenda item is what you're telling us? Yes. All right, so.
Thank you, Mayor. And,
Yes.
and I also support, I know Vice Mayor brought it up about allocating the necessary staff resources to continue moving this forward. Can I clarify, and Mr. England, based on your experience, not necessarily here in Los Altos, but maybe in other cities, my suggestion of having the mixed-use building to take advantage of possibly funding towards the theater. Have you ever seen where it's not a building, it's the development, so they're not connected, but we're still able to leverage from a housing developer some funding for the theater?
Councilmember Flagger, yes, I think you could gain efficiencies depending on how you set out the project. Using the same people to build or design, or if the city's contributions for low-income housing are on the same site. I think there's a number of avenues we could explore.
Thank you.
So Mayor, we haven't really talked about what's going to happen about the parking, the needs, because we asked all these questions ahead of time, but we didn't get the answers needed. Shouldn't we even consider having a parking plaza and a theater together?
Well, there's a parking, we will consider parking. It's in our housing element that if we had to bring it forward, we're going to be looking at parking for that. So if we know we have to address it. So I don't think it's in the standalone option, it may look like we're not considering parking, but we are considering parking. We already know that, we've committed to that. So I don't have a concern about that. I mean, I have a concern that we have to figure it out, but I don't have a concern that we're not going to address it, because we are going to address it.
No, because we're talking about a site, right? So even if at that site, that current site, you want it at that site to be a shared parking
Well,
theater.
actually, so that's a good
So
point.
subterranean parking
that's-
as well.
No, I think that's a good point. So, city manager, as I understand it, this is a step-by-step. You're not gonna start a campaign analysis, until we've fleshed out something that you can wave in front of people, right? So, and
That's
they,
correct,
and
Mayor.
the city manager will bring that to us first, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
And there is, I think, when the discussion would happen, and then we know, so so again, it's coming back to us with proposals.
Then I want to make sure I'm clarifying it tonight. When you say we're going to come back for discussion, I don't want it at a study session and then it's going to be decided. I want it for council agenda discussion, and then the public really understands, they can come and weigh in on it.
But we're actually not deciding what everyone seems to think we're deciding. We're just deciding what they're going to study when they look to see if they can raise money. Which it doesn't tie our hands, and just like the MOU doesn't tie our hands. Councilmember Fliger, last comment, and we're gonna wrap up the study session.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, we're just giving staff direction tonight. Just for the city attorney to clarify, seeing that majority of council, and I do support the standalone theater as well, if that's the direction of council. If we were to move forward with the standalone theater concept, city attorney, as part of your research, I assume you would factor in how that interacts with the SLA for the city.
No, yeah, and, and it's also, standalone, and it would be, we'd look at those options.
You said no, but that no was a yes, right? Yes, you're going to factor in, right?
Yes, we will factor in
Okay.
standalone, but then again, we're going to have to look at other exemptions.
Yes, you will explore all of that. So I realize again, and our study sessions are very packed lately, so I think Councilmember Liang's point is a good one. We need to make sure we have enough time. But do you have clear direction? I think we actually.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes. Clearer than usual. Clear as mud. All right. So with that, we're going to adjourn the study session, and we're going to take about 5 minutes, and then we'll start the regular meeting. So my apologies to those who are here for the regular meeting, and thank you for all those and the presentation tonight. Appreciate it. ready, more or less? More or less? Okay. Okay, City Clerk, you're ready too?
Recording in progress.
Good evening. We're going to call to order the City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 9th. Excuse us, we're starting a little late. We had a previous study session and we ran just a little bit long. So, City Clerk, would you take the roll call, please?
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Here.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinberg? Here. Mayor Meadows?
Here. And we don't have a Girl Scout tonight, and I used to be a brownie, so I'm going to lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we had no closed session, so nothing to report out on that. And next is, I'm going to ask my colleagues, do we have any changes to the order of the agenda? Not referencing consent, but any other changes to the order of the agenda? Seeing no proposed changes, we'll move on to public comments on items not on the agenda. I don't have any speaker cards for items not on the agenda. City Clerk, do you see any online? And I haven't joined that meeting yet online, so I will let you. So since we have no speakers for items not on the agenda, we're going to close that item. So contrary to what it said on some versions of the agenda, the next two items are not public hearings, though we hope you do listen, but they are special items. And the first one, I couldn't find any youth to read this proclamation. I waited too long, but so I'm going to read that too. And this is going to recognize May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas we recognize May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, honoring the many significant contributions of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Island people who have enriched the history of our nation, our state, and of Los Altos. And whereas in 1992, Congress established May as Asian American and Pacific Islander, AAPI, Heritage Month to acknowledge two key milestones: the arrival of the nation's first Japanese immigrants in May of 1843, and Chinese workers' pivotal role in building the first transcontinental railroad, which was completed on May 10, 1869. And whereas in 2021, a presidential proclamation expanded the Heritage Month to include Native Hawaiians. And whereas we celebrate all those who are included within the AA and NHPI community, which is made up of culturally and linguistically diverse peoples, representing populations from many countries and islands. And whereas despite the immeasurable ways AA and NHPI people contribute to this country, we continue to see persistent racism, harassment, and hate crimes against these communities. And whereas we must confront past and present racism and fight for the safety and inclusion of our AA and NHPI friends and neighbors, and whereas we recognize and appreciate all the ways that AA and NHPI people enrich and strengthen our community. Now therefore I, Sally Meadows, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, and on behalf of the Los Altos City Council, do hereby proclaim 2023 to be Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you all for that. And moving on to the next special item, and I will introduce you to someone in regards to this now, but we are recognizing May as Affordable Housing Month. So let me read that proclamation. And this is smaller print than the other one, so if I look like I'm struggling, it's because I am. So, whereas each year thousands of Silicon Valley families and individuals struggle to find homes and to find an affordable home in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation. And whereas the affordable housing community, in collaboration with the City of Los Altos, concentrates efforts on the production, protection, and preservation of our supply of affordable housing options. And whereas Los Altos recognizes the ongoing need for new affordable housing development, preservation of existing affordable homes, and protection of its most vulnerable residents, and we make a long-term commitment to addressing the stability of our communities. And whereas the many organizations throughout Silicon Valley are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing to all members of the community, and are collaboratively working to bring the need for affordable housing to the forefront of discussion in our region. And whereas these organizations have partnered with local agencies and community members to organize Affordable Housing Month to encourage the sharing of best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide affordable housing. And whereas Affordable Housing Month encourages all citizens, legislators, and advocates to collaborate in finding viable, creative solutions to the current housing crisis by reviewing all housing policies and processes in order to meaningfully increase housing affordability throughout the city. So now therefore, the City of Los Altos hereby proclaims May 2023 as Affordable Housing Month, inviting our residents to support affordable housing to assure our communities thrive when all families have a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home. So with that, I'm going to introduce Corey Walbach of Silicon Valley at Home. And Corey, if you want to come up to the microphone and say a few words to introduce yourself. He requested on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home that we make this proclamation.
I appreciate the proclamation. I appreciate that the City of Los Altos is taking time to commit and recommit to doing what you can to protect people who are on the verge of becoming homeless or struggling to pay rent or struggling just to set some money aside for the next generation and for their retirement in this very, very difficult housing market for everybody. So thank you for the proclamation, and we do encourage people to attend the many events that we and other community groups are holding throughout the course of May about affordable housing, about tenant protection, about preservation, about ending homelessness. There's a lot of resources that will be made available over the course of the month to learn and to come together in community. Our theme for Affordable Housing Month this year is building community, and that is something we appreciate Los Altos being a partner in as you deal with the topic you were just talking about, as you deal with your downtown, as you deal with your housing element. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate your focus on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll come down and we'll do a photo. John Maginot, you've been volunteered to be photographer. So thank you all. We're going to move on to our consent calendar, and first I'm going to look to see if anyone has public comment on any or all items, well, hopefully not all items on the consent calendar. So I'm not seeing. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking for public comment first. City Clerk, is there any online? So I'm not seeing any public comment on consent items. So now, colleagues.
Yes. I did want to pull agenda item 6. I have more questions, for clarifying questions.
Okay. So Councilmember Liang is going to pull item 6, and I think we'll put that, let me just check, we'll put that between 8 and 9. So we'll put number 6 there. Oh, more of these, okay. And so, do I have any other changes to the consent? So can I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
Items 1 through 5.
Yes.
Items 1 through 5. Thank you.
All right.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. So with that, we're going to move to item number 7. And staff, would you like to walk us through the gas-powered leaf blower enforcement presentation?
Be prepared to be blown away. I have to say, it took me everything not to put like a weird like meme or something in this presentation. All right, so probably my favorite topic, no, I'm just kidding. Probably my most common topic that comes up in the Development Services Department. So gas-powered leaf blowers. So good evening, council members, Mayor Meadows. Tonight we're going to be discussing our existing regulations and potential modifications to those in order to be able to increase enforcement capabilities here in the city. So just to give a kind of quick overview, as we're obviously going to go over the existing regulations, our existing enforcement, and then the number of open cases that are opened. Just a history. So the right side of the screen that's visible with the PowerPoint is actually verbatim what is in our municipal code. Just drawing on just the historical nature of gas-powered leaf blowers, City of Los Altos was actually one of the first in the state of California to have a full prohibition against gas-powered leaf blowers throughout the state. In general, portable gas-powered leaf blowers of any kind or size is prohibited from general use, period. To kind of just go over the high level, this is obviously very simplified as it is inevitably, there's always nuances with doing voluntary compliance and a responsive code enforcement program, which is what the City of Los Altos has always run. It's complaint driven, obviously, and the code enforcement then makes a site visit. And then if a violation is observed, corrective enforcement then is the next step. I say corrective enforcement because that is something that it depends on what the situation is. It doesn't always result in a fine. It could be education and a conversation to help the violating party understand. Obviously, that's a little bit different if someone's doing an illegal addition with no permits and no plans. Fines, so obviously the fun one. So we follow the typical California penal code. It's not government code. I'll look to the city attorney when we further discuss.
Well, our admin citations?
Yeah, just
those are pursuant to the government code, that 53069.
Thank you. So the fees that are established that are in our municipal code is actually taken from the California government code, which establishes your first violation at 100, the second occurrence 200, and the third and following subsequent at 500. So those are prescriptive based on the infraction system that's established by law. Historically, fines have only been issued to operators. I do want to provide the nuances that sometimes the operators is also the homeowner if they actually have the equipment themselves and are doing yard work on their own. So number of violations. So these are actually code enforcement cases that have been opened. So the city actually in 2017, 2018 was making a transition of permitting software and the enterprise system that we use for that internally. So there really isn't any data before 2019. Also, additionally, code enforcement used to be housed in the police department and was carried out by a community services officer, which means that their priorities were multifaceted in regards to what they were responsible for in the community. I think it's kind of important to note that in 2023, the new code enforcement officer that started just over a month ago has opened more gas-powered leaf blower cases than the years that we have data, essentially, because I can probably added a few more today based on the emails that I received. So obviously that means we're being very active and responsive. So I do obviously want to note is that last year the Environmental Commission did have a consideration of this item. Greentown Los Altos approached a commissioner about providing general support and a letter or statement of support that was actually discussed and voted on by the Environmental Commission. They unanimously did decide to be able to provide that letter of support. The red underlined is pretty much the crux of it, is to hold the property owners as well as the operators responsible for illegal use of gas-powered blowers in Los Altos. And then this gets us down into the general recommendations that staff is providing to the council this evening. I do want to also touch on that this is actually some of our neighboring jurisdictions, what they've moved forward with in the last 6 months as well. So this is in line with what is industry standard right now for other municipal agencies in Silicon Valley on the peninsula. Number one is to modify the municipal code to specifically clarify and assert that the liability actually does go back to the property owner if we're unable to get voluntary compliance from the actual operators, which obviously sometimes is landscape companies that are hired directly by the homeowner. Number two is to, again, modify the municipal code to authorize immediate issuance of the citation. This is a little gray, is in practice. It hasn't been that. It's been always conversation and education first and then moving to the citations. However, we could issue a citation immediately pursuant to the way that our government code is structured. This would just be a further assertion of what the city intends on for its means to actually gain compliance earlier and further communicating that to the community. Number three is to update the administrative citation schedule in the municipal code. There's some nuances to that, but that's something that we can work through in regards to establishing new rates of the fines within our code. Number four, and I think this one is actually very important, the council did ask in their council Q&A what would really be the benefit of creating a standalone chapter. If you remember from the second or third slide where I notate that this is buried in our municipal code because it's item number 15 in our noise section and it's very deep down into the municipal code, no one's going to find that if they're just looking on their own. So it does need to be bifurcated into its own standalone chapter. And we've done that before in this jurisdiction by moving them around so that it is for the end user to be able to have it more readily accessible. And then number five is actually just a catch-all because I do want the council to also know is CARB, or the California Air Resource Board. They were tasked with developing additional standards and policies, procedures, and programs for the limitation of any future gas-powered small portable essentially equipment. That includes gas-powered leaf blowers, that will include eventually lawnmowers. So there is future changes that is not a part of the council's action tonight. However, there are standard rules and regulations that we will have to abide by in the future because that is going to be essentially effective by the Air Board for California. So with that, I'm available for any questions and discussion.
Oh, thank you, Director Zorn. So do my colleagues have questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Zorns, thank you very much for the presentation. If the level of fines are prescribed by the government code, are we able to impose fines that are greater than that? And if so, do we need some kind of a nexus study, or what would be the procedure to deviate from what's prescribed in the code?
So the city attorney can expand on it, but the city of Palo Alto recently did the same thing that is being proposed essentially tonight loosely, if the council wants to move forward with me returning with an actual amendment to the ordinance. The prescriptive fines that are in the municipal code, which is modeled after what's required in the government code, is based off an infraction. Palo Alto moved in the direction of it being essentially considered a misdemeanor in regards to the actual structure of how the fine is applied. And then that authorizes the agency to be able to apply up to $1,000 fine.
So if it's a misdemeanor, does that mean that someone who gets cited with a larger fine is going to have a criminal record?
It could be, no, yes, no. It could be that it is a misdemeanor in our code, but under our administrative citation process, anything that's listed in our code as an infraction or a misdemeanor, civil or criminal, then can be pursued administratively. And so we would issue an administrative citation, and that would not be a criminal record. But having it be a misdemeanor takes us out of anything that's designated as an infraction is going to be 100, 200, and 500. So if we say that it could be a misdemeanor, we get higher administrative penalties.
So we're going to say it could be a misdemeanor, but we're not going to report it as a misdemeanor. We're just going to charge more than the government code would otherwise allow.
No. For administrative citations, we've adopted, it's in our chapter, it's chapter 1.30, and that's the amount of penalties. And we have another section in our code for all violations of the city code. They will be misdemeanors unless the violation is expressly specified to be an infraction, and that's very, very common. But since we've adopted the administrative citation and administrative orders under the government code, if it's an infraction, then we're restricted by these penalties, the 100, 200, and 500. But if we make them a misdemeanor, we can take them out of that restrictive section because it does not say anything about misdemeanors. So when you do code enforcement, you can cite, and it can be an infraction, it can be a misdemeanor, you can go and do civil abatement, and we also have the other tool is administrative citations. And so administrative citations can be mailed to the person. They're a lot more user-friendly for staff. A criminal misdemeanor or infraction citation, the crime has to occur in the officer's presence. So if the officer goes out there to issue an infraction citation or a misdemeanor citation, if the leaf blower isn't blowing at that time and they don't observe it, it's hard to do a citation. That's why administrative citations are easier to do, and you can mail them. You don't have to personally serve them. So if you have a person that is really flagrantly violating this, it could end up being a misdemeanor, and it could end up going to the criminal court system. Yes, it could. And
Okay. But just so I'm clear, the system we have right now, where code enforcement is charged with issuing warnings or citations if necessary, that only happens if the code enforcement officer actually witnesses the violation, correct? So you can't mail a violation based upon someone's representation that someone else was violating the ordinance.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just say one more thing since we're on the citation process. Having the property owner being responsible for the violations that occur on the property, that's a very, very common zoning violation or property violation, those status crimes. So if you have a tenant that is creating a nuisance on your property, you can
go after them for you can go after the property owner and the tenant, or you can just go after the property owner, because most likely the property owner has a lease with someone that they need to obey all state, local, and federal laws, so. More than you probably wanted to know, but.
Well, no, actually, it does lead into my next question. So hypothetically, let's say I'm out there with a gas-powered leaf blower. I actually am, I'm renting right now, so I'm not the property owner, but I'm the tenant, and it's my responsibility under the lease to care for the property. The mayor calls code enforcement comes out, they see Jonathan's out there using a banned item, a banned leaf blower, and citation is issued, whether it's $100 or whatever it might be. What happens with respect to that $100 fine? So is it sent by mail to the property owner? And then what happens if the property owner says, boy, that's really too bad, and throws it away?
So that's been the kind of tricky part. So our code technically right now does give us the ability to fine the property owner in regards to how our municipal code is, I would say, loosely asserting that ability. In practice, we've not ever done that in years past, and that's with talking with people that have been code enforcement or community service officers in the past. So really, it's fallen onto is if the landscaper, whoever is the operator at the time, is willing to even have a conversation about who they are, because when you're trying to fill out an infraction for an administrative violation on a carbon copy form, they're usually not very pleased to know that you're citing them. And then if it's also a company, there's not really a way, because they're going to drive away, and so they're willing to just leave. I know that's why one of the reasons why the surrounding jurisdictions are looking to be able to write it as we would, like a zoning violation, to be able to provide the documentation and citing the code, and when the occurrence happened, and then mailing that to them, and then we document that in our system. And then we would obviously follow up on it when time is allowing for such. One of the beautiful things about having the kind of permitting enterprise system that we have is that if there is an outstanding violation with a fine that hasn't been paid, we're not going to issue any permits or accept any projects in for review. So unless that fine is remedied and paid for, they wouldn't be able to proceed with any other work.
So if my landlord gets 1, 2, 3, however many monetary violations there are because I'm still out there using my blower, and then they sell the house to Councilmember Daley, and Councilmember Daley wants to do something to the house that requires a permit, the city's not going to issue him the permit because my prior landlord didn't pay the fees?
No, because I think that's where the development services director is reasonable and would ask to be able to look at the transaction of sale. So if I mean, and it's the same thing that we built into our code with other things, is that realistically our code provides me the flexibility with waiving fines when it's appropriate. So if I can verify that a transaction of the property has occurred, I would then obviously waive the administrative fines. However, the converse is if we have a zoning violation that hasn't been remedied, we always say this at every jurisdiction I've been in, you inherit the sins of the past, you're still going to have to remedy whatever building violation or zoning code that property's been cited for. So we would then obviously move forward with that. But for things like this, that's an operator, not the actual property physically itself.
Okay.
And then, Nick, for administrative citations, there's an appeal process as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you can appeal to the administrative hearing officer that we all have learned a lot about.
Thank you for that. And I assume that was going to be the answer, but I do know that when you buy property, if it's out of compliance, you're stuck with that. But I'm glad to get that clarification. That's why I asked the question. At any point, do unpaid fines operate as a lien against the property?
Our municipal code establishes that we can then start providing that as a lien against the property, yes.
And would that require a judicial determination, or?
It would be they would be a lien on the property, not a special assessment. So we would go through and have the city approve that lien, and then we would record it with the county. And then it would be paid off when the property was transferred, but they're not special assessments that
we would collect with taxes.
Okay. Why is it that, if staff has an opinion on this, why do you think there have been so many more reports of violations recently? I'm wondering if this is simply associated with the fact that it's come up through the commissions and people are paying a lot more attention to it. But is there something else going on that's driving more and more complaints?
So I'm going to be frank. So the Development Services Department worked with the new chief of police last year to determine the appropriateness of the housing of code enforcement. We're one of two on the peninsula that still had code enforcement housed in the police department. It also was not a dedicated person specifically only to code enforcement. Their job and role also had them do community service officer work, which then had them working on other tasks as determined by the police department. So if the hierarchy of what is the priority and necessity to be done in police is a gas-powered leaf blower, or going to have to go work with someone in the community because there's an illegally parked vehicle blocking access, order of operation, the leaf blower is going to come second to that. So inevitably, there's a dedicated individual in the department as well as the building inspectors that can respond to those specific violations, and it's where we're actually able to proceed with corrective action more regularly. Also, this often happens when you have a new personnel that is eager to take on their new responsibilities. And our previous CSO left the city last year during the holidays, and we recruited and onboarded in April this year, and so that person has been doing a stellar job ever since.
But all the cases that you showed us on that slide, I mean, those are initiated by complaints made by residents, right?
Those are only cases opened, though. So violation or complaints called or emailed, we don't have consistent data on that. Those are actual code enforcement cases that have been opened.
Okay, I see. So my error was in thinking that the chart represented complaints, not actual files which were opened.
Correct.
And it's possible that there's so many more files opened because we've changed the system that we're doing code enforcement, and we have new personnel who is staffing that, rather than it necessarily being an explosion of more violations than we've had in the past few years.
So the system in which we track on has been in place for the last 5 years. So realistically, the data is pretty accurate. Again, it's having the dedicated officer doing the work of code enforcement and municipal code violations versus having them somewhat getting pulled in other directions in the need for what the police department needed for that particular department.
Thank you very much, Director. Mayor, I have no more questions.
Okay, which of my colleagues would like to go with more questions? Anyone? Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead,
Councilmember
Councilmember Daley, and then we'll come this way.
So, as we contemplate making these violations misdemeanors.
Councilmember Daley, can you microphone?
Thank you. As we contemplate making these misdemeanors, one of my concerns is that we are inadvertently laying the groundwork to criminalize yard work. And while I don't think that we're a community that would do that, I know that there are places where that might happen. So I would be very, very concerned about that. What can we do to make sure that that's not where we end up when some other council's in charge and some other city staff is working?
If the council would like to take the direction and advise staff to write the ordinance to cite only the property owner, you're not criminalizing the operator, which is sometimes a marginalized group. So that would be a policy decision of the council in order to be able to assert in the municipal code that the property owner is the one that's responsible for the violation of what's occurring on their property.
Thank you.
That's all? All right, over this way. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Zorns. I'll start with the question I thought the vice mayor was going to ask about how we define property owners, and I'm losing my voice for some reason. I've been talking all day. Would, using the vice mayor's example, would he constitute a property owner as the renter? No. Because he's the one who has hired the gardener.
No, not necessarily.
Well, presumably,
Potentially,
as he said in his example, he has hired. Right. Oh, you're doing it. Yeah.
So I think in that regard is that you could, we could craft the code in order to say property owner or tenant. Again, we're getting away from the company that's hired and outsourced to come to the property and do the work for the person that's living there. It's who's residing on the property. So whether or not it's the property owner or the resident, however we want to kind of define that.
Usually the language is it's the person or agent or that's causing or allowing to be caused or like aiding and abetting. Well, you know, it's that. I was trying to find it on my phone because I pulled it up today, and our code has that language, but it's not clear enough, and that would be one section we would want to. Did you find that, Nick? I was looking.
No, I was looking for that as well, and I think that's where, and a lot of times this is where we kind of get back and forth into, and going back to the council Q&A question of why would we establish this as a standalone chapter, we would then also have a subsection that actually explicitly defines what the property owner or responsible party is, and then that's where we would get into that kind of definition versus where sometimes what we have to do is we have to bounce between different areas in the municipal code to be able to reconcile the definition.
I found it.
Great, I look forward to hearing that language in the discussion.
Under 1.20.020, and it's entitled Prohibited Acts, and it's in our general citation section in the front of the code. Whenever in this code any act or admission is made unlawful, it shall include causing, permitting, aiding, abetting, suffering, or concealing the fact of such omission. So that really should say that it's but we want to make it clear that it is the property owner, because that's usually the person causing that. And you could, a lot of times the code will allow citing the property owner and the tenant, but I think what we're trying to do is go after the property owner that's allowing it to, but it's up to council. But this section isn't that clear, and we would be changing this section too.
Thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Zorn's saying responsible party, and I know we can discuss that more in the discussion section. You mentioned the cards, Mr. Zorns. Is our code enforcement officer still distributing those cards? Do we still have those cards where if a code enforcement officer in Los Altos observed a gardener, for example, violating the code, at least in the past, they would be given a card, and I know Greentown has helped to distribute these cards. Are we still doing that?
Yeah, there's a little bit of outdated language in there though, and especially whatever action we take tonight, we're going to further obviously need to update that card potentially. So we've actually kind of gotten away from that in the last month with the new code enforcement officer, and we're actually sending directly to, if the operator's actually there, we can take a picture of the vehicle so that actually the responsible manager or superintendent of the company is actually being informed. Because a lot of times the folks that they're sending out, they don't really have anything to do with the limited equipment that they're given on the truck to be able to go to, I don't know, 20, 30 miles away from wherever their yard is. So there's that kind of component that we wanted to actually get back to, really the root of education. But then also sending it to the actual property owners so that they're educated further. And I've actually seen a couple of the emails, why am I receiving this? You know, I had no idea that they're using a gas plow or leaf blower. Well, it's still your property, it's still your responsibility to know. So, and again, that a lot of times happens depending on the household, happens when they're at work during the day. So that's also a part of the problem. One of the things though that I also do want to at least touch on, because I did miss this in my presentation, is one of the reasons as to why it also is sometimes going to be more important for us to be able to cite the property owner is that a lot of times when we arrive on site, they're cleaning up, because leaf blowers are inherently used at the end of landscaping work. So it's, I mean, I'm not going to have a code enforcement officer light up in a vehicle and
rush down the street speeding to try and catch someone with a leaf blower. That's just not safe and effective for our community. So inevitably us being able to arrive on site, seeing it maybe for that last split second, and then being able to cite the property owner is going to be key to be able to have, you know, that aspect to be able to move in the right direction for the community.
And that leads to my next question, because in the staff report, you talk about proactive code enforcement, but actually on your recommendation slide that you had, none of the 6 items talked about that specifically. So I'm curious, how are we defining proactive code enforcement? At least how you use it in the staff report. Are you envisioning a newly minted code enforcement officer driving around neighborhoods and looking for violators? How do you define or foresee proactive code enforcement taking place?
So one of the things that I have, at least at this point, talked with the new code enforcement officer is if they're on one street and they're on their way back from a violation or a call, that if they see someone using a gas-powered leaf blower, they should at least stop and try to make some contact and some education with that individual. We're kind of just doing ourselves a disservice to really only wait, especially since the gas-powered leaf blowers are only used for such a small duration of each individual landscaping job. Obviously, everyone has a yard, though, so we're going to have continuation of people using the same type of equipment in a neighborhood potentially throughout the same day or throughout the same week, so it becomes somewhat of an annoyance to the neighbors. I do think, however, that the modification of, for recommendation number 2, to authorize the immediate issuance of a citation does actually go more to a proactive enforcement action, because we're kind of leaving the education to be a part of the fine versus just education first and then fines to subsequently follow. It does generally render more of a return on the process when people know that the city's serious about this.
And then 2 more questions, Mayor. One, is the proposed change to the ordinance solely related to residential or commercial as well?
So yes, it is going to be applicable to both. I do also want to just touch on is that about a decade ago, the community did consider changing that to loosen the restriction for commercial, and that kind of died on the cross, and that did not move forward because the community did not want that to. So there's kind of a long history in regards to even that discussion that was previously had.
Okay. And then my last question, and I actually just glimpsed our district attorney getting ready to come in. Wish he could hear this question. But on the misdemeanor piece, and going back to the city attorney, and how we can possibly frame it, because I know from past experience with the county, we would define a lot of the violations as misdemeanor. But as you said, if they're flagrant or repetitive, I mean, that's when we would reach out to the DA's office and have one of their code enforcement, people work with us. And so could we draft the language to Councilmember Daley's point, where we explain or describe when it would trigger that referral to the DA's office? So it's not automatic, but it's like it has to be repetitive. We had certain criteria where we knew they'd crossed the line, they're not responding, and we would go.
Years ago, as a baby deputy at Santa Clara, I was code enforcement, and you got to the point where you would literally be saying, Your Honor, this person has earned their misdemeanor. We have worked for over a year with this person, and so we can put something in there. It could be an infraction, and then after so many violations, it could be cited as a misdemeanor, but those infractions, remember, are only going to be 100, 200, and 500. So that's something,
that's the trade-off.
The trade-off, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you again for your report. So this is for the city attorney. We had received a letter from a constituent talking about the legality, and you did try to address that a citation can be given to property owners. But then we had, I guess, people receiving tickets from citation cameras, and they weren't the violators. So I just want to make sure that if we aren't witnessing, my concern is making sure that our officer is witnessing before we give the citation or have given fair warning before the citation is given, because people can say they don't have, they are not guilty, because sometimes my concern is, how do you know it's not like a vindictive neighbor calling in a complaint? And I don't want people getting citations that are not justified. So can you explain that?
So the way that I would envision this type of enforcement to occur is that there still would be photographic evidence that would be provided the city, whether or not it was actually from the code enforcement officer making the site visit themselves, or whether or not a neighbor did provide it that showed very clearly the residence that the violation is occurring on. So if that was being able to be provided to the city, I mean, we would be able to write the violation almost instantly.
So now you're saying that neighbors should be taking the photos. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Not necessarily that they should be taking photos, but if they're wanting to be able to solidify the enforcement action, we have individuals provide us photos of zoning violations all the time with individuals on the top of a roof, corrugated roofs from unpermitted structures flying up in the wind. I mean, there's a variety of different things that end up coming into effect.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
I thought the question was essentially, if someone takes a video of someone else violating the gas leaf blower ban, is that sufficient for code enforcement to issue a warning or a citation or whatever is deemed appropriate?
I would say that the officer, they would have to observe it and not rely on a video, but
Again, the council can make the decision if the legal interpretation is going to be that we need to be the ones to make the actual visit itself. There's jurisdictions that are moving in that direction of being able to accept photographic or video evidence of someone using a gas-powered leaf blower. Again, we're being very active out in the community. It's going to be the decision and policy of the council of how aggressive we're wanting to be with this. I would be comfortable with leaving it as the code enforcement officer. That is their job, to be able to go out in the community. However, we're going to have the community understand is that there's, even if we had an army, there's only going to be so quick to respond to that type of violation and actually catch the occurrence happening.
So is the complaints that we got, you show a complaint, is there a mapping? Like, is it all coming from one neighborhood? Or, I mean, I'm just concerned about, if it's being targeted like that. Help me understand. I just need to understand things better.
So there has not been previously a good kind of geographical kind of analysis of where exactly all the violations are getting reported. I will say, just from the interim of when we were kind of reconciling and moving code enforcement from PD to DSD, I obviously would know that violations were coming because in a concentrated area, because one neighbor would complain about the other neighbor pretty frequently. Now, so that's obviously something that we are going to be and have been delicate with, because we can't just park in front of one person's house. We have a community to serve of over 10,000 properties throughout Los Altos. So with that being said, is that we do know that it is sometimes spread out, and then sometimes there is a little bit more of a concentration. I think we know that just also there are some certain neighborhoods and streets that some people have a little bit more of a manicured lawn type of a landscaping, and some of them have more of the California native that kind of grow a little bit more robust. So with that being said, is that we're obviously going to have a little bit more activity in some of the neighborhoods and some of them not so much. So it's kind of a little bit in between. I would say that the code enforcement officer's been fully doing the new task that I assigned, which is starting to actually
map and put into a spreadsheet where these violations are occurring for the last 5 weeks. Partly, so the council is advised, is one of the reasons why I actually want to do that, is so that we know if we are getting calls of certain areas, we're able to start kind of knowing what areas should we be going on certain days, just so that we can kind of be looking at, you know, what's going on in the community. Because again, this type of a violation occurs for about 10 to 15 minutes at the very end of a job. We're not going to always be able to get to the property in time to actually see the violation occur with our own 2 eyes.
Without it. No. Can you hear me now? Okay. So, thank you again for your presentation. But in your presentation, I'm kind of, what I did fail to see is the history of what we've done to educate the community, what programs we brought to the attention of the public, whether if, I mean, I kind of feel like I'm a carrot versus stick type of person, and I haven't seen a whole history of that. So what has the Environmental Commission done to try to work to engage the public in education, as well as promote some sort of program to encourage homeowners to buy their gardeners electric blowers, or some sort of rebate programs? Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so to be quite honest, there hasn't been a great history of that in the city. There's been obviously the one-on-one kind of education component in the community. Obviously, when a violation occurs, that's been a part of what's gone on. I will say, I think that there's some really excellent opportunity for us to further the education component. The CAP was adopted at the beginning of 2022. That establishes obviously a significant reduction in a variety of different things that are somewhat related to this topic in regards to GHGs, carbon emissions, so on and so forth. So we're having an EV fair coming up. That's for electric vehicles, sure, but we would be, you know, missing out on the opportunity to, you know, have a small informational area, you know, as a part of that event for essentially, again, electrifying something which is, you know, inherently something that uses gasoline to power it. So I do think you're right. There is further education. We are, like I said, going to work on with whatever further comes out of this evening with the future municipal code amendments. We will obviously update our type of literatures that we're providing the community when we are educating, and I think that's really important. Obviously, I do know, have done with our registered business license holders of landscape companies. We have informed them previously that gas-powered, you know, leaf blowers, but again, the business license administrator is not in the field enforcing that. They simply can't. So then it falls back into code enforcement. So it's going to be a multi-pronged approach for how we're able to actually provide education.
Wait, Councilmember Liang, I think Councilman, no, you were, but I think Councilmember Daley wants to ask a question of clarification.
Okay.
Can he do that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'll pose it as a question anyway.
Well, because we're not in discussion, so you better.
Something about all these mics.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I guess I'm asking if we're talking to Greentown, who happens to right now be running a $50 rebate on electric leaf blowers that they have advertised through their website, through Facebook, and talked about on Nextdoor and other social media avenues. So yeah, there's a rebate program. My question is, how are we coordinating with them to get that word out?
Okay, Councilmember Liang, to you. I don't think you were. Is he going to answer that? Oh, okay. Well, there's lots of programs.
Yeah, the city hasn't specifically partnered with them. If we want to, we can obviously do that as a part of our continued education, especially with code enforcement informing property owners, and also if, there's known operators that need to be further educated. Again, though, one of the things that I'm going to, at least just from in practice, and it's not just in this agency, but anywhere in California, is it doesn't go to the actual physical operator that's doing the work themselves. They're not the ones that are in control of the equipment that's being bought. We have to be able to make contact inevitably with the actual company that's actually essentially dispatching the operator themselves, to be able to further educate them so that they're aware of what our local rules and regulations are. Because inevitably they're the ones that are supplying the equipment to their employees. So again, there's kind of also then that weird back and forth, is that it's going to fall back to us really educating our community, who are inevitably the ones employing the individuals at their property.
Oh, thank you. That answers it. But my concern is, do we have a budget in which we ourselves would like to work on creating a citywide rebate program or anything, or can we do that?
If the council would like to dedicate funding that's from the environmental commission's allocation that is generally prescribed, then you can do that during this upcoming budget season. Obviously, I would then look to the city manager to be able to structure that with the council and what we integrate into the adopted budget.
Okay. All right, great. And I forget, am I the only one who hasn't asked questions? It's, all right. Actually, I'm not sure that I have any after all that. No, I do want to ask a question, one thing about the number 5 in considerations, which is about the Assembly Bill 1346. And as you say, actually I didn't realize January 1st, 2024, that's really coming up, where prohibits the sale of gas-powered lawn care equipment as a whole. So are we being forward-looking? How are we going to revise this potentially now, and then we have to revise it again in 9 months, or in February because of this changes? Or how are we able, if at all? So I know it's the sale versus the use, but what is the plan to take in AB 1346? You said integrate all provisions. What are we going to be integrating? I guess that's a better question.
So specifically, when we do the standalone chapter, if that's what the council is okay with moving forward after this evening, what we would be able to do is also provide, we usually provide sunsets, but provide the sunrise of the operative date of the point of sale for gas-powered leaf blowers in the city. I think we know there's not really many hardware stores, and we don't really have any big box retailers like a Lowe's or a Home Depot in town. So we're not really like some other bigger jurisdictions that have those kind of retailers to worry about, so to speak. But we could have one of the subsections that actually then also does affirm the limitation of any point of sale in the future. So that's obviously something that we can work through with the new section of the code.
Okay, thank you. So I will end my questions there. We're going to move to public comment, and I'm going to give 2 minutes because I have a number of speaker cards. I'm going to start in the chambers first, as usual, and then we'll move on to Zoom. And so we're going to start out with Rita Cartellano, and Elaine Haight will be next, and Thomas Chapman at the very nice handwriting will follow. Rita. I said 2 minutes. Yeah, that I did actually say.
Okay, I'm with the gas leaf blower ban folks here, and I just think it's goofy. I mean, our gardener uses electric, and to call code enforcement on our neighbors, no way are we going to do that. So
I don't know. I'm just recommending that maybe our neighborhoods get together and talk to each other. Where I live, we're very connected on Sunshine Drive, and let's buy some electric leaf blower. Buy one for all of our gardeners to use. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. If only neighbors did talk to each other more often. I know. Thank you so much. Okay, Elaine Haight, followed by Thomas Chapman, and then we'll have Stephen Kramer. So this is Elaine.
Hi, and I think I can address Councilmember Lee Eng's questions. I ride my bike all over the city on a daily basis, and gas leaf blowers are used everywhere all the time. And I stop and I say to them, this is against the law, and they say, oh, I know, I'm sorry. And they go on using it. But somebody didn't show up for work or whatever. Anyway, it is everywhere. And we're part of Greentown. We call ourselves the Clean Air Advocates. And we have been working with the city. We met with the police chief and the development director. We've met with city council members during their open office hours. And so we've done a lot of education. We've printed up flyers, information about the city law, information about the pollution and the toxic chemicals and the danger to everybody's health. So we have a website about gas-powered leaf blowers. We've done a lot of all the things you were asking about, and it's been many years, and we've been calling and we've been talking to our neighbors, and it's still not working. And one of the things that really bothers me is that when a law is flagrantly violated, all of the gardeners know this is against the law. And when there is a law that's flagrantly violated, it weakens all the laws of the city. And when it's up to neighbors to enforce it, then you have all this animosity. And so we need to do two things. We need to find that homeowner, and we need to have proactive enforcement on the part of the city, because we are doing everything we possibly can as neighbors and as community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haight. Thomas Chapman, followed by Stephen Kramer, and then Linda Ziff. Mr. Chapman.
Okay. Hey, thank
nice
you for that.
handwriting.
Thank
Yeah.
you for the compliment.
Look at that.
Yeah, I took calligraphy in kindergarten, so it's. Thank you guys for having me. I'll probably be less than 2 minutes. I appreciate the passion that everybody has here about gas-powered leaf blowers, and you can see there's a lot of people here for it. I just want to voice my opposition to the finding the homeowner piece. I don't understand the mindset behind finding somebody that wasn't directly responsible for the bad behavior. Especially, I was listening to the gentleman reading the email from the individual that wrote in saying that they weren't aware that the gardener was using the leaf blower, and his response was, well, you gotta know. But if the code says knowingly, that if the homeowner doesn't know that the individual is using the gas-powered leaf blower, then how can they be held liable for something that is done on their property? And if the evidence here that I've seen that somebody has to have a video or a picture of it being used, so you have the evidence of the individual using it, but you can't prosecute or fine the individual despite having the evidence and knowing the person's using it. So this individual that wrote in isn't going to take time off of work to come home and police their gardener to see what type of tool they're using. If I'm on vacation, I'm not going to come back and say, hey, I can't go on vacation because my gardener is coming this week, so I have to make sure they're not using a gas-powered leaf blower. Just if you have the evidence of the person using it, find the person that's using it instead of finding the homeowner who isn't responsible or isn't knowing. It's like, if the gardener were drinking on the job and drinking, while doing it, going over there and saying, oh, hey, you're drunk, but I can't find you. I got to find the homeowner because the homeowner should know you're not supposed to drink while working on the job. It's find the individual that's doing it, not the homeowner. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Okay, next is Stephen Kramer, Linda Ziff, and Tammy Mulcahy will follow them. Mr. Kramer.
Thank you. I'm going to actually go a little bit further than the recommendations here so far. I'm going to talk about noise. And the World Health Organization defines sound above 65 decibels as noise pollution. And noise pollution has physical and psychological effects. Physical effects include raising high blood pressure, and psychological effects include stress, anxiety, and losing the ability to focus. Gas blowers have noise levels of 80, 90 decibels and above. They're clearly noise pollution. But even electric blowers can have noise levels at 65 decibels. So they would also fit under the definition of noise pollution. There are towns in California that have total bans on all leaf blowers, including Santa Monica, Hermosa Beach, and Del Mar. And I don't think any of those places have suffered for their property values. So what I would recommend is that we get rid of all blowers. We need a change in the way we view our property. Our outside environment doesn't have to be manicured the same way our living rooms are. And so I recommend the current proposals, and I also recommend going forward for a total ban on leaf blowers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Linda Ziff, followed by Tammy Mulcahy. Ms. Ziff.
I'd first like to address the, I'm Linda
You may
Ziff.
want to pull the microphone a little closer to your, there you
Okay.
go. Thank you.
Since January 2019, I've been working with the Greentown Los Altos Clean Air Advocate Group, and we've been conducting a public education campaign about the health and environmental hazards of gas leaf blowers and the Los Altos ordinance. We are on our third printing, and I'm just reading some notes from, I did send this in March 14th when our meeting was canceled, so I'll review a little bit. We're on our third printing. Over 1,000 flyers have been distributed, handed to landscape workers, and we have a separate flyer for the homeowner that says don't blow it and tells them some of the hazards. We've also had a program with Los Altos Hardware for discounts on gas leaf blowers. We've applied for a grant from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which we didn't get the grant. We keep going on Nextdoor all the time, and we're now promoting, the state has $27 million they're giving specifically to small business owners. The core program, and we got Los Altos Hardware is online. They're an authorized dealer. People should go in and get vouchers for discounted equipment. Well, this has been going on since 2019, and gas leaf blowers are still prevalent in our community, so it seems we've had very little success. I've been following the revision of the gas leaf blower ordinance and enforcement in Palo Alto. In the City Council meeting of February 2023, there was a unanimous vote to increase the fines, cite property owners, and send a letter from the city to wherever a violation was reported. Here's the good news. It's working. I'm going to, with her permission, I'm going to quote from Helene Grossman, a Palo Alto resident who has been leading the charge over there.
Unfortunately, Ms. Ziff, you just ran out of your time. So you can submit it, yes, because I'm sure we would like to see it. So
it's working. Letters to homeowners.
May I ask
it's
a question,
working.
Ms.
Yeah.
Davis?
We do have a question for you, though. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for your public comment. I think you started off by saying that your organization has been going around town since 2019 or so, giving flyers to people that you see violating the ordinance.
Right.
I'm curious, once you give a flyer to someone, have you then seen a repeated violation from that person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ziff. If you're willing to leave what you were going to read with the city attorney, we can look at it later.
From Helen in Palo Alto.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Mulcahy.
Hi, well, I've worked with Linda in the past, and I know she is out there handing out a whole bunch of little flyers to people, and I have a stack of them still in my car, I hate to admit. But I do believe that people want and will do the right thing once they know that they are ultimately responsible for what their workers are doing. And I disagree that we should find the gardeners. Nobody wants to find a gardener. I mean, ultimately, though, it is the homeowner's responsibility. They hired the person. When you hire anybody, you ultimately are taking responsibility for how they are handling their work. I, as a neighbor, should not have to confront a gardener. I can go up and talk to my neighbor, but I'm not going to go out and I'm not going to confront a gardener. Yeah. Luckily, I do think people want to do the right thing. We were lucky in our neighborhood. We have so many gas leaf blowers in our neighborhood. On Fridays, it literally go from one house to the next, and I listen to them for almost 5 hours. And on Saturday mornings, every Saturday from 9 to 11, it really stinks. Now, we sent a couple of us out to all of our neighbors. What happened? So many of them said, we get it, and they all changed. Now, gardeners will still revert, so we need to stay on top of it. But then I just go to my neighbor, and I say to them, can you tell your gardener again? Or now that they've been informed by their employer, then I feel better about going over and go, hey, you guys, come on, can you not do this? And unfortunately, there's still a couple holdouts. And that's what this law is for, because there's some point where neighbors can take responsibility. Ultimately, there's got to be a law that supports it. And that's what I was just here to say. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. City Clerk, we're ready to go online. There's a whole bunch of hands there.
Jim Davidson.
Yes. Jim Davidson. I've been a homeowner in Los Altos for 34 years, which is just slightly longer than the leaf blower ordinance has been in effect. And I'm very happy to see that this is moving through the pipeline. I'm glad to see that there's hopefully be a step up in enforcement. Wanted to call out a couple of things from the packet that really illustrates the shall we say, the interest in leaf blowers among the general populace. The fact that back in the day when the original ordinance was passed, there was an effort to repeal it with a citizens initiative, and it was voted down 3-2. I'd forgotten that. Another one is that the city reported that they are receiving 20 to 30 leaf blower complaints per month. And again, that's a significant number. So let's just say that leaf blowers touch a nerve among the general population. And finally, the point about very few of the cases being resolved, which is not surprising for the reasons cited, that it's hard to collect a fine from those workers. Overall, I'd say, this ordinance has existed for 32 years. There's no surprise in it. Los Altos now has company in the form of other cities on the peninsula that have adopted similar ordinances and in some cases gone beyond ours. So I say, yeah, let's go ahead. And I thought the changes that were outlined in the earlier talks were quite good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Hi, my name is Maureen Griffin, and I am a 23-year resident of Los Altos. I have a suggestion, and I got it from Vicki Levy in her letter to the editor of the Los Altos Town Crier. I think it's a great idea, and I believe that, again, which is already what it appears to me, what people are doing, but whether it's a neighbor, whether it's a green town, the first incident obviously should be education. Here's her suggestion. I believe that each homeowner should purchase an electric leaf blower and keep it in a designated spot for their own gardener. All Los Altos residents who can afford a gardener can afford a $187 electric leaf blower. And if our gardener didn't already have an electric leaf blower, I would buy him one. And I do believe that homeowners should be accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. More Ms. Griffin, Ms. White, actually.
Roberta Phillips.
Hi, it's Roberta. So just looking at the numbers, I think this has really become really over-exaggerated. If we have greater than 10,000 homes and we have 40 outstanding citations, that is 0.5% would be 50 violations. So we're having less than 0.5% as a problem. Obviously, the education has worked and should continue to work. And I agree, I really don't want the council to be the punishing body of the city. I think that we need to work collegially and intelligently with our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Donald Gardner.
Hello, yes, this is Donald Gardner. I would like to talk about a couple things. One is that electric leaf blowers can be plugged in. They don't have to be battery operated, and they actually are probably more powerful and cheaper. So one of the things I'd like to see is that there be a requirement that the homeowner has some sort of electrical outlet, whether it's on the side of the house or an extension cord that extends from the garage or something of that sort, that the gardener can then plug into. And the second thing is that my gardener chose on his own to get an electric leaf blower, and he's now doing the yards for 2 of my neighbors as well as myself. Meanwhile, one of my other neighbors, I've had countless discussions with him over many, many years, and he's refused to change to electric. And then I have another neighbor about 3 houses over, the same story. They just say, oh, sorry, and they keep on going. And so talking to the leaf blower, the gardeners, doesn't always work very well. On the other hand, talking to or turning your neighbor in puts neighbors against neighbors. And that is what makes it so difficult here. I'm just very much against going to call the city on my neighbor to have him cited. And so I somehow still think that there's a certain amount of responsibility that the homeowner has, and that he needs to supply like an electrical outlet or something. But I also think that the gardeners have a certain amount of responsibility, simply because going after my neighbor is not going to be neighborly love. And it just hasn't worked for my neighbor for the years and years that I've tried. So I'm not sure that the solution of turning it completely on the homeowner is the right solution. I think it should be shared responsibility, both between the gardener and the homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Myra Orta. Myra, you're going to have to unmute.
There. Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. 32 years ago, we had an organization called BAN, Blowers Annoy Neighbors. And we were successful in passing the original ordinance. Now, I want to tell you what worked. And what is not working is this education thing, because the gardeners don't care, and the homeowner is not getting fined enough to really care. What we did 32 years ago was the police chief, Lucy Carlton, installed what's called a blitz. The blitz was a whole group of police cars went into one neighborhood. The neighborhood did not know they were coming. They did not know what day they were coming. And then they got all the violators and they gave them fines. Now, we also had cooperation from the citizens, because the citizens would also park their cars in that same neighborhood and then call the police and say, okay, this house has the violator. This house has the violator. Now, let me tell you, this scared the bejesus out of that neighborhood. That neighborhood didn't have very many violators after that. And then the next month, they picked another surprise neighborhood on a surprise day. And this worked. Now, originally, these guys were thrown into jail. And yes, it was originally. And then Bob Booth, the Attorney General, said, we have to lower the fine so that they don't go to jail. Now, I'm not proposing they go to jail, but I am proposing the homeowner be responsible and pay through the nose, and we get a blitz going, and that will stop all these violators. Inside of a year, no one will use a blower.
Thank you, Ms. Orta.
Well,
Joe Beninado.
Hi, good evening. It's Joe Beninado speaking as a resident, not a commissioner. This is a really difficult situation. I personally am against gas leaf blowers. It would be amazing if we were able to get rid of them, but I just don't see this being feasible. It's not fair to penalize largely minority gardeners who work in our community. The idea of a blitz operation sounds like the targeting of minorities, and I would definitely not suggest we do that. I think it comes down to prioritization, and if we, if we're gonna have a law, we probably should enforce it. And I just don't think, given the other priorities, that the police department and code enforcement need to focus on, that this is, in their probably top 5 or top 10 even. So I don't know what the solution is. I wish there was a simple solution. $100 fine it means nothing to the vast majority of people who live here. And so I really don't think that is a deterrent to anybody. Maybe if it got up to 500 or 1,000, that would be the case. And I'm not suggesting we raise the fines. I just, if we want to prioritize this, we need to enforce it. If we don't think we can enforce it, we shouldn't set up a rule that we know nobody is going to follow. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado.
Liz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
I hope everyone on the council can agree that this is ridiculous. Neighbors are being encouraged to essentially tattle on neighbors. You're suggesting that people video record their neighbors. How do you think that will go over? Also, you are considering a punishment that can result in a lien on someone's home for a leaf blower. Seriously? I would also like to know if the code enforcement officer only addresses the use of a leaf blower in these cases, or are they also going to be doing things like checking immigration status of our gardeners who we all know are minorities? I'm not a landscaping expert, and it is not my job to tell a gardener what the appropriate tool is for him to use. I know that we live in a privileged community, but this is taking things a little too far. Aren't there more important things for our city to focus on? Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And City Clerk, our next speaker will be our last speaker.
Gary Hedden.
Good evening, honored council. For me, it's the noise. The staff report calls it a temporary disturbance, but I gotta say, like others have mentioned, it seems, in my neighborhood at least, that no sooner does one gardener stop than another one starts, and it goes on and on. It's a continuing disturbance. So after 30 years of whatever we're doing not working to stop this, it's time to try something else. And I think the homeowner is the person who can be held responsible here. And, Joe, I agree. The $500 fine that's proposed might get their attention. So let's give that a shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden. Okay, so with that, we've wrapped up public comment, and we're going to bring it back to council for discussion. Before I ask my colleagues to chime in, I'm going to point out that staff has actually nicely laid out on one of the slides, but I also printed out the page, which is page 4 of the staff report, page 70 of the version of the PDF that which is the considerations. And so I would like council members to think about these 5 considerations so we can respond and give direction on them. Consideration number 1 is to modify the municipal code to clarify and assert the city's ability to assign property owner liability for use of gas-powered leaf blower. Number 2, is to modify the municipal code to authorize the enforcement, etc. Good, I can stop reading. Thank you for pulling that up. So what I would like is for each council member, we've heard a lot of feedback, to focus on these recommendations. And also, if you want to talk about enforcement at all, though I do think that you've shown us that with a new person on the development services side who's focused on code enforcement and having that not in the police department, that we're seeing some results. So now that I've primed the pump, who wants to go first? Council member? Oh, yes, go ahead.
We can provide other recommendations.
And we can provide other recommendations, but if we can all address these, where we stand on those, and then anything else as well. Okay, Councilmember Daley.
I support all 5 of these recommendations.
Thank you very much. A man of brevity on occasion. All right, who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
I'm going to be less brevet. I'm
brevet?
going to say more. I'll get to the 5, but I got to say that this topic, this agenda item, is really an uncomfortable one. I think it's probably clear to everyone that the problem is not really the ordinance. The problem is enforcement of the ordinance. There was a question to staff from council, happened to be my question, but there was a question that read, does staff anticipate that any of the considerations, alone or in any combination, will affect the rate of ongoing violations of the gas leaf blower ordinance? And staff's answer, with which I agree, is, and I'm quoting, it is unlikely a substantial reduction in gas-powered leaf blower use will be achieved by changes to the ordinance, increasing penalties, etc., either individually or in combination. The city would need to allocate resources and dedicate personnel specifically to monitor for gas-powered leaf blowers to substantially reduce the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. I think that is another way of saying, if you really want to reduce the amount of gas-powered leaf blowers that are being used, you're going to have to allocate resources to code enforcement, whether through the police department or city staff or someone else that's going to go around and, for lack of a better word, blitz the community to really be out there and make sure that people are not violating the ordinance. It's really unfortunate, because I hate the things probably as much as anyone else, but that is the reality of the situation. And given everything else that this city has on its plate that we have to address, I can't personally justify taking money away from the police department or planning to hire more people to go around and blitz communities to give citations to homeowners, gardeners, or whatever. I also have to say I am really concerned about the idea of violations for the leaf blower ordinance rising to the level of a misdemeanor. I mean, you know, come on, even if it's not going to be at the criminal level, and I heard the argument, hey, you know, this person violated enough, they earned their misdemeanor. It just seems crazy to me that a violation of this ordinance is going to end up as a misdemeanor. It may not be a criminal record, but it's got to be some kind of an administrative record that's going to follow someone around. I also think one thing that really has not been discussed tonight is the cost associated with these leaf blowers. Not just the gardeners that are using them, but the people who are hiring the gardeners as well. I mean, I suspect that many of the gardeners who are using the gas leaf blowers aren't rich, and it would be a burden for them to buy an electric gas blower and to have enough spare batteries to make it useful throughout an entire day. If we're fining the gardeners, I think that we are imposing fines on the least of our society, at least in terms of socioeconomic status. And quite frankly, if we're going to start imposing fines of $500, $1,000, $10,000, whatever you want to make it, that's going to get the attention of everyone in Los Altos, you're imposing fines that are regressive. the people who really do struggle to make ends meet, and there are a lot of them in Los Altos. There really are. These people are going to suffer, maybe because the gardener that they're struggling to hire, they didn't know that that gardener was using a gas-powered leaf blower. So it's really just a very uncomfortable conversation to think about all these punitive actions that can be taken. And I find myself in agreement with the implication of some of the questions that Councilmember Liang had earlier. How can we incentivize people to follow the ordinance? And the worst thing that's been suggested is that neighbors should be out there taking videos or pictures of other neighbors to use as evidence to show code enforcement or cops or courts that someone else is violating the ordinance. I mean, believe me, you do not want to get into a situation where neighbors are videotaping neighbors trying to find bad behavior. I'm a real estate lawyer. I litigate disputes. I have disputes where someone got upset about something and they started videotaping someone else, and it gets out of control very quickly. I don't think that that's who we are as a community, and I certainly don't think that that's who we aspire to be. So where does that leave us? It leaves us with a conundrum. I think Mr. Beninato really pointed it out well. Ms. Phillips also in her comments identified it, which is that we need to decide what actions we want to take based upon how important we think it is to address the lack of compliance with the leaf blower ordinance. I don't think that we are going to eliminate the use of gas leaf blowers in Los Altos. I think it's unfortunate, it's a shame, but the reality is that the effort it would take to try to get to that point is not something that would be it would not be a wise allocation of our resources to get to that point. And given staff's own, I don't want to say admission, but acknowledgement that even enacting all 5 of these considerations probably wouldn't significantly impact the problem, that says a lot to me. Okay, all of that being said, I think it is appropriate for the council to look at ways of trying to change the situation. I am okay with the idea of fining the homeowner rather than the gardener who is violating the ordinance. I absolutely am not in favor of increasing the fines. I think that is a slippery slope. I think that is bad policy. I think that is going to cause a lot more problems than it is going to solve. And quite frankly, the city should not be in the business of levying fines on people. I mean, it just, it reminds me of civil forfeitures, where if you're driving a car or you're doing something illegal in a car, you lose the car and it gets sold, and then the municipality gets the money from that sale. That's not right. That's not where I want us to go. I'm worried that this is the first step toward that kind of a mindset, and we absolutely cannot go there as a community. We shouldn't go there as a council. Okay. With respect to increasing the fines, I think that it's dubious. I understand that Palo Alto has done it, and there was one member of the public who said there's evidence that it's working. I have not seen that evidence. I am curious to find out if after a significant period of time, at least a year, if the Palo Alto city staff has concluded that raising fines has actually had a positive impact. Without any evidence showing that raising fines is going to have a positive impact on the use of leaf blowers, I simply could not vote for any kind of a motion that includes it. I think that it is unfair to the lowest of our socioeconomic status in our city. Modifying the municipal code to issue a citation at the first citing, I don't favor that. Updating the administrative schedule, I certainly don't favor that, and I wouldn't vote for any motion that included it. Creating a standalone chapter, I don't think it's going to matter at all. I mean, if it makes sense to have a standalone chapter or have a standalone chapter, I don't think there's anybody in the city that goes to the municipal code and says, I wonder if I can use a gas leaf blower or not. And then integrating the provisions of Assembly Bill 1346. I mean, this is a consideration that doesn't really have any detail to it. If there's something else that CARB recommends, we can consider it, but just kind of a general, hey, here's something else that you can think about, I don't think that really moves us anywhere.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, next. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. I have a new recommendation, and I really appreciate all the work that Greentown has done, but to tell you the truth, I myself haven't heard of everything that was really done because I don't see it. I'm not on social media. I'm not on Nextdoor, so I don't see all of that. But that's why I wanted to know the history of what we have done, what our environmental commission has done. We have history of what our environmental commission has done regarding idling. There's been signs made, stickers made, working with the youth. But I haven't seen that much effort be placed in outreach and education by our own commission, as well as working together with the city. I haven't seen it out on our city manager's update, on all these rebate programs. And my recommendation would be that we proactively work towards education. We proactively promote rebate programs. We proactively work on helping to allocate funds. We were talking about dedicating resources and allocating proper resources. If we really feel that this is important, then we should do that. Cities and counties have put in money for weapons buyback programs. Well, why don't we do something like that for gas leaf blowers? And we should do something like that. And we would encourage people to turn in their gas leaf blowers and get an electric leaf blower. So I would like to, even talk about allocating some monies in the budget for doing stuff like that before we work on creating all these things about neighbors, tattling on neighbors. We already heard that from a neighborhood there has been more complaints on neighbors based on one neighbor on another neighbor. And I think we need to work on making sure we're good neighbors and encouraging each other to do the right thing. So I really feel that we should do a proactive engagement campaign and all work towards this and actually put our money where our mouth is and do something more positive about it. So that's my recommendation number 6. And I support that recommendation.
And did you support any of 1 through 5?
Well, not till number 6 is my main recommendation.
All right, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I will start with Councilmember Lee Eng's recommendation number 6. And I support that recommendation, but I also support some of staff's recommendations as well, because I think we can combine your great suggestion with some of the things that staff is recommending. I do want to start off with the education piece, because we have heard from Greentown and residents that they have done a lot of education over the decades, and clearly it's not working. And so to the Vice Mayor's point about this is really an enforcement issue, I 100% agree, but I do think we need some stick approaches here, because we have tried the carrots over the years. We've had neighbors sharing information with neighbors, and that hasn't worked. And so I 100% support number 1, where we would modify the code to clarify the liable party to include. And for me, it's not the property owner. I would prefer if we define the property owner as the responsible partner in the situations where you do have the tenant being the individual who hired the gardener. So for me, I support modifying the Muni Code to clarify that the responsible partner would be responsible. As to number 2, and this is where I think the education piece is relevant, where I do not support authorizing immediate issuance of citation. I would be very concerned if we have our new code enforcement officer going to neighbors and residents and immediately citing them $100 or whatever the citation amount is we agree on. I would prefer if, very similar to what we've been doing, they're given a warning. And as part of that warning packet, we do have educational materials informing them if they violate the code for a second time, that's when a fine of $100 would be imposed. We're fortunate that we recently hired a new code enforcement officer, and I think with these improvements to our code, we should give this new code enforcement officer an opportunity to see if even one or two changes will actually help and improve the conditions we have right now in the city. And so for number 2, I think we do not do immediate. We still continue with the warning, with the educational materials, and give them an opportunity to cure. And hopefully we'll have the code enforcement officer keep track of that home address. And when you talked about the 45 open files, I hope we're keeping track of the address, because I think that will help with enforcement as well. Updating the admin citation schedule. I agree with the Vice Mayor on this point. Again, going back to the fact that we recently just changed how code enforcement is done in the city. And so it's really unfair to say, whether or not the existing fines would have been effective if we had a more proactive approach, education, and also having the responsible party be fined. So I think with all these new components, let's stick to the current administration fines, and I can't remember the amount, but I know it's much lower than what Palo Alto recently approved. My preference would be, let's see if that works. Let's see with the new code enforcement officer and all these other things that we're considering, if that will be effective. Creating a standalone chapter in the Muni Code, yes, I think as part of the educational materials, I think it would also be easier to just attach that Muni Code section. I agree, I think it was Councilmember Daly or the Vice Mayor who said, our residents aren't going through our Muni Code and trying to find what section applies to gas leaf blowers. And so I think we need to give them the information, we need to educate them, because I will feel much better as a council, and it is our responsibility, Vice Mayor. I would feel more better if we've given them the warning, we've given them the education materials, in addition to what I know Greentown does, and then for that second violation, we impose a fine. That just feels like the right balance for me as a council member and for our residents. And I think we should come back, maybe in a year. I'm not suggesting this be a pilot, but make a note that we want to check in on how these changes to our Muni Code are working with our new code enforcement officer. And then I do have concerns about integrating subsequent actions by CARB. If it's the new law, we're going to have to comply with it. But I do think we need to spell out whatever those new laws are and not just have a catch-all section that says, and you have to comply with all laws set subsequent to the effective date of this code. Because we need to make sure that if there's a new law issued at the state level that we're required to comply with and our residents are required to comply with, that we have that specifically outlined in the Muni Code so it's very clear what's expected and what they could be possibly penalized for. So to sum up, Mayor, I do support responsible party, not the immediate issuance, have the education be a key piece of this. And I think we clarified earlier that it's residential and commercial.
Allocating funds?
Well, I looked to the city manager to talk more, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Councilmember Lee Eng, because when we talk about having a more proactive code enforcement officer, we just hired him in April, and having a more proactive educational outreach effort. Do you have an estimate, or will you have to come back to us on what that would mean for a budget? I know Greentown, and I can't speak for Greentown, but I know they have already been doing this for years, and so I don't know if we would just partner with them and take advantage of their resources, or if we would need to allocate our own resources to this educational effort.
Did you want to speak to that?
So currently, in the draft budget, we have $50,000 funded for CAP implementation, about half of those funds are towards programs and activities that are currently in place, like e-recycling. We added $25,000 this year to assist in tree maintenance, tree canopy assistance, and arborist review. That would be the funds that would be in competition for a program like this.
Thank you. And I'll just end by saying, we need to do more because the current code is clearly not working. We need to make it more effective and have more teeth. And I think these are the ways we can do that, at least see if it works. And I definitely do not support encouraging neighbors reporting on neighbors. I appreciate the approach that Tammy mentioned where, you go over to your neighbor and you educate them and follow up. But definitely, I don't want anyone to take away from this meeting that council is somehow encouraging neighbors to report each other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
So
you, Councilmember.
just one clarifying question, Mayor.
Yes.
Or to your point, because when we talk about the issuance of citation, can we make sure that if they're going to issue the citation, I don't know if we decided yet, to the gardener, and then if they issue the citation to the gardener, then we should make sure the homeowner gets warned and gets the notice as well, so that way they're aware that,
So Councilmember, I did ask you to comment on recommendations 1 through 5.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
want
sorry.
to do that now? You can do that now.
Yeah, so I
Yes.
just want to make sure that all parties receive notification. And if we do the standalone chapter, we also have to improve our website, because our website is very difficult to find Unicode.
All right, thank you. So I will try to summarize, and I'll give you my input while I go through that. So first of all, I do agree, and I'm hearing a consistent theme about education, though Councilmember Daley didn't focus on that, but I assume you would probably support education efforts.
I would support not doing any less education than we already
Okay.
have been for many decades.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So anyway, so I do support most of the changes that are recommended by staff, and so modifying to assign the property owner or tenant, depending on who has hired the the gardening service, is I think what I heard Councilmember Fliger say, as the person who gets the warning and or the citation, depending where they are in the process of violations. I do think it's fine to give the gardener the education materials as well. The gardeners may or may not know, and so we can give them the education materials, but I do agree with the property owner should have the major the liability for the violations. And I think I might have heard that there might have been 3 people supporting that in some form or other. So I heard sort of a little bit about whether you do or don't cite them at the first citing. I think, I think the warning first probably has the more votes, so it sounds like we want to stick with the current system. And I think we didn't want to, most of us, and myself included, don't necessarily want to change the citation schedule to get into, labeling it as such where we could end up in misdemeanor territory. And I think that citation is wrong in the page I'm looking at. I think the first is 100, and then I think the second is 250, not 200, right? But whatever it is, and 500 for the third offense, and I think we have general agreement, not everybody, but to give a warning on the first time. So we'd stick with our current citations. I think creating a standalone chapter makes a lot of sense. I do think people go to the municipal code occasionally. Probably the main topic would be the tree ordinances and how you get tree permits. And Director Zorns is smiling. Would I be correct? Yeah. So people do look that up. Maybe this will be trending. You never know. This could be trending soon. So. So I think what I'm hearing, and I firmly believe, I mean, we have a new code enforcement, and she's not been on the job that long. It's actually a she, I believe. I met her. Yes. And already we've seen an uptick, and she's going to be focused on this. I think this is the right time to make some changes, and I would not want to make, any assumptions about making drastic changes, because she may be able to make all the difference because we've pulled it out of PD, it's in code enforcement, and nobody up here is encouraging neighbors to video neighbors. I do want to pick up on what Vice Mayor said. I've seen firsthand if someone, back when it was in PD, and someone called an undocumented gardener for using the leaf blower, and he was petrified. And I heard about it later from other people who were involved, and it's just a terrible situation if we're putting someone in that situation. So that's why I really support that the property owner or tenant or whoever is responsible for the hiring decision. So with that, let me see if my colleagues agree with where I summarized. I don't know if I summarized it briefly enough, but we want to assign the liability to the property owner or tenant. We want to, we're not going to do a citation at first sighting. We're going to stick with warning at first. We are going to stick with the existing citation schedule. We want to create a standalone chapter. And then I think we want to integrate, if we're creating a standalone chapter, we should integrate as appropriate the provisions in AB 1346, and education needs to be the key enforcement, and we want to see how this works for our code enforcement officer, because she will be able to round up all those gas leaf blower violators, or if not, we're still going to have made some progress. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you've adequately summed up where everyone will, where the council went. But there's one fine point, though. We're talking about fining the property owner or the tenant. How will code enforcement know if there's a tenant in the property?
Director Zorns?
So that one's a little bit different. So typically we are able to find out because city staff has access to the recorded property owner, which is obviously sometimes different than the physical address. So in general sense, we would kind of write it almost as a generalized letter to, if we don't have that as a, if we get response back that it's pumped back and said that it's no one's here by that name, we'd then send something back out that says current tenant, or current tenant or property owner. Is how we would address the mail. So that's typically how we do that for kind of the unknown questionable ones. We kind of somewhat have an indication is when we see that the mailing address is in Menlo Park for the actual underlying ownership. Obviously different than the physical address. So it's a little bit on a case-by-case basis of how we would kind of notice and be able to pick up on that.
So let's go back to the example that I had when we first started tonight. I'm out there, I'm a tenant, and I'm out there using a gas-powered leaf blower. The mayor called up code enforcement came out, caught me red-handed, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Code enforcement then asked my name, or just telling me a violation's going to be in the mail, or?
So I do not want to put any city employee in the room for a potential altercation. So if it's an amenable interaction, I support staff being able to reconcile it with whoever the operator is at the time. However, if someone, and it's been notated even prior to when it was in the police department, that there's sometimes the operators kind of become a little bit aggressive, then yes, I do want them to leave the situation. and be able to then just send a letter because it's safety first at that point. So obviously, if we have someone that's amenable to the conversation, that's great. If not, we're gonna go about it a different approach.
But if I'm not belligerent,
Mhm.
and the code enforcement officer says there's a violation, you know, you've been warned before, this property address, I'm gonna have to issue a citation, what's your name? And I say, my name is Pete Daly. I mean, how, practically speaking, how can the tenant really be cited? Code enforcement is really gonna go back and look at the property records and see that Pete Daly is not the owner of my particular house, which is owned by a Los Altos resident?
Yeah, so we actually would, because when we create the code enforcement violation, it's tied to the assessor's tax
Okay.
rolls that's updated. So we
Fine,
actually
and then-
do see that.
And then code enforcement is gonna mail to my address a citation with the name Pete Daly on it.
That would be correct, yes. So if it's an incorrect thing, then there's some of them that we're not going to be able to actually reconcile, and that's going to be the win and the loss between the two.
Mayor, can I get in on this too?
Oh, yes. Come on in, Councilmember. Yes.
Reclaiming my time from that brief
Yes,
statement I made.
yes, okay, go right on. But let's try to wrap
So-
this up in a few, yeah, I mean, at some point, we have to let them figure out how to do their jobs, but go ahead, Councilmember.
First of all, renters don't generally hire yard crews at the same prevalence that homeowners do. And we are advocating citing homeowners instead of operators because we are asserting that they have some sort of business relationship with that operator and that therefore they can police the situation on their property. That same kind of relationship exists between a property owner and a tenant. And I would suggest that we don't worry about trying to enforce this with tenants. The fine should be levied against by APN against the property owner, and if the address on record is different for that property owner, indicating that it's a landlord situation, then you simply send a copy of the citation to the address on record and to the residence where the violation occurred, and you don't bother with any of this nonsense about trying to figure out how to cite a renter.
Okay, so, staff, do you think you can figure this out? If
We have
we're-
direction.
Oh, okay, so we have more? I thought you. She did. Oh, no.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, all right. So I had summarized, and I think we had some discussion about this. I don't know if everyone is willing to let staff figure out how to do that part of the job. Then, does someone want to make a motion, or does someone?
Mayor, I don't know that we need a motion for this topic. We have
Oh.
direction, and we'll come back with the changes as directed.
Oh, wonderful. Good, perfect, love it. All right, so now it's 9:15. We have agenda item 8 coming up, then 6, then 9. So we're going to take a break, I assume, colleagues. So we're going to take a 7-minute break. I want to tell everybody we will finish everything on the agenda. And so with that, we're going to just take a brief 7-minute recess. See you all soon. Thank you for your patience.
all this high tech.
Testing, testing.
No, it's between, it's after this. Yeah, it's after 8. It's between 8 and 9. Councilmember Daley. Oh,
Paging Pete Daly, paging Pete Daly.
yeah.
Pete, your 10 seconds are up.
Yeah. Oh, Jolie has to be in here too.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting. And we're moving on to item, this is 8, right? I just said it, I should know. Yes, item 8. So, Chief, would you like to?
No, I need to recuse.
Oh, wait, we have something even, sorry, yeah. Forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
So, thank you, Mayor. Because I own real property within 500 feet of one of the proposed ALPR camera locations, I am recusing myself from the council's discussion of this item. I make this decision out of an abundance of caution and on the advice of council. I participated in the City Council's prior discussion on this topic, which were general policy discussions. That was before the map with the proposed ALPR camera locations was released. Since that map has been released, I have had no substantive discussions with anyone about ALPRs. So with that, I'm going to leave the room.
All right, but you're not released for the rest of the meeting, so we'll let you know.
You gotta come back.
Good. That is why Councilmember Daley wanted to get a cookie, because you were going in back. All right, Chief, it's all yours.
Are you implying that there weren't going to be any left?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I turned
Oh, sorry, there we go. Is that better? All right. Usually I don't have a problem with people hearing me. To start the presentation off, I would like to introduce the Santa Clara County District Attorney, Jeff Rosen.
Good evening, council members. I'm your district attorney, Jeff Rosen, and I'm also a Los Altos resident as well. And I wanted to speak with you for just a minute or so about license plate readers. Some months ago, there was a license plate reader alert in Milpitas. A stolen Honda was in the process of parking in a strip mall. Officers quickly responded, and as the driver had gotten out of the car, he was approaching a local bank with a gun in his hand, as well as meth in his system, and he proceeded to shoot it out with the officers. Fortunately, the officers were not injured, and the bank was not robbed, and no civilians were injured. Another example of the helpfulness of license plate readers, Milpitas again recently solved a string of more than 60 auto burglaries that took place in 8 cities in our county that would not have happened without the use of license plate readers. In San Jose, Flock, which is a license plate reader system, helped the police to solve a drive-by shooting by tracing a black Yukon from the crime scene to a mall to a park where the perpetrators were arrested. Last month, the city of Campbell solved a murder case also with a license plate reader technology that otherwise the case would not have been solved. There were 1 million cars that were stolen in the United States last year, more than 1 million. That's a number, but that's all it is. And while it's impressive and important that thousands of stolen cars are recovered every year due to license plate reader technology, they also capture much, much more. Along with the cars, the readers help us in law enforcement catch armed robbers, rapists, child abductors, and murderers. All of these license plate reader programs, and I know the one that you're considering has this as well, a robust oversight system to protect privacy. And I know the system you're looking at contains this. License plate readers have been used all over our country for several years and are used in most cities in our county. Los Altos is an outlier in not having them, and as a resident of Los Altos, I fear that it makes Los Altos a target because all the cities, most of the cities around Los Altos have this technology. The individuals that are looking at the information that comes from license plate readers are sworn officers with badges who have been selected as police officers and work for your outstanding police chief and can be trusted to protect this information. All tools can be misused. All tools. That means screwdrivers, computers, guns, batons, everything can be misused, okay? But that's why you have an outstanding police chief and why you have outstanding police officers to use the tools that you have given them. As far as I can see, license plate readers are no more intrusive than the gaze of an alert patrol officer, making sure that you and your families and me and my family are safe. A person calls the police to report a car with a child in the back seat has just been stolen. They tell the dispatcher the license plate. The agency plugs in that number, and license plate cameras all over will alert to its presence and save the child. Investigators all over our county and investigators in Los Altos, they don't want to know where I'm shopping for groceries. Okay, that's not what this technology is about. It's Andronicos for people that are wondering. It's not what they're using this for. The detectives want to know why a car keeps showing up at a suspected meth lab, or why it's tailing a domestic violence victim, or to find out why there's a dangerous person that's wanted and sleeping in this particular car in this location. They want to know why a suspected burglar keeps driving through a residential neighborhood where that person does not live. The police want to protect you, and they want to use license plate readers to help protect all of us. And that's the basic purpose of this technology. The thing that I'm hoping for tonight from the council is that you'll give strong consideration to this safe and effective tool. And it's a tool that's been used thousands and thousands and thousands of times in our county already. And I know, as your district attorney that oversees all of the law enforcement agencies in the county and the 2 million residents here, that we make serious cases every day only because of license plate reader technology. And if we didn't have that technology, we would not have solved that crime. So I don't, normally come to council meetings in Los Altos, and I learned a lot about other things while I was here, and but I wanted to share with you my belief that this has been very helpful for every other city in our county that has it, and I would hope that my town would adopt it as well. So thank you.
Thank you, DA Rosen. So Chief, are you going to be presenting from there, or?
Unless you'd like to see me closer.
It's whatever you're comfortable with. I'll turn off the lectern.
All right, yes.
Mayor, I will actually start the presentation,
Okay.
and I'll turn it over to the chief.
Okay.
So just to provide a brief background, this was in front of council recently and the brief description on the first slide of what the ALPR technology is. At that presentation, we received 4 requests from council. You'll see number 1 is in your packet. Number 2 is also in the packet. That's been completed, but we're going to go over those tonight. Number 3 is what I'm going to address before I turn it over to the chief. And number 4, even though it's included in the Q&A, is also, I believe, part of the presentation. So question number 15, because we're not necessarily going in order, was please describe what success will look like. And I'm going to talk in just 2 slides on why we decided to change to arrest rates from solvability. But one of the things that the City Council and the public had asked for was more definition around the 3 specific crimes that we were looking at, as well as total arrests in the city. And council had asked for those over multiple years. So we went back 3 complete years looking at the arrests. So one of the things that we had not included in the initial report was what was the denominator. So it's not enough how many arrests there were, but if we look at question number 12, please provide more details on the proposed pilot. If you look at burglary, out of 148 reports, we ended with 9 arrests. That does not mean 9 of the 148 cases. It means 9 people associated with all 148 reports were arrested. So if multiple people were arrested, it does not, it's happening on a lower case rate than 9 is what I'm saying. And with that number specifically, we had multiple arrests on at least 1 case. The grand theft, we had 96 reports with 3 arrests, and the vehicle theft, we had 24 reports with 1 arrest. There's been lots of comments about why we would look at arrests as opposed to convictions. The simple answer is we don't control convictions, we control arrests. So we didn't want to create a metric that we maybe can't impact after it leaves our hands. So what would success look like? We've talked about the increase in arrests in the 3 areas. We also wanted to highlight the pilot would further be determined successful if we were able to meet the other components of it, which is adherence to the adopted policy and the audit showing no misuse. That's an important piece as well. The community, when providing feedback, did a really good job in helping us update our policy, move it towards something that was more transparent and something that was more acceptable. So why did we change from solvability? Well, I think solvability is actually not a bad metric. When someone asks me what solvability is and I explain it in great detail, they often still don't know what solvability is. It is confusing to people who don't have a common understanding of what it is. In addition to that, though, solvability can be somewhat subjective. And also, it can measure things that maybe we don't want to measure. So we increase solvability. That doesn't necessarily increase closure rates or arrests. But I think the important thing is a successful pilot or a non-successful pilot, it doesn't predetermine a permanent program. So we've seen neighboring communities who set out benchmarks and did not meet them and continued their ALPR program and expanded them. We've seen some programs where the benchmarks were met or exceeded and the ALPRs remain the same. So ultimately, the data that council gets back in a year from now, regardless of whether it does what we think it's going to do, is not going to predetermine council's actions. So though I do think the objective measurement is a good one, I don't think the community should feel like, well, if we increase arrests in a non-meaningful fashion, that council would feel, well, that's a successful pilot, we have to go forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chief, and I'm happy to be your clicker. You just let me know when.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of the follow-up questions that were posed by council to give additional information. So number 1, what is the full actual cost of the pilot? The actual cost for the first year of the program is $42,750. with an annual cost of $37,500, and that's for 15 cameras. There's no additional cost for staff time or overtime costs. Next slide, please. Question number 4, how will officers support this tool and how will it prioritize or reprioritize calls for service? In our current practice, which will continue to be used with the introduction of AOPRs, we prioritize calls for service. So the additional calls that we receive from the ALPR alerts will be prioritized in the same manner that we use currently by officers and dispatchers. Our police officers will support this tool by A, following the policy restrictions in place to ensure compliance with state law and the standards set forth in the policy for the usage of the system, and B, by utilizing this technology to allocate their time efficiently to help solve crime. Next slide, please. Can the city require an independent auditor to be part of the program? As was previously discussed, yes, we can have an independent auditor be a part of the program. However, it's very important to note and understand that the auditor must be another police agency due to the confidential nature of the data and regulations set forth by the California Department of Justice and the California Peace Officer Standard and Training. Next slide, please. Can we have an audit policy that shows this isn't being used in a disparate manner? The answer is yes. That is going to be done. Those annual audits are conducted by the California Department of Justice to ensure compliance with the legal requirements set forth for access to the data. The Los Altos Police Department is 100% committed to transparency, fairness, and equity. We will not use the cameras in a disparate manner as a matter of both practice and policy. Next slide, please. So here's the magic question that everyone was very curious about. Where will the cameras be placed? It's important to note that this is a proposal of where the cameras will be placed. So as you can see on the map, we've tried to place the cameras in areas that are in and around major intersections, points of ingress and egress within the city, and also around business districts. Now, if this pilot program is approved and we get the actual cameras, we will go to each site and determine if that location in that area is still the most efficient location for that particular camera. Any cameras that we decide to move or change to a different area, of course, will be updated to both council and to the public, because transparency in this pilot is extremely important to me. Next slide, please. I'm going to go back again to question number 15, describing what success will look like. Success will mean compliance with the proposed policy as it relates to access and usage of the system. It will also mean that we have used the ALPR system to increase our arrests through a combination of both solid police work and technology. Next slide, please. All right, so as noted at the beginning of the presentation, there were 4 areas specifically that council asked staff to follow up on regarding this technology. And what I would like to do is spend just another moment to highlight question number 3 regarding the expected impact of the cameras as it relates to crime. Recently, a case was solved in the Los Altos Hills with the assistance of ALPR cameras. An international crime syndicate was located and identified after committing a string of home burglaries in the Los Altos Hills area and in many other cities in the Greater Bay Area. The Fort Worth, Texas Police Department recently reported a 13% drop in violent crime and said that technology like ALPR cameras played an important role in this drop in violent crime. And lastly, I want to note that the mass shooting suspect from last week in Atlanta was located and arrested. His violent acts were stopped due in part to an ALPR camera hit that helped officers locate him quickly. Some are saying that these stories are just anecdotes. These are not anecdotes. These are human lives. And these are just a small sampling of hundreds of stories of success, real-time success, using ALPR technology. Although the cameras are not a standalone solution to preventing and solving crime, as was also pointed out by the district attorney, they are an important tool that our police officers need to assist with their crime-fighting efforts. I respectfully ask council tonight to approve this pilot program to give the officers of the Los Altos Police Department the tools that they need to increase community safety and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So would any of my colleagues like to
Ask questions?
ask questions? Yes.
I'll go after Pete.
Okay, so I think you've been nominated.
I won't take long. So the data that's stored is encrypted, correct, Chief?
That is correct.
Who has the encryption keys?
You're asking me an IT question I can't possibly answer.
Okay.
I just know that the data is protected, it is encrypted. So you're asking about like if a
Well, so no. What I'm really asking is, for example, does Flock have an encryption key? Do they have access to the data? And does our policy, or will our policy, or can our policy govern their use of the data?
So that's a great question, and as a matter of fact, I'm sorry that I, just like last time, I forgot to introduce Hector Solomon Valdez, who is on virtually from Flock, and he can answer the question about the encryption keys. Hector, if you can chime in.
Yes, good evening, Council. So the answer to your question, Council Member, in your contract, it states, and obviously defer to City Attorney, that the data is owned by your city. We do not access the data or share the data without permission of your department, but only to assist them in, a search or if there's an issue. But we do not have access to their data, or to your data, I should say.
Okay. That's the only question I have right now.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I do want to note that, the second time around, I really appreciate the more detailed information that has been provided. I do think, I'll say better information for council and the public, so thank you so much. I'm going to start with where Councilmember Daly stopped on the Flock contract. Do we already have a copy of this contract?
No, we do not. What we got was a quote from Flock stating how much the cameras would be. We do not have a contract.
And Mr. England, when we do have that contract, assuming that the majority or more of council members approve moving forward, will that contract come to council?
Unless it was specifically directed, no, it would go through our normal process.
Okay. So I'll bring that up in discussion because, we could discuss that later. Chief, what's the retention period for the data? And I understand based on the policy that if we have an open investigation, then obviously we'll retain the data during that investigation. But assuming there's no open investigation, what's the retention period for the data?
The retention period is 30 days.
And then if we do have an investigation, will we dispose of the data at the close of the investigation, or maybe 30 days after the close of the investigation? Because that's not spelled out in the policy.
No, so if we have an investigation and we have data that is tied to the investigation, we would not destroy that information because it is evidentiary. So even if we're not able to solve the case necessarily, it still is part of the case file. So we would not be able to get rid of that information in case we receive leads down the line that would help solve the case so that we can send it to the district attorney for a complaint.
And I guess when I said the investigation is closed, it meant whatever metric your department uses to determine when to close the file, meaning it's been solved, we've decided not to prosecute, whatever the DA has decided not to prosecute. When those cases occur, what's the retention period for the data? It's not spelled out in the policy, so I want to make sure that's clear.
That's correct. That is not spelled out in the policy, but I think we will follow the same 30-day period for retention.
And then this question may be for Hector because it follows up on the access question. If I heard Hector correctly, Flock doesn't have access or they don't share the data unless they have permission from the city. Once the city gives Flock, for example, permission to access or share the data, how do we track how Flock actually uses that data or shares that data?
We would not directly access the data. We would, what that means is that, let's say the chief calls into our support center, they may be able to walk her through, view with her if she's having issues, downloading, etc. It is a support function. The other side other situations may be in a case where there is a request by your department to share that data with another department, and so that enables us to basically within the system hold it and share it, and that's kind of what that language specifies.
But in sharing the information, Hector, aren't you having access to the data?
We do not have visual access to. We're basically the custodians that we are within our system. What that allows us to do is, with the permissions that are initiated by your department's users, allow them to share within the system. All of that, again, tracked through audit trails with other agencies, which procedures are spelled out in your department's policies or use policy.
And Flock would not have the encryption key, correct?
There are select members of the Flock IT team that have to have encryption keys generally, but we do not access your data unless specifically instructed to. And so there's obviously some circumstances in which that may occur, but again, to assist your department.
And how does Flock ensure that the limited number of IT individuals with the encryption key are not accessing the data?
We ensure in several ways. To start off, we're a SOC 2 compliant company. I'm happy to share kind of more of our IT profile, but that is extremely limited to a few key members of our team who, in these extraneous circumstances would assist. But there is anything that is done has to be requested by your department. There's no way for them to access the system without having permissions from a user initiated request at in your team.
Is the data downloadable? So let's assume this limited number of IT Flock folks get the permission from the city to share the data, and so they use the encryption key to encrypt the data. Are they able to download that data?
No, they are only able to share that data with your department.
Thank you. And then I'm jumping around a little, Mr. England. I want to go to how we're measuring the success of the pilot. And I understand we've moved from solvability to arrests, and I agree with you. It's easier to measure and understand arrests. But in the metrics that you've proposed, it's not clear how we're going to measure success. So, for example, you don't have to pull up the slide, but if there was, burglary, 140 burglaries 1 year, and then we did 9 arrests, and then next year there are 10 arrests, is that deemed a success?
Well, I think ultimately staff would deem an increase in arrests in each of the 3 individual categories an overall a success. Council may not find that meaningful at the end of the pilot. So again, I think the metrics are important to track to see if ALPR does what we think it will do. Even if it does what we think it will do, council may not find that meaningful. So though I do think it's objective and easy to define, I would spend personally more time focusing on what the results are and if those are meaningful to council, not if we increased in 3 areas or 2 or overall.
But if as a council we wanted to use your words, more meaningful measurements where, so for example, over a 5-year period, if we were to look at the number of arrests in Los Altos, and let's say they go up by 1 or 2 every year without the cameras, but we wanted a more meaningful, we could have that as part of the direction tonight, correct?
Certainly, or you don't have to include in the direction, because ultimately it comes back to council, and you can make the determination at that time. So I think anything council directs, we're happy to comply with, but we intended to come back at the 6-month and the 12-month mark. And I think what's meaningful, and what we think they're going to do today, and what's meaningful to council, ultimately, we have to see if they do what they say they're going to do.
And then Chief, looking at the policy, and this may be for the city attorney, I don't know if she was involved in drafting the policy, but I'm trying to reconcile sections 462.2 and 462.7, where 462.2 of the policy clearly states that we would not permit sharing of the data for purpose of federal immigration enforcement, which I support. But when we look at 462.7, it has very broad language that would allow, at least my reading of it, to share with federal immigration officers. So I want to make sure that we don't have language where on the one hand we're saying we won't do it, but then there's catch-all and broad language that allows us to do it.
Unfortunately, I did not print out the policy with my packet, so
No,
I don't
that's
have
fine.
it in front of me. Can you specify what language in 462.7 you're referring to? That's overly broad.
So it talks about the ALPR data may be shared only with other law enforcement or prosecutorial agencies for official law enforcement purposes. It has the subsections that talks about the procedures that we will follow. But if we were to get a request, perfect. If we were to get a request, and I just want to make sure it's very clear, if we were to get a request from federal law enforcement officers with ICE, for example, requesting this data, and they're able to point to some law that says they're entitled to this data, would we share it?
Well, as clearly stated in the policy, we will not share data with federal agencies for the purposes of immigration enforcement. Now, if one of those agencies requested data because it related to a criminal investigation, that's different. This is why the request for data must be submitted to us in writing with the reason for the request for the data.
So we could share it with ICE if it's not related to an immigration matter.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Councilmember Flagger, just the end of 462.7D, it defines the agencies and how it would be shared and for the purpose.
But it's for immigration.
Correct.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
But then you have that broad introductory paragraph, and the chief confirmed what I thought. We will share it with them for other matters.
Correct.
And then looking at the map, and I don't know if Mr. Zorns is the driver here, but if we could go to the slide, or no? Whoever's driving the slide.
Mr. Maginot.
It's Mr. Maginot or Mr.
No,
England.
Mr. England.
Many operators. A lot of people with the encryption key tonight. So with the maps, and I'm curious about a couple locations, Chief, because I do appreciate identifying locations where individuals may be accessing Los Altos, but there are 3 locations where I imagine that an individual would not have been able to get to these 3 locations, and I'll give you the locations, unless they already passed by another camera. And so ALPR 5, which is San Antonio and Maine, is it possible for an individual to get to downtown without driving by one of the other cameras?
Yes.
So how would they access, so looking at the map, how would they get to downtown without driving by one of the other cameras you have?
On the map bigger, please.
I have it. Oh.
No, but
Oh.
can we make
focus just on the map? So we can see the map bigger without the Q and A on the side?
I know how to do it. I can do it.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Without coming through one of those
Yeah.
access points.
Yeah. That's how we go to Amber, India. all the time.
But what's your, so my point is, shouldn't the cameras be at these access points coming into Los Altos? So I'm trying to figure out if the rule of thumb is we want to make sure that we have cameras at the different access points to Los Altos. What I'm hearing from my colleagues is there's some leakage points.
Yes, there are.
And so okay.
There's multiple.
Okay. So.
And I'm glad you're raising that, because I was gonna raise that, and I can point them all out.
Okay.
Okay, let Councilmember.
So let me
Clyburn-
finish.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for me, Chief, and we can have this in the discussion, having these internal cameras based on the criteria we're using to say it's access points to Los Altos, I'm curious why we're having some interior cameras versus not trying to cover the access points.
Well, the reality is that 15 cameras is not enough for coverage. So we placed these cameras the best that we could given the limited resources presented with 15.
I think also there would be the question of a crime does not have to occur from a car that is entering Los Altos. It could occur from a car that's in Los Altos. So
That's already parked here.
That's already here. So when we look at where they're at downtown, we also try and put them at busier intersections or where we have known there have been issues, particularly with burglaries. When we look at Los Altos and Los Altos Hills, the highway basically acts as a zipper, and the majority of the burglaries happen within a very close proximity to that area. So you may be able to get quicker hot list alert and value out of a camera that's placed near the scene than waiting and trying to track it back when someone exits.
No, thank you, and I appreciate the point, very valid point, that the car could already be in Los Altos as opposed to coming from other areas. And then how will we track how we share data? How will Los Altos track how we're sharing the data?
That's all part of our policy as far as requesting in writing other agencies that want to access our data or need information from our data. That will also be included in the audits, the internal audits that we will do bi-yearly.
And if I may add, the public will also be able to, in real time, see any sharing in the transparency portal.
Wait, how does that work, Hector? Can you walk us through that process?
Any agencies and Chief, correct me if there's been any changes to the policy, but if there's an agreement with any agency and they're sharing data with Los Altos, that will be reflected in the transparency portal, which is updated daily. So they will see, just to give an example, Los Altos Hills and San Mateo on a list on the transparency portal. So any resident will see what jurisdictions your department is sharing with.
And this is a portal any member of the public can access. We can see who is sharing data with us and who we're sharing data with.
Correct, and that is updated daily, and so they'll be able to see, in addition to that, how many searches, the policy, and this is all in real time.
And it'll also be on our website.
And then, City Attorney. And maybe I'll leave this for discussion because I don't know if I have support, but okay. Well, so I'm sure you're familiar with SB 34. It's been codified in the government code section. It relates to automated license plate readers. It became law a few years ago. So it would directly relate to this policy, and I want to make sure that our policy complies with SB 34, but also the flock agreement incorporates the requirements as well.
Yes, and I looked into the bill today, and I had conversations with the city manager and the chief, and the policy does comply with SB 34, but upon receiving the contract with Flock, I'll make sure that it does. The Flock person is on, but I don't know if the contract specifies SB 34 or the code sections. I don't know, because they're civil code sections, and it's a very long bill. So,
Our standard contract does not, but that is something, you know, if there's any specific language from the bill that you would want to include through our legal department, that's something that they're amiable to. But my, you know, that we are compliant to all state law in the sense that you own the data, only your department can share that. Same goes obviously for the California's Values Act. So it's really all already built into the system, and your department, basically the way that they will set up their policy and their sharing will allow them to comply.
Okay, there's two last questions, Chief. Where it refers to subcontractors in the policy, and again, this is for 462.2 policy where it says gathered by the city or the subcontractors, are we referring to Flock or are there other entities that may help us gather the data?
No, this is referring to Flock. We don't anticipate having any other subcontractors. The only entities would be other police agencies.
And then the last question for now, Mayor, Mr. England, on the annual cost. So each camera, it's $2,500, and I think the annual projected cost, I had it, 37, right? 37,000. Is that a locked-in amount for the foreseeable future, or is that just this first pilot period? And if we were to continue with this program, would the cost increase?
So it's certainly for the pilot program period. If council increased or removed cameras, the cost would change. I think we would address future cameras as part of a future budget process for this year. We've included it in the draft budget at this point in the amount shown in the presentation.
And so just a follow up on that, and maybe it's for Hector. So is your cost model, Hector, it's annually that it would be $2,500 per camera? Have your costs gone up, or has it consistently been $2,500 per camera for X number of years?
The cost has actually recently gone up. You all are actually on a legacy price of $2,500. So the second year, the cost would go up to $3,000 per camera, so about a $500 increase. But that wouldn't impact this first year for your pilot project.
Okay, so the costs will go up. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it will be locked in for the duration of the contract.
Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, Mayor.
Questions? Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is for the duration of the contract, so maybe we should get a longer contract so we can be locked in at lower price. Is that correct?
Well, I'm gonna say yes all day, yes.
Right? That's what I kind of heard, right? So that way we can talk about it and that will help determine where we go. The other thing is, I can look at the map and you raised a concern about how many ways can we get into the city. I've identified ways that people can come into the city, myself, enter business districts, exit without being caught on the camera. That said, how many cameras would be needed to cover all ingresses and egresses successfully in, for our city? I know we've underestimated and asked for less cameras, but how many would we need?
Based on our initial assessment, we initially proposed 25 cameras.
Okay. And then the other thing is, Los Altos Hills has a substantial amount, and they are on one side of our city. Do we need cameras in those areas, or can we move them to other areas because they have so many cameras exiting off of Magdalena?
Well, the issue is that the cameras that we have must be placed in our jurisdiction.
Okay.
Right. Also, Los Altos Hills is the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department,
yeah,
as you
that's
know.
true.
And unfortunately, they are not able to share data with their current cameras.
Okay. So that said, if they're not going to share cameras and we share data, how will this work in, like, if we have someone who's got a stolen vehicle and exit, can you help us understand better what will happen and how we're going to try to apprehend the
Yeah,
stolen
so
vehicle?
we actually have current, I guess, policies sort of in place to address that. So we collaborate actually very often with the sheriff's department. We met with them actually earlier today. And there are other means that we can use to gather information. One of those ways is through what we call a track flyer, where we put the information related to the crime on a flyer. We distribute it to our local partners or Bay Area wide, depending on the nature of the crime and where the suspect was last seen. So we have other means to get information and to share information with agencies that don't share their flock data.
How many agencies share the data and how many agencies don't share the data? Do we know that surrounds us?
I don't know off the top of my head. I just know that Mountain View and Palo Alto and Cupertino are getting cameras. They have not been installed yet. So I don't know what their particular policies are, but the other agencies in Santa Clara County, to my knowledge, are sharing data. And the majority of those agencies also have transparency portals where you can go on their website and view the information about who they're sharing their information with.
And then how many of the cities use an outside auditor? Because if we're concerned about information or protecting our data, Hector, maybe you can answer that because of course our chief wouldn't know. But how many cities in Santa Clara County are using outside auditors, or do they police themselves?
To my knowledge, Atherton is the only city. It's typically the professional services team within the department that audits themselves and provides reports yearly to the council.
Thank you.
And can I just
yes.
piggyback on that? Atherton and Menlo Park actually they audit each other's information. Those are the only two agencies I have heard that do such a thing. And I'll be honest with you, it's a very difficult task to get another agency to agree to do my work, right? So although I'm confident that I can, maybe twist someone's arm to help us out, it is an unreasonable burden almost to place on another department to ask them to, do an audit for us.
Right, and they're outside of our county, because my question was within our county, but those two cities are outside our county.
Correct.
So that's good information. Thank you. And then when, like earlier I asked about like if we have someone that has a stolen vehicle, but we don't have a city neighboring us yet. So like Milpitas. So when they need to share that data, and what's the timeline that they call like San Jose and say, we have a stolen vehicle exiting our city, our license plate reader, please share how the real-time walkthrough, what happens.
Okay, so there are several different ways that information is passed on from agency to agency. Let's say it was a stolen vehicle or like a homicide suspect in a vehicle. So in addition to the flock, where they would upload the information into the system immediately, so the other agencies that the vehicle passes through will get real-time alerts that vehicle is currently in their city passing by cameras. That's one way. Another way is the track flyer that I mentioned earlier. We also do what we call BOLOs, where we call another agency and that agency's dispatch will broadcast to all of the units, be on the lookout for this vehicle last seen in the area of, and we do that currently. So we do get BOLOs, as we call them, from surrounding agencies. We had one just last week where unfortunately a McLaren was stolen in Palo Alto. We got the BOLO, it crashed here in our city, and then that suspect jumped in somebody else's car and took off. So we had the information, we just didn't know where the vehicle was at. So having the flock cameras will help us narrow down the geographical location of that vehicle, because we get real-time alerts. It just passed camera number 5. It just passed camera number 6, if that makes sense.
Thank you. That was very, it helps me to add a picture. So the burglary screen, can you bring that up, City Manager, please? When we talked about the burglaries, and we have like 100-something burglaries, but hang on. I can turn it on my page. So like, right. Yeah, that's fine. When we talked about the 148, the next one then, and we said it was affiliated with the 9 arrests, how many of those arrests are stolen vehicles? Do we know? Or can you help us understand too?
I don't have that information off the top of my head, but what I can tell you is that in 7 of those 9 arrests from last year, our officers were lucky to kind of be in the right place at the right time. And so the individuals were arrested at the scene of the burglary, which is why the stats are so high for last year. It is unusual and hard for us to be in the right place at the right time. But I would say that the majority of the burglaries are committed either in vehicles that are stolen or have stolen license plates attached to them.
Okay. And then there's concern about when a vehicle is using stolen license plate. Can you speak to how these cameras will be helpful with that as well?
Yeah, so a lot of times criminals will steal license plates off of other vehicles. Like if I have a Honda, I'll find another Honda and steal the plates off of that to avoid detection, right? And so once the individual that owns the actual license plate calls the police and says, my license plate was stolen off of my vehicle, we take a report and we enter it into the stolen vehicle system. So that shows up in the system on the hot list as a stolen license plate. Same as a stolen vehicle will with the license plate.
Okay. Thank you so much. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Mayor, I just have one follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to follow up. You have a follow-up to Councilmember Daly. Follow up to a question and your response on Los Altos Hills not sharing data, Chief. If obviously they've chosen not to, the town council chose not to do that. What's the benefit to Los Altos of sharing the data?
I think there's a huge benefit because a lot of times our criminals are very prolific. They don't go to one certain area to commit crimes. They may start in Milpitas and eventually they'll make their way to Los Altos. They'll go to San Mateo. They don't go to one specific area. So sharing our data allows us to have that real-time information that, let's say a robbery just occurred in Milpitas, we get that information. This vehicle was last seen, let's say it was last seen in Palo Alto. That gives us a heads up that it could possibly be heading our way. So I think sharing with other agencies gives us the ability to have a more informed set of data to work with, real-time data to work with to solve crime, if that makes sense.
So are these reciprocal relationships then? So for example, the fact that Los Altos Hills has chosen not to share their data, does that necessarily mean that other cities like Milpitas won't share data with Los Altos Hills?
That's correct. They will.
Milpitas will?
Yes, Milpitas will. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Not the Hills.
So if our council were to decide not to share our data, it wouldn't put us at a disadvantage of not getting data from other cities necessarily.
It would put us at a disadvantage. It's almost like having a home security system that doesn't work or that's turned off. It kind of defeats the purpose if we do not share and receive data from other agencies.
Just for clarity, the town council in Los Altos Hills didn't make the determining factor on sharing or not. It was the county policy doesn't allow it. As late as last week, they were contacting us and other agencies trying to find a way to say they owned the data and they did want to share it. And their recommendation from their experiences is if you're not sharing data, you shouldn't put the cameras up.
Thanks for reminding me. I do remember the board taking that vote and the discussion. So it was the board who made that decision. Thank you.
Councilmember Daly.
Are we required to share this map of the locations publicly?
Well, that's really at council's direction.
I have one more question after
Well,
that.
so
Now that he asked it.
I appreciate that it's
Oh,
not you
sorry.
saying we have to share the maps. Why did we decide to share the maps, and why do we think that our judgment of where cameras should go should be superior to the professionals who do this for a living?
So unfortunately, the vice mayor isn't here. I know he had brought it up. I'm happy during
Yeah.
discussion to share why I supported when he asked for the location sites. Because as a council, I think I'll leave it for discussion, Mayor.
Because, yeah, that, when you asked that, then earlier you said that if we were to review this and we need to redecide, to reallocate where a camera will go, we will be informing council and the public. So then how would this then come back to the public and the council? We would have another council meeting to determine that? Help me understand that.
I think,
Yeah, I hope not, I hope not either, but that's why, I mean, it just came up and I heard that, so I just needed to better understand that.
I think, Councilmember Liang, of course, council can direct this to come back. Council can direct that a map has to be explicitly approved. Council can put lots of parameters around this. I would hope that we're not about to be in a position where council is trying to group edit where 15 cameras go. We are open to feedback. We are happy to bring that back at council direction. But I know that I deferred to the chief and her team for camera placement because I don't have that expertise.
Just last question, promise. Just on the camera locations, because I know other jurisdictions have done this. To Mr. England's point, so I just want to confirm that this is possibly on the table, where they define the parameters or the criteria. For example, they said no residential areas, only business communities or entrances to the cities. Like, is that something that as a city we could consider?
Certainly, that's where we attempted to go the first time around with a general description, and we're comfortable either way. For clarity with council, either way is fine with us.
But also, let me just piggyback on that also, that restricting where the cameras can be placed allows more access points in and out of the city, right? So the point is that we want to capture criminally involved vehicles that are either entering our city, leaving our city, or being stolen in our city, right? So the areas that we propose to place the cameras that we feel cover the city the best that we can with the allocation of 15.
Do I get my turn?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so I want to just pick up on what this last discussion was, because where I thought people might be going, but I didn't hear it explicitly, is that do we really want to have this be public information? I don't see how that's helpful, because then you can get around it, Yeah. So I prefer the general description. I understand for the purposes of this discussion, maybe we had to see it to get a feel for it, but I don't think council should decide it or, should see it. It kind of defeats the purpose if we say, okay, so instead you should come in this way, but whatever. Okay, so let me go to my questions.
But it did prove there's a lot of deficiencies, so that was good to know.
Well, I'm not, there's not a camera on every single street and entrance. That is true. So the 30-day retention, is that a rolling 30 days? So really every day you're deleting whatever's then 30 days old?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and Hector said correct as well. Okay, so at day 30 you have a daily deletion.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, so how does it work? Because I know that our residents have the ability to request that their license plates be removed and exempted from this. So how does that, you fill out something, submit it, say, I want license plate, I Heart the Chief, to be exempted from the ALPR reader. You know, so so what happens when Flock reads that license plate that has requested to be exempted? How does that work?
I will actually repeat an answer that Hector gave at the first round of the presentation, and that is, although that is an option for our residents, we strongly discourage them from opting out because, God forbid, that their vehicle gets stolen, we won't have any way of tracking where it has been or where it's going because their license plate will not be read by the cameras.
Right. So that's actually was my next question, which is then your car gets stolen, but the other cities with the ALPRs who don't, because we're not exempting it from everywhere, we're exempting it from Los Altos. So then you drive into Mountain View with that stolen car, and they would pick it up. Is that correct?
Yes, in theory, yes.
Yeah, in theory. Okay.
Could we let Hector clarify that?
Hector.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. So once that vehicle enters another community, that community has different parameters on the way that their system works. I will note that use of that exemption is extremely rare. There may be 2 to 3 within all of the Flock network that do that, and I think it may be one of your neighbors only. So something just to note, because of the reason that the chief just mentioned, you're really hampering yourself in the event that you're a victim.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's all I wanted to ask, given some of the other questions were covered. So we're going to open it up to public comment. We're going to give 2 minutes for each commenter. If you're online, please raise your hands. I have quite a few cards here. We're going to start in chambers. Our first speaker will be Nadim Malouf, followed by Renee Rashid, followed by Janine Valadez. So, Mr. Malouf.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. A few years back, my car was stolen in San Francisco. And a few weeks after the theft, I get a call from SFPD saying, hey, we think we found your car in the city. A camera found your license plates. Can you please come up to the city? So I did. It had turned out that actually what they found were my license plates on someone else's car. My car was never recovered. So forgive me if I say I'm somewhat skeptical of the system's efficacy. But if you do go down the path of approving the pilot, please ask for a lot of oversight. Oversight is about the corner cases. It's not about the 99 cases that are successfully solved, but it's about the one case that led to abuse. And don't make it's a statistic. So this is about understanding where that failure can happen and how do we prevent it before it happens. And if God forbid it happens, to make sure that we remedy it fast before it damages a life. So for example, can the data be used internally by someone who's not authorized within our city to see the data? I think Flock is a business. They have every incentive to ensure that data is protected. But we need to ensure that we have the same protections amongst ourselves right here in the city, that we don't have access to that data. Or if that data is indeed provided to someone within the city for good reasons, it is not used for other reasons. So that's where the oversight comes in. And can we police ourselves? I don't know, but we need to prove that we can police ourselves. If we cannot, what are the alternatives? And we need to discuss that openly.
Thank you, Mr. Malouf. Okay, Renee Rashid, followed by Janine Valadez, followed by Keenan Mose.
Hi, I'm Renee Rashid, speaking on behalf of Los Altos for Racial Equity. I wanted to start off by saying that whether you are for or against ALPRs, you're still concerned about the safety of this community. So I hope that's not a question here. What we differ on is what we believe is the best way to make our community safe. Lair has submitted and presented a lot of data and evidence that shows the ineffectiveness of ALPRs in solving crime. We also have a list of human stories that show how humans have been impacted extremely negatively by ALPRs, by incorrect information from ALPRs. So Lair differs and would instead support the hiring of a detective to solve crimes, which we believe would be the best tool for the job, even though, yes, it is more expensive. But with 47% of our budget going to policing, we need to be cognizant and figure out the best tools to solve our problems. However you decide tonight, know that this is no longer a pilot program that is up for a vote. With the metrics that have been removed from the program, there's simply an increase in arrests. That's not a metric. So if we suddenly have 7,000 burglaries, but yet we have 134 arrests instead of 133, would we then say, oh, it's a success? I would hope not. But what Mr. England is suggesting that, oh, we may have some data, but we don't need to look at that data to continue this program, then that's an infallible pilot program that will continue in perpetuity. If we decide to do that, then we need to agree that there is an absolute need for strong policies, especially as it relates to pervasive surveillance tech that has been abused in the past, in the very nearest past.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Rashid. Ms. Valdez, followed by Keenan Mose, followed by Curtis Cole.
This is very difficult because I've not liked all the levity on this issue that's gone on in this meeting. I'm sure that Fresno, Marin, Sacramento, LA, Milpitas, Daly City, Pasadena, Long Beach, and BART all respected their chiefs and thought that they were good people. But every single one of them has been shown through audits that they violated the rules, including sharing data with ICE. And this was recently. This is not 10 years ago, 6 years ago. But the other thing is, you've read my comments already, so I'm not going to repeat those. The thing is new. There is a new law that's on the passing through committee, AB 793, that is specifically trying to outlaw canvassing and dragnets. There are other words for it, but it's basically mass surveillance in order to try to, using those actions and techniques to apply keyword searches to look at ALPR, dragnets, and canvasses. And the canvasses are explicitly allowed in our policy. So I would advise the council to read up on that impending law, because a lot of harm has come from using ALPRs to kind of canvass large groups of people in an area that either a crime has occurred or a crime might occur. And that's very dangerous to us. I think that there are still areas in our policy that are highly, they're full of risk. And it's just really terrible that we have ALPRs, for example, the one on Jordan and El Camino, that's the entrance right to my neighborhood, right to my street. And that is not a commercial district. That is right facing a Jack in the Box where all the Mexicans eat for work. And the streets are extremely narrow. People walk in the streets. So there's no way that a speeding car or anything is going to get anywhere through there. So there's just some weird judgment going on.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Okay, Keenan Mose, Curtis Cole, Tammy Mulcahy.
Good evening. Here in person for the first time. Thank you for having me here. I had quite a few things I want to say, so I'm going to go into a few little tangents. First, this is to y'all. This is the technology we're talking about. We have 7,000 solar panels. We're putting a gas generator instead of batteries. I can't make a phone call from my house because we're not going to do 5G, but we're here to talk about APLRs because this is the technology we think is right. Barely got fiber. We're in Silicon Valley. Okay, let me get over that part of the rant. Gabriel England, I'd like to address you first. When we were talking about some of the statistics, it was already mentioned earlier. Your clients, which is this city, which is this council, which is these people, the statistics you're mentioning are negligible, are things that can deviate from year to year, and your response was, that's okay, we don't really need you to find them valuable. That was disappointing to hear. Even the metrics that are changing on this are showing that there's inconsistencies with the way that this is being handled, and with all the things happening with San Jose's police department and the fentanyl and all the different issues happening in Antioch, that we're gonna just have a police oversight police. That's really scary for me. So but maybe I should be excited instead. Maybe I should look at it as the chance of something happening to me here, above the 10 times the statistics already proven, has now increased again. So maybe I'll just be one of the victims here, because this happened to me in 2020 when I got my new car, followed because they thought my car was stolen, my license plates were out of the area, and I shouldn't be here. And the whole time he's trying to explain to me, maybe it's not because I'm black, I couldn't see that, it was just because the car, you know, there's a BMW that was stolen, all this, and you can look it up, it happened. And so now we're here, so maybe I'll just be another one of the statistics, and my family will be good, and they'll get paid out for it. So maybe we should just approve this, and I should be excited about that. And so right now I'm just feeling very conflicted with the direction that we're heading here, and what tech we're choosing to talk about, and how poor the statistics and oversight and accountability continues to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Curtis Cole, followed by Tammy Mulcahy, followed by Stacy Banerjee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for your attention and service tonight. I encourage you to consider this complex and important topic in two separate pieces, as my email suggested. First, consider and support the police department's revised policies on the use of license plate radar data when investigating crimes within the city. Our captain wants to create a model department within the city with model policies. Take the feedback from the people that you're hearing tonight, and hopefully you can create and approve policies that support those goals. Once you have a set of policies that you believe in for the use of the technology, be it by adjacent cities or within cameras within the city, then consider the second part, which is, do you want to go forward with cameras within the city? And you can do a cost-benefit analysis on that. I think hopefully then you can do that without being clouded by the past behavior of other departments. Hopefully those considerations will go into the first part and the policies there. The system does appear to be a low cost, but I agree that ultimately this is going to come back to you, and you're going to have to see what are the results. How is it used? What do the studies show? Is it worthwhile or not? You may create metrics tonight, as you should, but you're going to want to take a look at the data and decide then whether you want to continue with this policy. We support the pilot project. I know I do. I know my neighbors do. We have 2 flock cameras in our neighborhood. We've had them for 9 months now. I've been called in twice by the police department for investigations, and I've shared data with them. I'm the only one who sees that data. So I would like the department to have direct access to those cameras, and I don't want to be an intermediary whatsoever on those at all. But thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Are we able to ask a question?
Well, if you have a question, yes. I think you have a question, yes.
And Curtis, this may be answerable by you, it may be answerable by the gentleman from Flock, but, you know, is there a mechanism that just allows the police department to access the data from those cameras? And how, the second part of the question is, how do we govern private camera data in our policy? Because I didn't see it reflected in the policy that I read.
So that's not a question for Curtis, I think.
But
right?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Flock has a policy whereby through the execution of an MOU, the police department can have access to my cameras as if they were your cameras.
Okay.
Right then. Okay. And the data follows all their policies and use.
Okay, I'll leave the other part of the question for discussion. Okay? Thanks.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Okay.
Wait, did Hector want to say something?
Yeah, Hector, did you?
Mr. Cole answered it exactly as I would have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Okay.
if we could, just to provide further context,
Yeah.
we had residents ask us to sign that MOU over a year ago, and we said council hadn't weighed in, so we didn't sign it at that time. Certainly, it's a decision council can make.
Okay, so that's open, that we can decide. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole. Ms. Mulcahy, followed by Stacy Banerjee, followed by Tony Mose.
Hi. First of all, I just want to say that I actually really appreciate sitting here tonight and listening to the attention to detail and hearing the concerns and that you all are going through this, because it is important to me, the civil liberty aspects of all this. All I can say is that I've written to you, but I'll repeat, I live in a neighborhood that seems to be targeted, and we were just hit again 2 months ago. It was very frightening. And it's clear to me that old school isn't working. People are putting in cameras. We are watching each other's neighbors, our houses when they're going out of town. We started a WhatsApp, for emergency things when things happen. Old school isn't working in our neighborhood. And we don't know why, but that's why we all got together, as Curtis had said, and we put in these 2 flock cameras. But it doesn't help us very much if they can't see the cars without a front plate, the stolen cars, the cars on a watch list. That information isn't going through in real time to the police department. So we totally support the pilot program to have that information be more timely. Because as in the case, this last one, our local neighbor who was our representative, they had to come to him and he was out of town, he was out of the country. So everything's after the fact. It doesn't do us any good if it's not happening on a timely manner. The other part of me just wanted to comment that what is our other alternative if it's not the flock system except to put up guards and a gate, make us a security complex, and what would be the difference if we had a security guard out there logging everyone who comes in and out? It's just old school isn't working. We need something else, and we can't afford the security guards. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. All right.
Good evening. I'm speaking as a resident. A couple of things. One, I don't think the data has been convincing that says that the investment in these cameras is going to be effective for our city, especially amongst all the other priorities that require our funding. Number two, there is privacy and civil rights and constitutional civil rights at stake here, and mosaic theory has been brought up in previous public written comments. If you, council, have moved past the first step, even if the rest of us haven't, you're going to need to have the city attorney look at this, because regardless of if all the other cities around us are signing up for this, you're on the hook if you sign up for something. If you have Mountain View hooked up and Cupertino hooked up and Palo Alto hooked up, and you're tracking people as they move through. And you probably should let residents know where these are located, because that would be a proper privacy or notification of it. Number three, and this is really important, what is our relationship with Flock? They're a for-profit business company, and there has not been a lot of discussion. I heard some good questions this evening to just start kicking off that conversation. The chief herself has said she's not an IT expert. Please get that contract in front of your eyes and in front of the public's eyes. We have a lot of IT experts in this city who can give a lot of good feedback to council, so then you can direct the chief and the city on what our relationship with Flock should be. Right now, 462.5, top of page 5, I quote, and this is about Flock: information gathered or collected and records retained by the vendor will not be sold, accessed, or used for any reason other than legitimate law enforcement or public safety purposes. Wow, that's wide open for those IT guys at Flock. And IT guys just don't manage a server. They manage huge, large AI data sets. That's wide open for them to do things.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict.
So thank you very much.
All right, Tony Mose. And then we'll be moving to our online.
Good evening. Also, my first time here in person. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. So I just wanted to say that I'm disappointed with the staff report that I read. When I reviewed it, the questions that seemed to be posed by the city council members at best were answered in a perfunctory manner, and at worst glossed over and ignored. So there appears to be this ever-shifting goal as to what will constitute success of this pilot program. So I just want to make sure that we actually have concrete data that we want to look at in determining whether or not we want to move forward with this program. I also want to say I'm disappointed that our vice mayor had to recuse himself. I'm 2 houses down from him, and we were definitely more than 500 feet away from that ALPR. Was it 500 feet?
It's a different
Oh,
property.
okay,
Different
great.
property.
Okay, thank you. So I'm still upset that he had to recuse himself, just because I like to see him. And I just wanted to say that, you know, we need to make sure that the staff looks into whether or not a third-party auditor that is not law enforcement can be used to do the audit. I know that there are other cities that are doing so, and what actually is the California law that prohibits it, and how are these other cities going forward with this? Are they breaking the California law? So I just want to make sure that we really can't use a third-party, non-police, non-law enforcement auditor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mose.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Do you have any idea what any of those like any names of those cities that came up in your
I
digging?
believe that I do. I do not have them here, but I will find it and let you know. Thank you.
Okay, online.
Brian Jones.
Hi, thank you. There's a lot in that report. I'm also fairly disappointed in it. I think one of the things that was in the report that has not been come up tonight is that the report admits, quote, there are no longitudinal studies that staff is aware of showing the long-term outcomes or the experiences of multiple agencies. We've heard a lot of anecdotes, frankly, tonight about how there are vast improvements in the effectiveness of police departments when these systems are in place. But if that were the case, why can none of the studies find it? Why does none of the data actually show that? I think there's a real disconnect there. A second thing that I found disappointing in the report was that it turns out that contrary to previous claims, the ACLU did not vet the Vallejo policy at all. It was represented that the ACLU vetted that policy and approved it. In fact, what happened is that the Vallejo PD consulted the ACLU website and then prepared a policy. It's a big difference from a vetting. So those were a couple of things that are disappointing that I found in there. I think that I'm also very much concerned with this capability of sharing data with other departments, especially in light of some of the laws that are being passed in other jurisdictions. I wonder if other law enforcement agencies from other states were attempting to prosecute crimes that are crimes in those states for restricting abortion access, if our data could be used for that. As a Georgia company, could Georgia police subpoena the flock data themselves and get information regarding abortion access? I think there's a lot of really concerning things going here, and I urge the council to vote no on this.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Roberta Phillips.
Hi. Well, I really do support this. I think it's a tool. I think it's worth having a policy. I think that the city attorney and the police chief and the Gave England have spent a lot of time researching this. Our city has been really, really good about not sharing any immigration status. They want to work with the immigrants, not in any way danger them. And I'm 100% support of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. So that we're going to close public comment. All right, so I will bring it back to my colleagues. And Councilmember Daley, you had something you said you would save for discussion. Do you want to start off with that, or would you prefer someone else to go first?
The city attorney wants to.
Go. Yes.
Someone just raised their hand on Zoom. I don't know.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Maureen Griffin.
Hello, thank you. I have a couple questions and comments. First of all, I don't believe the ALPR trial is the answer. I have a question. Did Jeff Rosen come as Santa Clara County DA or Los Altos resident? The line was blurred for me. Section 462.7, releasing the ALPR data, it specifically says the data can only be shared with law enforcement or prosecuting agencies for official law enforcement or otherwise permitted by law. Exactly what does that mean? Law enforcement purposes are permitted by law. That's incredibly vague to me. And as Brian already mentioned, which I am incredibly concerned about, does this include prosecuting anti-abortion laws in other states? Next, I'm confused, and maybe it's just because I didn't look at the slides long enough, but in all the jobs I've had in Silicon Valley, I'm accountable for justifying all expenses over $10,000 with measurable objectives and due dates. And I'm not seeing that in this ALPR trial. What I have seen is that the data support showing us that there were 13 arrests in 2022, but then at the bottom of the slide, it says 133 arrests. So I was confused by that. And honestly, I'm not seeing what are the measurable objectives and the due date, especially for this huge expenditure of like 75K. I do urge the council to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Now we're going to close public comment again. So, did you want to go, Councilmember Flagger, or did I lost track?
I will defer to my
Okay.
more senior colleague.
Senior, seasoned, not older. Thank you. So, thanks again. And someone defined or described this issue as controversial. And I wouldn't use the word controversial, but it's such an important topic that I think the attention and time we're giving to it is so warranted. And so I want to take the opportunity to really thank the individuals who have emailed, shown up in person, to Lair, to all the different groups who weighed in either in support or in opposition of Los Altos installing ALPR cameras or ensuring that we have the right policy in place. I can't emphasize enough how important your voices are. I do not want any group or individual to feel sidelined or they're being ignored or their voice is not valid. Every single comment and feedback and questions were received from individuals, Lair, and other groups have really made this discussion and the policy we have before us much better. And so I do want to thank all of them, and I want them to stay engaged because you do make a difference. I always say, and in different roles, if we didn't have these voices, the policy we would end up with or the decision we would have made would look so much different. And so I do want to thank each and every one of you for your input. Really appreciate it. It makes us better policymakers. So please stay involved. Your voices are so relevant. Chief, I do have a follow-up question before I go into my comments on sharing the data, for example, with other agencies, cities. And someone mentioned, assisting with prosecuting possibly violation of abortion laws in Texas or somewhere else. How do we control how the data is used after sharing it? So we have in our policy right now that we'll share it with federal law enforcement agencies for legitimate purposes. We decide to share it. How do we know how the information is actually used?
Let me just back up. For any federal agency that would request access to the data, it's a case-by-case basis. It's not a blanket, here, access our data and look at anything you want. That's not how this is going to work. Also, it's very important to note, for legitimate law enforcement purposes, but if it's illegal to get an abortion in Texas, that doesn't mean that if someone requests data from Los Altos PD that I have to agree to give it to them. right? So I just want to really emphasize that important point that I have the ability to not share information or not give data, particularly as it pertains to laws in other states that are not laws here in California. And I'm sorry, can you repeat your question one more time? So I'm
No,
circling
you're
back.
answering it.
Okay.
So go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Because you would make the decision, you'd be the decision maker on who you share the information with. And they could represent to us that they're going to use it for this very narrow purpose, and who knows what they do with it after. So, Mayor, I'm just going to go through. I was jotting down, I think, the different points that have come up, and I may jump around. But I do not support sharing the information with ICE, period. I would like to update the policy if there's council support to move forward with the policy. And I actually think I would like to bring this policy back to make sure it dots all the I's, cross all the T's, because I do think it can improve. I think it's good. It's much better than where we were, but I think there are definitely some sections that need to be better defined and understood. So I do not support sharing any data with ICE. As we just heard, we can put parameters around it, but once we share the information with some of these agencies, we really don't know how this information will be used. I support keeping an independent auditor. I appreciate that the chief included this in the draft policy. I do support, and again, I'm deferring to the city attorney on this, that if we can go with a non-police agency to do this independent auditor, that's what I would support. But if the law really ties our hands where we really have to only have another police entity do that audit, then fine. But I definitely support keeping an independent audit review as part of the Los Altos policy. I do think we need to clarify in the policy that the retention period of 30 days also applies to when an investigation is closed. I think it just leaves it open-ended, and retaining and purging this data is very important. We don't want this data sitting in our system. On the flock contract, and I don't know if city attorney, if this would come back to us in closed session, but I am concerned. We heard from Hector that they have their standard template contract, and he did state that, deferring to his attorney as he should, whether or not they'd be open to tailoring it to Los Altos and ensuring that it reflects our policy and it complies with the laws. But I also want to make sure that the flock contract has certain terms in addition to complying with the laws and complying with our policy. The cost is very important. Ensuring the indemnification provision is very clear and tight to protect Los Altos. We know there are many lawsuits related to the flock cameras out there, and we want to make sure that Los Altos is not on the hook if it's flock's responsibility, and they violated the contract. I support setting parameters, and I'll go back to, and again, we keep referring to the vice mayor, and even though he can't participate, requesting, and I supported having the sites identified, and I hear the concerns. If we want to move to identifying, giving general parameters, I think Palo Alto did this, and I read that I think other cities have done this, where we're very clear that we want any cameras to be in commercial districts, certain points where individuals may be entering Los Altos. I think I could support such parameters, but clearly we cannot have a camera at every single point. Palo Alto, which is 10 times the size of Los Altos, well, not that much, it's 3 times, but 3 times the size of Los Altos, has less cameras, because I think we all recognize we don't want a camera on every corner. That's not the fiscally responsible or the smart thing or the right thing to do. And so, for us to say, yes, in an ideal world, we'd have 25 cameras, I don't think that reflects our values or the policy that we want to support. We need to be very strategic and thoughtful. And if we decide to move forward with cameras, let's be very careful in where we place these cameras. And one of the areas I'd be very concerned about is having them populate residential areas. As I go down my list, in the policy, I also think we need to clarify vendor and subcontractor. That's too vague. We need to have a definition section that clearly says subcontractor or vendor, and we should use one word. It clearly refers to flock, so that we don't have a situation where we're sharing this information with other vendors or other subcontractors. So if the intent there is only to have it apply to flock, we should define it as flock, and have the contract terms reflect it. I do support, I think a resident suggested under section 462.5 to make clear, and this is where we talk about the vendor being able to share the information for legitimate law enforcement purposes. You know, based on what Hector said, and I want to make sure it's reflected in our policy, and we're not just taking this representative of Flock's word, but we need to make sure the policy clearly states that any vendor or contractor, or better defined Flock, cannot use or access this data unless it receives written permission from the city. And we also need to define what legitimate business purposes. I appreciate that comment from the last speaker, because I do think that is vague. You know, I hope Chief stays with us forever, but the idea that it will be the discretion of the chief to determine if when ICE calls or Texas calls or some other agency calls and asks for information, to have that discretion to say whether or not we're going to share that information, that doesn't give me comfort. And so I do think we need to clarify, you know, which agencies we will share the information with, and what criteria we will use, and how we will ensure that the data is used for the purpose intended or stated. I'm still not comfortable with the answer, and maybe that's why the Board of Supervisors decided not to allow Los Altos Hills to share the data, because you do lose control no matter how much control you think you have over the data. And so I am very concerned that even though we may decide not to share the data with ICE and other agencies, if we share the data with another city or agency, then they're able to share this data for purposes that we didn't intend. But of course, we've lost control of the data once that happens. So Mayor, where I am, I do think we still need to work on several things in the policy. The last thing I'll point out is how we measure this pilot program. It is a pilot program. And for Mr. England and the chief and staff to come back to us 6 months or a year from now, we really need to be able to look at metrics and say, yes, this is worth the $42,000 per year, or how much it is, because we heard from Hector the prices may go up. And so for me, Mayor, with the arrests, if we want to look at arrests, I think we should say, for example, you know, arrests have gone year over year, 25% or 30% compared to the previous year. But just simply saying increase in arrests, that's not a metric we can really rely on unless we're going to sit here today and just say, yes, the pilot will get continued. Because I do think we need to make sure we're able to justify approving the pilot moving forward. And so I look forward to a discussion about how we can improve. If Mr. England has a suggestion, I'm open to that as well. But I can tell you I am not comfortable with the current metrics being proposed to measure the success of this pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leanne, did you want to? Or Councilmember Daley?
Thank you. So there are a number of concerns: equity, privacy, cost, probably more. I'll tackle the equity issue first. I favor objective policing. And one of our residents has shared with us some experiences that we should all be rather ashamed of as a community. I would rather have had an officer make contact with a resident based on a hot list hit, based on the ALPR system saying, hey, that vehicle is associated with crime, rather than having the officer pull somebody over because they look out of place,
So for me at least, this is the way I'm viewing the equity issue, is through a lens of, is the application of technology more objective than some of the subjective methods that we've used? I don't know. Now this is the hope, right? And as we've heard earlier tonight, tools can be misused, right? So the only way that we're going to be sure that we are equitable in our use of this technology is through the application of very rigorous policy, best of breed policy, not, sort of the average of all the local jurisdictions' policies, but let's be a leader, right? Privacy also has to be, we have to do our best to protect it with very, very rigorous policy, best of breed policy that goes beyond what all of our other jurisdictions have done. Now, we had another public comment that specifically referenced about a half a dozen jurisdictions that I recognize from the California State Auditor's report on ALPRs from 2020. Most of what the auditor's report found with regard to those jurisdictions was that their policies were really Swiss cheese. They were, in more cases than not, in the auditor's report, the biggest concern that the auditors flagged were really terrible policies. So, for example, for privacy, most of those jurisdictions had really long periods of data retention. Now I think 30 days seems like where best in class is right now, so I'm probably okay with that, but we have to then talk about what that means with regard to when cases are closed and so forth. I totally favor independent audit, of course. We also have to write into the policy appropriate mechanisms to control the access to private data, right? We have residents who are buying these systems who are now saying, we would really like to integrate with the police. I don't know the answer to how that's going to be controlled for, but I do want to see the policy come back so that we can continue to tighten this. And I actually hope that there are some residents who take this, I hope that there are some residents who have already indicated a clear passion that would be willing to go through that policy and kind of do some of the redlining that we've seen residents do with some of our policies. Which is not to say that we're going to, adopt every suggested policy change, but let's get into that policy word for word by word, paragraph by paragraph, and make sure it's the best policy that we can have. Now, as to providing the locations of security cameras of ALPRs, we don't provide the locations of video surveillance cameras. Most security systems that have video surveillance cameras do not publicize the location of those cameras. And in fact, one of the biggest problems with what the current Speaker of the House of Representatives decided to do with all of the video surveillance from January 6th was he gave it to a very reprehensible outlet and individual, in my opinion. But that aside, the biggest threat was how much that could reveal about the security system itself. So there are some practical reasons to at least make it challenging to find out where some of these locations are. In other words, you can have some authorized people, perhaps part of the audit process, to make sure that the cameras are not being placed inequitably, because that's a legitimate concern. We are not a large jurisdiction, so we don't, for example, have a lot of mosques in our community, but I know that historically there has been a disproportionate placement of this technology around mosques, and some jurisdictions have sort of assumed that there's a certain amount of potential criminal activity or terrorist activity associated with, with the religion of Islam, and I don't. We may not have the same kind of jurisdiction where those problems could crop up, but as one of our residents said, hey, one of the locations happens to be, at a place where lots of marginalized people may congregate to get food and whatnot. So let's have our auditor also look at these things. I don't think that council or the general public necessarily has a role in determining where these cameras go, but that is my opinion on the matter. The notion that they should be restricted to commercial neighborhoods defeats the purpose. Why do we already have residents buying these systems for their own neighborhoods? It's because the crimes that we're very concerned about are often residential property crimes. Yes, we've had commercial burglaries. We had somebody steal a safe from the Los Altos Grill. Somebody drove their truck through the window of a Lada's and stole the cash register. Those are crimes that I would like to see solved or prevented as well. But when I knocked on doors and talked to our residents, so when I knocked on doors and I spoke to residents all over this town just a few months ago, one of the things that they were really concerned about was property crimes. And they were concerned in a way that caught me a little bit off guard, because those residents who had been victimized were re-victimized by the fact that nothing could be done about these crimes, right? But if we have ALPRs in residential neighborhoods, then the chance that somebody's going to say, hey, my house was broken into at 2 a.m., the Ring doorbell camera on my neighbor's house across the street identified a black Ford Taurus, and oh, well, we got an ALPR hit on a black Ford Taurus. There aren't that many of them, so at this time, 2 blocks away, that's how we're able to use the system to then try and go after and get those criminals, right? Because then once that car has been picked up on that ALPR 2 blocks away from where the residential robbery occurred, we can put that, we can add that license plate number to a hot list, which isn't to say that we know that that particular black Taurus was the car that was involved with the crime, but certainly enough circumstantial evidence to make contact with the driver of that particular vehicle. And that's, by the way, a far more objective contact than pulling somebody over and giving them the sort of bogus, line, well, your car matches the description of one that was used in a robbery. I know a lot of people that hear that when they get pulled over. And I would rather have somebody say, yeah, the license plate number matches a license plate number that was potentially associated with the crime. So I do not favor confining the cameras to our commercial districts by any means. I favor figuring out a way to put them at strategic locations so that we can appropriately use the technology. Now, crime is a multivariate social dynamic, and so one of the reasons why we don't have longitudinal studies is because you can't do a double-blind test and isolate for a particular variable. And the reason why we're not saying we want to see arrests go up by this percentage is because we don't know how much crime is going to go up or go down based on all of the social dynamics that come into play. The economy, the weather, all kinds of stuff. So nothing in this pilot predetermines what our evaluation is going to be at the end of the pilot. And I sympathize with those who say, you really need to put some more effective measurements in place. I would actually say that as part of the pilot, we need to study what the appropriate metrics are, and take kind of a meta view of the data collection as well to understand what it is that is relevant and what it is that isn't. So that really sums up most of what I wanted to say. I agree with Councilmember Flagger. The concerns that our residents have expressed are particularly important to me, and whether or not I am in agreement with the position of every resident with regard to whether or not we go forward and deploy this doesn't. I mean, I can disagree on whether or not we should deploy the technology, but I fully agree with all of the concerns about privacy and equity and ROI. So thank you.
Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with strategic placement. I don't believe that this should be coming back to us. I think we can provide some clear parameters regarding egress and ingress into our city. Our police department has not provided cause for us to have some concerns here. We're concerned about protecting data, so I don't agree with an outside auditor. And our police department has members that have been good about reporting within the department. And so, open this up to an outside auditor would just open it to more opportunities for breach of data. And I thought that's what we're hearing tonight from many people. I would like to see a contract for 2 years if we're talking about being fiscally responsible, and not 1 year to start with, because cities have not terminated their contract after a year. And Hector, correct me if I'm wrong. Have we seen cities terminate their contract after a year?
We have an over 99% renewal rate with our customers.
Okay, and many cities have added more cameras after their 1-year pilot, correct?
Correct.
So I would like to see us starting with 20 cameras instead of, I know that 25 cameras would be the ideal, but I see, looking at the map, that, there are a lot of areas that I feel that we could utilize the cameras. And if there's multiple concerns regarding placement around areas such as Jordan, then if we have many people stating that they don't want a camera in their neighborhood, then I think that in the site placement direction, if we have a lot of people that don't want a camera in that neighborhood, then let's not put one in their neighborhood. But yet many homeowners have been burglarized, or had their vehicles stolen and have been violated, and that fear is understandable, and I can understand it because I've had my catalytic converter stolen, and I knew what that felt like. And if I was robbed, and I see my neighbors and how they feel after such incidents, so it hasn't. I understand their fear. I didn't have to experience it, but I understand their fear. They're asking us to do something, and I think it's important for us to do something to address public safety concerns. So I agree that we need to provide our police department and the district attorney the tools and information they need to better do their job. So I would definitely support us moving forward tonight. I don't think this needs to come back to us again. I think if there's cleanup that we need to do, let's do it tonight, but we need to move forward.
Councilmember Liang, how did you feel about the policy? I've heard some specific suggestions here, some general support there. What do you feel about the policy?
I think the police chief has done a good job on um, the policy she presented to us. I don't see any glaring things that we need to change. If, if, if we really feel that there is concerns we need to address, then I think we can put some time limit and ask for us to come back, but leave it open-ended. I mean, I don't think if we have concerns about the policy, then we can always agendize having this come back to us. And then we can further address it. But just assuming it, that there's a problem with our policy, we have someone with years of experience with other agencies, has very tuned in with other departments within the law enforcement area. I don't think we should be questioning her knowledge tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council member. Okay, so let's see where to start. So first of all, thank you, Chief, thank you, staff, for listening to our last session and incorporating feedback and making changes. I think this is much improved for those changes, and I appreciate that it's pulled together more. So this is difficult, but today we've heard a lot of people who have come together because they have felt safety concerns in the past, and for reason. And we support equity, we support all our residents to be safe. And so I understand there's some concerns, particularly based on history, that this may not be safe. But a lot of our residents actually don't feel safe, particularly in the current environment where there's whether a real or perceived increase in burglaries. And I would think that people who have felt unsafe in this community would empathize with others who feel unsafe for different reasons. I mean, you know, so it's not, I mean, I've been a little disturbed by some of the claims that have been made. They haven't felt like you've been approaching, like people who might support this are supporting it, I think, out of good faith. And some of the arguments have been directed at people who feel like they're being impugned and their integrity is being impugned. And so I don't like to see that, especially for people who themselves haven't felt safe. So I started out not necessarily convinced. What has actually convinced me that we need to do this, now again, we'll talk about the policy in a minute, is the fact that this is never going to be a quantitative exercise. I come from pharmaceutical research and development, clinical trials, statistics. This is never going to be quantitative, and it's never going to be statistically significant. And so this is a tool that we're being requested to try. I don't buy, and I know I'm not trying to trivialize it, but we can do a pilot and make decisions without statistically significant data. We did that with off-leash dog things. And I'm not trying to equate, I am not trying to equate that, but we had a failed pilot and we made a different decision on the basis of a failed pilot. And it doesn't have to be statistically significant. It doesn't even have to be quantitative. So the point of a pilot is to look at the data and make decisions on it afterwards. And then what becomes important is the policy. And so I think we've had, not only is it staff and the chief who are asking it, there are a lot of people in this community who want this tool. They don't feel safe, and this may or may not improve it. We might do this and say, well, we didn't really learn anything. But I feel it's a legitimate ask for people who want to feel safe in the community, just like we tried to listen when other people didn't feel safe in the community. So I support if you want to work on tightening the policy to some extent. I think I've heard two people, though I don't know that I heard you say specifics about what you would suggest, but Councilmember Flagger did. And if I didn't want to do that, then we're at a stalemate anyway. So I think given, and I don't know actually, Councilmember Flagger, what you felt about the technology overall, is the policy just your sticking point?
Thank you, Mayor, and well said about separating, and I know a member of the public did the same thing, because I do view the ALPR as another tool in our law enforcement toolbox, and I do think, one way or the other, it's a matter of time, whether it's Flock or a competitor, that we're going to end up with ALPRs. Right? I do think that is going to be one of the common tools that law enforcement agencies use going forward. But as a city, and I use the analogy with a couple people about the emperor's clothes, right? Not because every city, is adopting this policy, we're just going to jump on and say, yes, we see the clothes too. We have to basically step back and figure out what works for us. And I don't think the policy's there yet. So I am separating the two things. I will feel much more comfortable approving this, knowing that we have a solid policy. And the policy won't be perfect. So for example, one of my big concerns is after we share the data, how do we really control how it's used? And really we can't. And that's another thing, Mayor. I want us to be very candid and forthcoming and honest in our discussions, both members of the public and also we as a council and a city, where if something isn't going to work, we should just say, you know what, it's not going to work. If we misstated something in a report or document the last time, let's just say, yes, that was a misstatement, it was inadvertent, sorry. And we also need to be respectful, both members of the public in addressing all of us and how we address them as well. So for me, again, going back to separating the two things, I do think it's important for us as Los Altos, Los Altos Hills does its own thing, Palo Alto does its own thing, but we as Los Altos need to make sure that we have a strong policy in place that we feel has the right terms to protect the data and address some, not all of the concerns. I know for a fact, and we've heard from members of the public, that there are concerns that have been raised that I don't think the policy will address. I really don't. And we can't address everything, but we need to get to a place where we think this is good. And that's where I am, Mayor. I think if we have a strong policy, then yes, I will support having the tool because that's how we protect ourselves.
Are we gonna, clean this up at the dais right now?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily going to be a constructive exercise to do it at this point. So if basically, so am I hearing, and I think I am hearing, that if we agree on some tweaks to the language of the policy, that we are ready to trial this technology?
And
yes,
I'm supportive.
I support approving the pilot based on what we've been presented tonight, and I would give guidance to staff to address some of the deficiencies in the policy. And I would emphasize that I think the policy is much better today than it was. But there are still just a couple of areas. My esteemed lawyer colleague on the dais has pointed out some specifics. I didn't point them out because that's not who I am. I'm not a policy writer. But I would say yes to the pilot based on what we've been presented tonight.
I mean, because I will pick up what you said and what you said. None of this is ever going to be perfect. I mean, it isn't going to be. So if you want to do, some strengthening, that's probably fine. But
like if we're gonna do cleanup tonight,
no, I don't.
Agree with clarifying vendor and subcontractors, that kind of cleanup. But I'm not. I mean, then are we gonna look at page from page?
No, no, we're
I
not.
have specific-
And I disagree with asking for people, members of the public to send red line versions, and that's just not helpful. So city manager, so there's a couple ways. Do you see, I mean, you've heard some direction.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay,
'Cause I
let
think
me
we
just.
need a motion, don't we?
Well, let me just get some clarification from him first and then see. Is it possible to take what you've heard and put like the policy in consent? Or is that just automatically going to be pulled for discussion?
Mayor, based on the comments we've heard, I think it would be unlikely to come back and successfully get approved on
In consent, yeah.
I think we would make a suggestion and see how council feels about it, because I don't think we should go through this line by line at the
No.
dais.
No, we should not.
2 years into the job, this is the first time I would have suggested a subcommittee would be a good idea, but I don't think we can do that because we have one council member recused. I'll defer to the city attorney if I'm wrong. Council may feel, we want council to be comfortable with the policy and the public. Council may feel more comfortable having a council member review the policy with the chief if we can't do a subcommittee. Staff can try and craft the changes that we've heard, but respectfully, we don't have anything that has 3 people supporting it on a
That's
policy change
exactly
at
the
this point.
problem, yes. Right.
So if I may,
Yes, go
if I may,
go
Mayor.
ahead.
So for me, again, and I think for something of this importance, not looking at the dollar amount necessarily, but the fact that it touches on civil liberties, privacy, equity, it goes without saying that things like this, you want strong support from council, and without one council member here, I think it's worth taking the time to make sure that the policy reflects the council values without moving forward and purchasing the ALPRs. There are gaps in this policy that need to be cleaned up. And I'm fine, I'm happy to provide my suggestions to Mr. England and the chief. But as he pointed out, I could suggest them, but we haven't had the discussion to see if there's full support on council for these changes. I mean, I went through them. I'm happy to go through them again. The only point I made that I think may be controversial or not clear, maybe I'm in the minority, it's how we measure the success of the pilot. I think everything else I said, just based on comments, Mayor, reflects all of it. I really think the cleanup that I'm
Yeah, so I think generally it does, and based on city manager's suggestion, I could see you and the chief putting together a red line.
Yes.
But I do agree, I don't support I don't think, again, we're trying to force this to be a quantitative exercise. You can put numbers around it, but it's not going to be meaningful. There's too much variability year over year. You're not going to get a trend. You're certainly not going to get statistics. We are capable of looking at the information at the end of a year and saying, we think there's something here, we don't think there is, maybe we need to change the pilot, maybe we're done with it. I just don't see how we're going to quantify. They already changed they heard the same concern last time, and this is what they brought us. So I'm not sure what we're looking for.
Yeah, I'm
this time.
concerned about this coming back. Oh, sorry. I'm concerned about having this come back again. I understand some of the tweaks that you might want, but I think that this is going to take a long time again, and I don't want this to take a long time again. And then by having to redline this, everybody nitpicks. I mean, there were a lot of gaps in today's study session, and there was no effort to care about the gaps that was in today's study session. But yet we moved on. I'm concerned about how we are starting to redline. If we're going to redline, then I think we should do it together. And I want it all done together. But if we're going to be picking and choosing, I'm concerned about how we're going to argue certain phrases. So then let's do it tonight.
Well, so if
I think it's important that we all do it together, do it tonight, and then we can vote on it and move forward.
The point was that we would get it back to comment on rather than try to do it live tonight.
I would rather we do it tonight.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Mayor,
If
Mayor,
there's
if I
any
may,
support, yes, go right
on the
ahead.
timing, I'm just curious, because I know that the ideal situation is to have this approved before we start discussing budget, so this is built into our budget. But I think we can get it done, and I really think it would incorporate a lot of the concerns we've heard from residents. I will disagree with you on the metrics. I'm looking forward to 6 months or a year from now when we're all sitting here trying to figure out whether it's a success. I think there needs to be clarity, but I'm willing to give up. That one, I think I'm just going to agree to disagree on. But with regards to the policy, Mayor, it is so important we get it right.
Well, and that's,
I think
and
we
you're
can
getting.
do cleanup really quickly. I really feel we can do it tonight and we
You
can.
pulled Halsey House. Are we gonna?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I pulled Halsey House.
no, I'm not willing to do this tonight. I mean, so here's what, so if we need to put this in, we put it in the budget. If the policy is never approved, then, you know, then it comes out of the budget. But I mean, this amount will go in the budget. We've agreed conceptually to approve the pilot.
Well, I want to understand this pilot because what I heard from Hector tonight is, Hector, you're still on with me, right?
Yes, correct.
So if we say 2-year pilot, then the 2-year pilot at 2,500 will hold for the 2 years? Because I have to think about all these finances.
Well, you.
And then it goes in our budget.
But let me see if you have.
It's different.
But you need 2 other council members.
I know, but then we gotta think about it and we can talk about it. If we're gonna talk about policy and everything, then we should have more time to think about everything. It's important that we understand this.
So is the question, is the question, is the 2,500 applicable for the duration of your contract?
Yes.
Yes, so it would be applicable for, our standard contract is there's 2 1-year terms. So that would be, that would be applicable there.
So 2 1 year, so it'll be 2 years at 2,500.
We're only approving 1 year.
Yeah, we're only approving 1 year, but it's applicable for 2 if we reauthorize.
You have the
the second
option
one.
to,
So
you have the
So we have
option
the
to.
option
let Hector.
Yeah, just need to understand this better and make sure.
Yes, Councilwoman. You would have the option to extend past the pilot for an additional year, holding the same price.
Okay, because I heard you say something about next year, so I just want to make sure of that.
Okay, so.
And then I wanted to better discuss, would we be okay with 20 instead of 15?
I don't support changing the terms of the pilot as outlined in front of us tonight, so.
Just want to ask.
And I'm not seeing any, okay.
May I comment briefly on that?
Yes, you
I mean,
may.
really briefly.
Yes.
I don't support changing the number tonight. It's a pilot. If we find from the pilot that we would be more effective with 50, we can make that determination when the pilot's over, or at some point down the road when we have more information to base that decision on.
Okay.
So where I think we are, and I don't know if a motion is going to be required for this, is that we've approved the pilot in concept contingent upon tightening up the policy, and we're not going to do it tonight. And there's a proposal to have Councilmember Flagger work with the chief.
Well, then
and
we should form a subcommittee.
well, we can't, because there's only 4 of us. We can't have a subcommittee of 2 with 4 council members, because that's it has to, because we're only a body of 4 on this topic right now.
But then Councilmember Weinberg will be joining us when we vote on it.
No, well,
No?
no,
We don't know that.
we can't assume that. There's a
Yeah.
possibility, but we can't assume that. So, I mean, if city manager, chief, and Councilmember Flagger discuss some of the options, and you have that discussion, you can bring something forward and explain what it is you're presenting to us, where changes were made and where changes may not have been made. We're not necessarily saying yes, everything you said, even aside from the metrics. So I don't see any other way. We're not gonna be constructive if we try to work on the policy right now. We have other
But then
items. that we need
I
to
would
cover.
like to understand, there are some things that you've raised, and I want to make sure that the chief is okay with all the concerns you've raised and making the changes, because if there are things that you feel there's not going to be room for changes.
Well, that's what we just
But then I
described.
want to make sure you
Yes.
have that, you understand that you can make sure that you stick
You can
with.
say no.
Yeah.
You can tell me no.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
The chief
just
can
to
tell
make
me no.
sure we're all clear on that. Okay.
Okay. So I don't see any way to avoid this coming back. So,
So do we need a motion tonight?
So I,
Because we approved it in concept.
I think from what we've heard is
The mayor made the motion. You made
concept.
it.
I made the motion, okay.
Yeah, the concept,
Okay, then I'll
would
second.
require a motion to do the 15, cameras.
The
as-
policy.
As discussed tonight with the pilot, and then bringing the policy back. And the pilot being enacted is contingent on the policy being adopted.
I'm seconding the motion.
Okay. City clerk.
Councilmember Daly.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Vice Mayor Weinberg recused.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. All right. So, let's move to number 6.
Okay.
Unless anyone desperately needs to bio break, but we need to let Councilmember Weinberg. Yeah. All right, we're taking a brief bio break. going to reconvene the meeting. The next item is number 6, which was pulled from consent. Councilmember Liang, you asked for the item to be pulled. Would you like to say
Yes.
why you did so?
Okay, I asked for it to be pulled because to me, the minutes wasn't clear enough, and I didn't want to move forward on that on consent because that part of adaptive reuse was too broad, and what I wasn't clear as to what level was being proposed, and I just couldn't support it unless the we were more specific in defining the how adaptive reuse was going to be defined. Because if you look at the link that I was sent, I asked, how is the staff defining the project for the consultant? In the comments that Eric provided, he also said that it would be defined in how it should also include full rehabilitation. But when I looked at when I clicked on the link and looked at the minutes, we weren't specific in stating that the plan, as we agreed, of that was submitted by,
Jeff Lebowski?
yes, was going to be included. And so I just want to make sure that either we capture it in the minutes or it's going to be clear, because when you made that motion and I seconded the motion and I read the minutes, it wasn't included. So I just want to make sure that when we talk about it and the RFP is submitted, I just want to make sure our RFP is not incomplete and will be properly defined, because otherwise it won't be covered.
Well, but then shouldn't you have pulled the minutes? Versus what you pulled?
Well, then we have, no, because.
I mean, we already approved the minutes now.
We can approve the minutes, but then the point is, it's about how we're gonna submit the CEQA and EIR, and I wanna make sure that the scope is going in correctly. To me, that's more important than the minutes capturing it.
Point of order, Mayor, this is beyond the scope of the agenda item.
No, it's in, under agenda 6, it's appropriating
It's a
the funding
appropriation.
for the review of the Housing House and making sure that we execute the agreement with the consultant. So we want to make sure the scope with the consultant is clear. That's what's more important.
That's not a part of this agenda item.
Yes,
The scope
it's
is
part
going
of
to be
6.
developed with staff and the environmental
But
consultant.
then our scope needs to be clear
Wait,
that
wait,
it
wait.
includes.
I didn't hear what the city attorney said.
Well, I think actually one thing is the including plans that didn't make it into the motion that was not part of that motion, those plans that people wanted to look at. But what we will do is we will get this approves, says the city manager will execute an agreement with the consultant, and then you also need to make the finding that this appropriation is exempt from CEQA. But what we will do is staff will work with the consultant to define the scope, and the scope will include adaptive reuse and other alternatives.
Yeah, so, go ahead, Councilmember Daniels.
My recollection is that we contemplated specifying and decided instead that we would simply give staff the guidance to use the architectural renderings and other materials prepared by Jeff Lebowski, the architect who has already, created an adaptive reuse proposal, and that would be the adaptive reuse model that we would use for the EIR.
So
could be.
Yeah.
You know what the problem is? We provide direction and the direction wasn't captured, and my concern is going forward how our directions are never captured properly.
Well,
So if we're gonna start capturing
directions
directions every time,
But
is it in the motion?
It was not in the motion.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't in the motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then we said that's the direction.
No,
So that's why
anyway,
I'm concerned. Okay.
And the plans, there was was no direction that these plans would be the adaptive reuse. It was just that they could be used as examples or
My
something.
recollection's a little bit different, city attorney, but.
No, I agree with her. We didn't agree to that
But then-
specific.
but
You
then I'm
mentioned
gonna
it.
clarify
Okay,
that.
so hold
But I
on.
wanna-
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order. What you're talking about has nothing to do with number 6. Number 6 is appropriating the funds. You
But if
you
he's gonna move forward on executing the agreement with the consultant, we gotta make sure that scope is correct. And I
Well-
wanna provide clear direction on the scope that,
But that's not in, but that was the minutes, and we made a motion in the minutes, and the minutes reflected that. We did not verbalize, I mean, we verbalized.
well, we have a chance here to do that.
We already did the minutes.
No, we're doing it here. We're approving this tonight to execute the agreement. And if he's gonna move forward on the agreement, then we can clarify what the scope will be going forward.
So let me ask yes, Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, that's what I was gonna ask, if there's any support for what you're proposing, but let's hear the Vice Mayor's motion.
I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos appropriating funding for environmental review for the Halsey House, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with an environmental consultant in an amount not to exceed $200,000, and finding that the council's action in approving this resolution is exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion on the table and a second. Since we discussed this, I want to make sure I give an opportunity for public comment. I don't have any speaker cards. I'm not sensing anyone rushing. Do we have anyone online who wants to make a public comment on item number 6? No. I think that's a no.
That's a no.
All right, so we're going to close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, City Clerk.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
No.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. So we have number 9, discuss and consider taking positions on various Senate and Assembly bills. And Councilmember Fliger, you wanted to point out that there wasn't a time urgency on some of these, so.
Yes, Mayor. In light of the time, I would look for support to continue all the different ledge bills and ballot measures except for Assembly Bill. Is it 838? Because I understand that some of the supporters would like to hear from the City of Los Altos sooner rather than later. So if there's support on council, we could continue the other items to the next meeting and just only do AB 838.
I'm good with that suggestion. Is everyone okay with that? I'm sensing that's a yes. Okay.
So is that a motion to continue it?
Well, let's first cover 838, and then we can make a motion to, at the end of that, to continue the other ones. Oh, and actually, Councilmember Fliger, you may mention that you were going to do the housing bills separate anyway. Do you want to?
I was going to do that, but I'm happy to do it now. And so there were other bills,
Okay.
including a housing bill that Councilmember Lee Eng
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
had asked for us to consider as a council. And so the approach I suggested to the mayor is have a separate ledge bill discussion on housing bills, because there are many, as you know. And then we can discuss our position and the approach that we want to take as a council in giving feedback on those different bills. And so at the mayor and the city manager's discretion, we will have a housing bill item agendized at a future meeting.
Can I comment on that then?
Yeah.
Because SB 423 is moving through, and I think it's important that we comment on that, because we've had experience with problems with SB 35. I can't talk about it, but you all know and should be aware of that. And so I think it's important that we send a message that we do not support SB 423 specifically. And I don't think that can wait, because that would just.
Well, that's not even in the agenda for today. She's saying that
It was agendized
no.
today.
It was
There's no. there's no materials on
It
four,
wasn't
two,
on the
three.
list.
It's in the staff report.
Yeah.
Did you want to comment?
I think initially, we were supposed to move the housing bills for a discussion on the next meeting, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you
So
supposed
I
to.
do believe we had housing bills on the list, and we intended to move them to the 23rd.
Yeah, that's why there's no supporting material for it, so.
And
We
you're
don't
right.
want to support it.
And you're right, Councilmember Liang, and I actually missed that on the staff
I
report.
didn't see that either, so.
Because I know what I
Yes.
prepared and I knew it wasn't part of it.
Yes.
But you're correct, and so the plan was not to discuss the land use zoning streamlining type housing bills at this meeting, and for good reason too. It's midnight. We'll have that agendized at the discretion of Mr. England
Well, that
and the
one
mayor.
was specifically called out, and all the other housing bills were not, so that's why I prepared
Yeah,
my
no,
comment
you're right,
for
that,
tonight.
It was listed.
that was listed, sorry, but the materials weren't there because we didn't think we were covering it. Okay, so 838,
838, and the mayor was approached
yes.
as our council representative to ask if we'd consider taking a position on the bill. I reviewed the bill and different materials discussing the bill, and I'm recommending that as a council we send a letter, we authorize the mayor to send a letter in support of the bill if amended at a high level, and we have a sample letter from Silicon Valley leadership group and other entities supporting the bill wholeheartedly, but I do have some amendment suggestions. At a high level, AB 838 is requiring different, so this is throughout California, different water providers to provide information to the state board with the goal of improving transparency, ensuring we're addressing aging infrastructure, and also to preempt something happening in California that happened in Flint, where the state board presumably would have this information and understand what's happening. And if we need to have statewide regulations addressing it, then that's what would happen. And so and there are groups supporting it, and there are groups opposing it. And so my recommended action is to support if amended, and I do want the mayor's letter to clearly state we support the intended purpose to increase transparency. Yes. And then the suggestion that I think needs to be made, because the bill isn't clear on, once we provide this data to the state board, how will it be used to achieve the intended purpose? Like, it's a great purpose. Like, yes, that sounds great, but
What's the connection?
what's
I don't
the
see a
connection?
nexus.
There isn't.
Yes,
And
there
so
isn't,
give it
yes.
some teeth.
Yes. So I actually agreed with what you had suggested was the support if amended, because I just didn't see, again, as you say, the intention is fine, but how does what they're suggesting do that? But anyway, we should turn it over to Vice Mayor. Do you have any comments on
I agree with everything that
Okay.
you just said. Do
Okay.
you want to take public comment though?
Yes, of course.
And the last thing I'll add, I even checked today,
Yes.
it's placed on the suspense file, and as you recall from previous
Yes.
discussions, it could get stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they do is a fiscal analysis,
Mm-hmm.
how much it will cost the state board to collect this data and all this stuff. But right now, it's still an active bill.
Okay. So yes, good point. We jumped right into discussion. So let's see about public comment. Anyone here? Nope, I'm not seeing. And then anyone online would like to comment on this? Nope. Okay. Closing that public comment. So does anyone else support or have something different to suggest than Councilmember Fleiger's very reasonable recommended action? All right. So I don't think we need to take. Do we need to take a motion on these, or yeah?
Yeah, I think if it's coming
clear.
from the city, a motion would be
Okay.
appropriate.
All right.
Since I prepared
Yes.
it, I don't
Yes.
wanna-
Go right ahead.
No, I don't. No.
Oh.
Because I'm asking for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I
Mhm.
move that the council authorize Councilmember Flagor to prepare a letter for the mayor's signature.
No, she's not going to do the mayor. I'll
Okay.
prepare. Yeah. Right.
Move that
But
mayor
if the councilmember
prepare
Flager
and
wants to
sign
do
a
it.
letter supporting if amended, what is it, AB
838.
838, with the provisions as discussed here from the dais.
As the recommended actions, exactly. Okay, I'll second that. Okay.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion
Okay.
carries.
So thank you. I will report back to Cal Water, and you all will get a copy of that eventually. Then. Okay. So that's and do we need a motion to continue the other ones that we didn't address this evening? Okay.
Move to continue.
I'll second.
Do we have to state the date to our next council meeting? We should state.
Yeah, we'll just figure it out and
Okay.
It's to
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Continue
Mhm.
the remaining items.
Okay. Vote.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. As usual, informational items, tentative council calendar. We're not going to discuss that. I don't know if anyone has any council reports or suggested future action items. Now would be the time to bring them up. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose 2 future agenda items. One, under the flag raising policy that we passed in December, the council on motion of a council member can vote to raise a flag for 1 week. I would like us to consider raising a flag for Gay Pride Month for the first week of June. And I would also like us to consider raising the Juneteenth flag during the 3rd week of June.
Okay, so that's a proposal for a future agenda item with, yes, Councilmember Daly.
Friendly amendment.
Uh-huh.
Rather than the gay pride flag, I would recommend the gay and trans intersectional flag that has the chevron on the left side.
Accepted.
All right, so that's 2 members. I'll support as a third. So future agenda item, 2
And I think it would have to
occasions.
be brought up at the next meeting at
Is
least.
that the process?
Oh, because of the timing. No, not because of the process, but because the next meeting is the second one in May, and if we want to raise it. The flags.
I can prepare the report. I mean, it shouldn't take long.
Okay. All right.
And then a second future agenda item. The California State Auditor is currently in the process of defining how it wants to look at the governance of the VTA. Once that audit process begins, they're going to take public comment, and I would like for us to discuss whether this council wants to submit a comment as a whole on behalf of the city to the state auditor.
All right. Future agenda item proposal. Does the Vice Mayor have?
I support that.
All right, we got 2. Do we want? Is that sufficient for this, or?
It's for discussion. All you need is 2 council members.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
a timing on that?
I'm not entirely sure, but just in case there is, I wanted to bring it up now. I don't want to miss the window if there is a window.
Okay. So maybe in June.
Maybe the people who are happy with the way the VTA is governed have called the entire process
Right.
crazy and without definition, and the people who are not happy with the way the VTA is being run are trying to
Yeah.
make sure that they're
So,
going to get their agenda accomplished.
yeah, let's not. So, if you could provide clarity to the city manager at some point, if you get any further definition about timing, then that would be good. Otherwise, maybe we'll aim for June. Okay, is that the end of your reports and future agenda
Yes.
items? Okay, anyone else? I know.
Oh, you go first.
I don't know if this needs to be a future agenda item or if we can, I think it does because it's not, we don't have it agendized, but agendizing giving the mayor authority to send a letter to Congresswoman Anna Escher's office regarding the VTA Homestead project. We received an email that I think Anthony forwarded about applying for federal funds to supplement the VTA funds for the Homestead project. And I think hearing from one of the cities that will be impacted will bolster the request. And so we've taken a position on this before, so I'll look to the city attorney to see if it's consistent with positions we've taken before, if the mayor can simply send the letter, or if we need to agendize it and have the discussion. This is for our homestead project.
I think I would say it's a new council, and you should probably put it on the agenda and have it come.
It is.
And I would support that. And I think Jaime should be here to provide her. It would be important that Jaime be here, because if we could do because it's a multi-jurisdictional, we should get a letter that includes the other jurisdictions as well. So with that request, we would need another council member.
Okay, I'll support that.
So, just as a point of clarification, we're happy to have Jaime come. We may also want Marisa to come. So if it's all right with council, I'd prefer to defer to the Public Works Director on who attends.
Oh, okay, because Jaime has the whole history.
Well, the city manager can decide who should be here.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, any other reports or future agenda items? Councilmember, yes?
Yeah, I think we need a discussion of our city priorities. I think we deviate from our city priorities. And I just want to make sure we don't jeopardize.
Councilmember Lee, your microphone.
Microphone, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I would like to agendize a discussion of our city priorities. I think we are deviating from some of our priorities, and I don't want to jeopardize them. So I would like to have a revisit as to what our priorities are, so that way we can better understand how we will be able to successfully move forward. Because I know, like, we are going to be discussing our public safety facilities, and I just want to make sure that after that discussion, how are we going to be successful at moving forward at achieving these goals? So I can't discuss it when we have that discussion, so I think it's important that we agendize that discussion on how
Won't the budget discussion serve as
No.
the priorities? I mean, because we'll allocate money and that will define
We'll hope so,
priorities.
but if we can hope so, but okay. Then the second request would be, I think we should agendize how we can start up our neighborhood watches and provide the support and success, the support needed to get our neighborhood watches going again.
Well, we already, I believe the chief took as an action item, she's gonna bring some report back, because you brought this up before.
Yeah,
That I
okay.
may not be remembering
Because it
correctly.
wasn't on our calendar. Are you gonna add it to our calendar?
Mayor, the chief was returning with the after-action report.
Right.
I was not.
Oh, it's not
If I recall correctly, the neighborhood watch was brought up, but council did not make a determination on discussion or anything.
Okay, so Councilmember Liang just brought it up again. Does
That way we
someone
can
wanna-
provide her direction then, if we have a discussion on it.
I'm not sensing anyone jumping on that yet. Yes, city attorney.
I'm back on the priorities. Did we get two people to put it on, or?
I think we said it was the budget discussion
so
would be
okay.
would identify our priorities.
No support for neighborhood watch?
I'm not, yeah.
I think that is a mischaracterization. I don't think it's that there is not necessarily other support for neighborhood watch. I think that there is not support right now to put that on as a future agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're really, I mean, I think we need because the chief I know was interested in talking about it too, so we need to understand what it is, so I don't wanna put something on the agenda when I don't feel I personally have an understanding exactly what that looks like, so feel free to bring it up again, so we can understand, maybe with the benefit of the chief. Okay, anybody else?
Well, then if we put it on and I get 3 votes, then we can ask the chief to come back.
Well, I just remember the
Okay.
chief nodding when you brought it back last time, and I can't remember exactly what, you know, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, first we need the after-action report. I think I want that before, and that hinges on some of the things Councilmember Daley has talked about too, so, and we haven't forgotten them. I'll just report, this is a report, not a future agenda item, but the city manager shared with you a letter, and actually, I don't know, what happened, a letter of support that I personally sent in regards to the Board of Supervisors considering, funding or collaborating with CHAC, Community Health Awareness Council. I don't know the result of that discussion and where that went yet, but I'll probably find out soon. And you all saw that letter because I had the city manager send it to you. So that's an update, and as things progress, I will update you when there's an update. So,
Mayor,
yes.
I'll put on the record too that I
Yes.
plagiarized your letter.
No, actually, it
and
was
I
tailored,
sent
customized very
It was
well.
a great starter, an excellent starter. So I sent my own letter as well in support of the county providing resources to support CHAC as an individual and not a member of the Los Altos City Council. And the second thing I'll just say, Mayor, the Cities Association's annual membership event is June 15th. They will actually be here at our Los Altos Community Center. There will be induction cooking. All council members are invited. Staff is invited. It should be a fun event. Silicon Valley Clean Energy is sponsoring the event, and in past years, we've always asked members to pay a fee, and we invite not just city officials, but county officials and state officials. But because Silicon Valley Clean Energy has stepped up and is covering all the costs, it's actually free for all of us. So I hope to see all of you there if you're in town, and also to see Mr. England and his staff there because it's in our city and they're using our kitchen at our community center. So it'd be great for all of us to show up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City Manager, any report or update?
Only one report as a follow-up from last time. We did meet with PG&E. They gave us very good, detailed, and specific information verbally. And then when they provided written, the information was not included. So the after-action report is delayed. We've asked them to provide the specific information they relayed to us. So it is coming. Just not yet.
It's in the mail.
Are you saying
Ginger ate it.
PG&E is difficult to work with?
I would never say that directly.
Yeah. Councilmember Daley, I guess I overlooked
Well,
him.
I
I
have
thought
a future agenda item,
Oh.
possibly. I have to
Okay.
ask you about it first. Would it be appropriate to agendize increasing our contribution to CHAC?
That's on the agenda next.
That's coming up.
What I was gonna ask is it part of the budget process, or is it a separate
It'll be,
discussion that we would
it's a
have?
separate
a
discussion.
As a JPA, it seems like it would be a separate discussion that we would have.
May 23rd, Councilmember Daley,
Okay.
Council will consider JPA's contracts and requests.
Got it.
So,
Thank you.
Mayor, are you going to do report outs? Should we do it
Yeah,
now?
you should, I thought everybody, I was combining it, but
Oh,
go
I thought
ahead,
we were doing
report.
future agenda items, that's why.
Yeah, I know, we're kind of doing everything. So go ahead, if you want to report out.
Well,
Yes.
Semidian held a Lehigh meeting in Cupertino, and some of us were there. I attended,
I was
believe you.
virtual.
Yeah, you
I was-
virtual, and
yeah.
Councilmember Fleiger was there. We also attended the AAPI event held by Semidian this past weekend for recognizing Aki's 50 years of service to the community. And I also attended the Santa Clara County Homeless Prevention System community briefing.
Oh.
So I just wanted to report that.
How was that?
Yeah, how was
That was
The
good.
homeless
It was by Destination Home.
Thanks for representing.
Yeah, that's good, good. All right. I think, okay, then we're going to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you. Good night,
Thank you all.
everybody.